Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
MashaAllah. Very good title.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله
Share the
وبركاته.
room, everyone. Share the room. Huh? I'm just pinning people in. Sorry. MashaAllah, Hassan is here. You know, I wish we can share this on Facebook as well. Like, can we share it on Facebook as well?
Yeah, you can just press the share button on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, Wajhat, if the problem or the title is problematic, okay, tell us what's problematic about it. If it is problematic, we'll close the room.
Yeah, I want to know what's the problem with the title.
Okay, yeah. So let me just explain it, then I gotta go. I gotta go back to work as well. So the reason it's problematic, Hamza, is because here. Give me 1 second. Let me
Yeah,
pull it
take
back
your
up.
time.
I don't know why I'm at the very top of my screenshots, but you can tell I got a lot. Okay. Had all of mankind loved Ali, Allah won't have created hell.
Oh, you're talking about the previous title.
Of course.
Oh, we thought you were talking about this title.
How did you think that I was talking about
Just
the
because we were
title
on the
when I made
subject of
this?
this
When I made
title.
this?
Yeah, but that's fine.
No, but I made that. I made it clear in the
And maybe
previous
the
thing.
other
Why would
brothers,
it be
my
about
bad,
this
that's
one?
what I heard. Yeah, go ahead. Tell us why
No
it's
problem. No
problematic.
problem. So the reason it's problematic, right? First and foremost, is that you're speaking of knowledge that you don't have from Allah on behalf of Allah. Point blank and simple. I don't even need to go past that. Saying, right? Saying that had all of mankind loved Ali alayhi salam, Allah won't have created hell. Now you're saying that first and foremost is the highest form of ibadah, right? Because it wouldn't make sense logically if this was on a lower hierarchy than let's say salah, for example, fasting, for example, right? These types of zakat, for example, these things. So you're automatically implying that the highest level of ibadah is that of the love of Imam Ali, first and foremost. Secondly, you're saying Allah won't have created hell. You're speaking on behalf of him now without having any knowledge that he said that, right? You're saying
Wajhat, should I treat your
you're
points?
either
Can I
making
respond?
you're one
Can I
second. You're
respond?
either you're
Can I
making a
respond?
Yeah,
definitive
let him finish. Let
claim.
him finish.
You're making a definitive claim on something you don't have definitive evidence for, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would not have created hell if everybody just loved Imam Ali. As in, that is the highest goal in life for any
Mm-hmm.
human being, whether they know him or not. And that's also speaking on behalf of believers that existed prior to Imam Ali even being born. Um, such as Ibrahim alayhi salam, one of the greatest, one of the greatest,
Hmm.
right? Like
I'm sure if
him
you'll
and
allow
him,
Muhammad, he wants to
him and
respond.
Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam are the only two Khalils of Allah as far as we know. This is who we're saying. This is who we're
Hmm.
talking about. So just wanted to make that.
Yeah,
Just wanted to
I
level
understand your
set.
contention. I know you want to leave, but at least give at least a minute so the man can answer. He wants to answer. Muhammad, go ahead, bro.
Of course, if someone else also want to add anything, you can answer. I don't hold exclusive right to respond. If anyone wants to also respond to Wajhat, no problem. But what I will tell Wajhat is this. Our position has always been that Imam Ali alayhi salam, he is greater than every creature that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had created except the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam. So when you has, a Bakri whose iman is incomplete, trying to compare Imam Ali alayhi salam to Ibrahim or compare Ibrahim to Imam Ali, this hurts me. It actually makes me feel bad because Ibrahim alayhi salam, he's not on the level of Imam Ali Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam. Let me tell you why. Maybe oftentimes we actually, speak in tongues, so you don't understand our parables. Maybe oftentimes, like the hadith that is pinned, hadith number 78 from Sahih Muslim, where Imam Ali alayhi salam, he is telling us that Rasulullah gave him a promise that no one but a believer would love me and none but a hypocrite will have grudge against me or hatred. Now, do you know what this means? When Imam Ali, for example, when he used his sword and he split Marhab into two, and Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam told him that this strike of Ali bin Abi Talib alayhi salam, this is greater than all the worship of all the creatures till Yawm al-Qiyamah. With this one strike of Ali bin Abi Talib alayhi salam. Do you know what this means? The sword of Ali alayhi salam made Islam to stand. The sword of Ali implanted Tawheed. The sword of Ali alayhi salam was wet with the blood of the kuffar and the mushrikun of Quraysh. This, reformed, quote and unquote, reformed mushrikun. This reformed mushrikun that you honor today, Imam Ali alayhi salam, he wet his sword with the blood of their fathers and their brothers and their sons. The same Muawiyah that you actually want to debate us on, what did his mother tell the Prophet? He said, did you leave for us any sons? You have killed our sons. Do you know who did the damage to the kuffar and the mushrikun? It's Imam Ali alayhi salam. So this man, yes, Sayyid,
Sayyid,
Tafadal.
Sayyid, can you just mod me? I'm just going to give him a verse from the Quran that will actually directly answer this question. So if you refer to this verse, Mujahid, and have a look at how Sunni ulama have explained it. The verse is from Surah 37:24, and I brought up various translations of this verse. It says, and stop them. Indeed, they are to be questioned. Pikthal, and stop them, for they must be questioned. But stop them, for they must be asked. So this, according to the Mufassirin, is reference to the bridge of Sirat. And every human must pass on the Day of Judgment to enter into paradise. They must pass this bridge. Now, according to Sunni ulama, do you know what they will be questioned about? If you don't know, it's fine, I can tell you. Or maybe Brother Ilyas can tell you what that question will be.
Thank you guys so much. I think everybody said their piece. And now let's get to the topic of the room.
So
The topic of the
before
room
you
is,
do, let me tell you
oh,
what
go
that
ahead.
question is. That question would be, they will be asked regarding the wilayat of Imam Ali alayhi salam. And this is not according to my opinion. This is even according to the opinion of famous, well-known, notable Sunni ulama, that they accept this. So yes, the idea about hell and heaven and those who reject the wilayat of Ali alayhi salam, of course there's no doubt that these people will be questioned and they'll be pushed off that bridge towards the fire.
First of all, this conversation has
One
nothing to
second,
do
Wajahat,
with
Wajahat,
accepting the
brother,
wilayah of
brother, with
Allah
all
or
due
not.
respect,
Yeah, just
Wajahat,
really quickly.
Wajahat.
Want to just
No, no, listen, listen. You said your piece. They said their piece. Leave it at that. That's the last room's topic. You guys should have talked about it in the last room. In this room, I let you both say your piece. Khalas. That's it. Done. I understand it can keep going back and forth. Right now, if you respond, they're gonna respond. It's gonna keep going.
yeah, I
Trust me,
know,
it's
but
gonna keep
you
going.
you gave him one extra attempt than me,
Yeah,
which was
Zalman, he
still
just
that's
added one
biased.
verse. Khalas, man. It's okay. Please,
Right.
Wajahat, with all due
That's
respect.
fine. That's fine. But that just wasn't fair. Just wanted to make that clear. No problem. Go ahead.
Ah. That was the last room. You brought your piece, they brought their piece. Just leave it at that, please, because it really doesn't matter to me, honestly. Because that's the last room we got right now. Different topic. The topic is what views, beliefs of the Imams of Ahl al Bayt and Sunni books. So what do you guys believe, for example, about what Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, Musa al-Kadhim, Imam Zain al-Abidin, Imam al-Baqir? What do you guys believe, or what do your books say they believed in? That's the topic of the room. Ilyas, are you there, Bawa?
Maybe Ilyas is AFK.
No problem. What was the intention of the room? Do you know, Hamza?
Yeah, to mention the 12 Imams, if there's any records of them being mentioned either in our books or their books before the Ghaibah.
Well, I can share some sources and what they've said about the Imams
Yeah,
of
of course, brother.
Yeah, that would
Ahlul
be
Bayt.
beautiful, RTS. Please. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm
So,
really interested in seeing how the classical Sunni ulama, what they thought, especially the ones living around the time of Imam Jafar, for example, what was
yeah.
their opinion of the Imams?
So I'm going to quote you a variety of different Sunni scholars and what they've said about the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi Islam. So here, Ibn Taymiyyah, in one of his works, mentions about Imam Sadiq alayhi Islam, and he says, and those who know that they would commit mistakes, meaning in what they narrate, are the likes of Himad ibn Salama and Jafar ibn Muhammad alayhi salam, meaning Imam Sadiq alayhi salam, meaning they would narrate mistakes in what they say. Let's go to another scholar. And this is from again Ibn Taymiyyah in his book Minhaj al-Sunnah. He says regarding Imam Sadiq alayhi salam that Bukhari had doubts over him, had doubts over Imam Sadiq alayhi salam due to his criticism leveled at him by Yahya ibn Sayyid al-Qattan. So here you've got a direct statement that Bukhari himself, he wouldn't accept reports from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam due to the criticism made from other Sunni scholars. And I'll pin up the second page because in case someone says, "Oh, you didn't post that part," but here you go. Here's the second page of the statement. So, would you like to see more?
Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
Okay, just give me a second. So let me quote what Ibn Khaldun says regarding the Ahlul Bayt and their progeny, the descendants. So this is from Ibn Khaldun. There's 2 pages here, so I'll pin up the first page. He says, and the Ahlul Bayt, they deviated and created their own religion and fiqh, and they came up with it, but they came up with it by themselves, which they built upon attacking some of the Sahaba. Some, at least he admits some of them, and by saying the Imams alayhi Islam are infallible. MashaAllah, this was the Aqidah of the Ahlul Bayt. And the Imams are infallible. And then he says that, what did he say? They matched the Kharijites, and the general public of the Muslims did not celebrate or endorse such sects, but rather denied them. So we do not recognize their sect nor do we narrate anything from their books. The narrations have no impact except in places like Yemen, Morocco, and in the East. So I'll pin up the second page as well.
Before you do bring up the second page, just a question. This guy Ibn Khaddum, do you know when he was born? Like, when did he write this book? Like, around what time?
Yeah, I can't be certain exactly what period that was, but I'm guessing. Wait, let me think. It must have been around probably the late 750 AH, around that period, I'd say.
I'm actually looking at his profile on Wikipedia, his Wikipedia page. Let me see. He was born here on the 27th of May, 1332.
Yes, perfect. Now,
Yeah.
this person right here is saying that the Ahlul Bayt, right? He uses that word, basically had deviant beliefs, right? They made up a lot of stuff. So he's admitting that the Ahlul Bayt had different beliefs, correct? So, when they say, for example, Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq radiallahu an was one of us, this is a complete lie because his aqidah was completely different. Now, do we know where he gets it from? Wh- or is that something that it's not mentioned in the text? Because I want to see where because he came to the same understanding that we have, that the Imams, the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, through all the evidence, whether you look through the Zaydis, the Shias, the Sunnis of that time, that nobody narrates from him for a reason, except of course the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, the Shia of Ahlul Bayt. Why is he saying this? Why is he saying that they deviated and they made up a belief? Do we know why he's saying that? What proof he's getting?
Well, the proof simply is that the Ahlul Bayt alayhi Islam, they had a different position regarding certain individuals that they hold in high regard, right? So this is the reason.
Yeah, because this is interesting that the scholar is actually admitting this, and I'm really interested to see how he came to that conclusion because it is true. Because now we have nowadays people lie about Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq and his aqidah and his beliefs without bringing any proofs from anything of what he really believed. This is the point of this room. The point of this room is that they say they love the Ahl al-Bayt and they follow the Ahl al-Bayt and they, oh, Sayyidina Ja'far al-Sadiq radiallahu an, without knowing what he actually taught. And I think this is very interesting that there's a scholar here, Ibn Khaldun, saying that, wow, they deviated, their beliefs were deviant, and that he's comparing them to the Khawarij.
La'natullahi alayh. Um, we can even start from Imam Ali alayhi salam when he disagreed, for example, with Osman, or the issue of the tahleel during the Hajj or Hajj al-Tamattu'. The differences started with Imam Ali alayhi salam. Maybe we can start there. And another point is when always you want to kind of, create a divorce or a space between the Shias and their Imams, it is actually incumbent upon them to prove to us that these Imams, they were actually Sunnis. They were on the Aqidah of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. At least you should have records where they testify to this. Plain, verifiable, authentic records.
I find it interesting that Bukhari, for example, never narrates anything from Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq. I wonder why.
You know what? What's interesting? You know, like
even when I was dissecting the case between Umar bin Khattab and Kulthum in the Tabaqat of Ibn Sa'd, uh, interestingly, Imam Ali he's displayed as a liar. That when Umar comes and says that uh, I want you to marry her to me. Oh, she's too young. No, you are not telling the truth. You are a liar. So, I mean, Ruvaifa last night, he was saying, we believe in Adala Sahaba. Habibi, what Adala Sahaba are you talking about? These Sahabas are calling each other a liar. Uh, Umar bin Khattab does a shura. We want to, whoever disagrees, behead them. Yani, Ajib, what Adala Sahaba is this? So, I mean, I see more bad than good in the books of Ahlul Sunnah when it comes to Ali Muhammad. That's just my perception, but I'm here to learn at the end of the day.
Sayyid, can I show you Muhammad Rafidi there?
Guys, share the room and
Yes,
invite
yes,
everybody.
Sayyid.
So I'm going to pin up a source for you. This is from Dhahabi.
I'm here, but I was actually eating. Sorry for
No
not
problem.
responding.
Sorry if I disturbed you.
No, no, not at all. You never,
So
not you. You can never disturb me, Sayyid.
4 o'clock in the morning, I'll disturb you. Say, listen, I pinned up a source. This is from Dhahabi, and he's quoting a Sunni scholar called Ibn Tahir. So Ibn Tahir says about Imam Jawad alayhi Islam, Muhammad Taqi alayhi Islam. Do you know what he says about him? Can you just read it so everyone knows what he thinks about Imam Muhammad Taqi's father?
Um, علي بن موسى بن جعفر الرضا عن أبائه قال ابن طاهر يأتي عن أبائه بعجائب الله أكبر.
Lanatullah alayhi.
قلت الشأن في صحة الإسناد إليه فإنه كذب عليه وعلى جده. So this is on Imam Ali bin Musa alayhi salam, Imam al-Rida, salawatullah wa salamuhu alayh. Sayyid, is this from Siyar A'lam al-Nubala?
No, this is from, just give me a second.
You said it was from a Zahabi.
It's from Dhahabi, and the name of the book is,
Tahdib al-Tahdib?
no, it's another work of his. I'll pin up the cover. I believe it's Al-Layl al-Masnu fi Hadith al-Mawdu. That's the name of the book. I'll pin up the scan for you. It's from, here you go, is the cover of the book. I've pinned the cover. So yeah, this is how they view the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi Islam, Imam Raza alayhi Islam, and his son, Imam Jawad, Imam Muhammad Taqi alayhi Islam.
Sayyid, who is Ibn Tahir that he's quoting
Ibn
here?
Tahir, he was if I recall, he was a famous historian, and he was also he was a Shafi scholar, if I recall, Shafi traditionist scholar. So it's not just any Joey that who held this opinion. Why is it that we don't find any ulama of that time period coming out and condemning the statement of Ibn Tahir? We don't, right? So it's quite part and parcel of the creed, unfortunately, that some of the scholars they they would speak out and say negative things about the Ahlul Bayt, like as you read before about Ibn Khaldun, the Ahlul Bayt created their own religion and calling towards the path of Walaya, so forth. You know what? There's actually a video. I'll just pin it up for you, and it's from someone known as Mufti Abu Layth. And let me see if I can find why Sunnis not narrate. Um, here you go. I actually recommend everyone to watch this video. It's a short clip, and a questioner asks him a very interesting question. Actually, here's the video I pinned up for you. Why don't Sunni Imams transmit from Imam Sadiq? So Abu Layth was honest. He said, you know, the reality is that they call towards the wilaya of Imam Ali alayhi salam. And this is one of the main reasons why they didn't narrate from Imam Sadiq and the other Imams of the Ahlul Bayt. So it's quite an interesting clip. I think they should serve as a reminder. When somebody says, oh, we love the Ahlul Bayt, we follow them. In reality, it's nothing. It's just lip service.
Yeah, Sayyid, based on the first account or the other account, the previous account you posted on Imam Ali al-Rida alayhi salam, so this Ibn Tahir said, يَأْتِ عَنْ أَبَائِهِ بِعَجَائِبْ, that he brings strange things from his father. So Ad-Dahabi said, الشأن في صحة الإسناد إليه فإنه كذب عليه وعلى جده. So it was his name. Ad-Dahabi is trying to present, kind of like an excuse for Ibn Tahir. That no, the problem is not with the Imam. The problem is actually with the Isnad. In other words, the narrators. فَإِنَّهُ كُذِبَ عَلَيْهِ. They have attributed lies to him and to his grandfather.
Yeah. But when you
So
look
he's
and
saying,
why he's saying they're liars, oh, because they're Shia of Imam Sadiq.
no, but the Ibn Tahir's statement's clear that what he narrates from his father, right? He says what he narrates from his father is strange. And obviously we know Imam Raza alayhi Islam was the father of Imam Jawad. So it's
Exactly,
clear.
Sayyid. That's a very
So
good,
these type of
that's a very smart point, Sayyid.
yeah, say we know the games they play. This is nothing new, right? They're going to use all these type of acrobats that they usually do. Oh no, he doesn't mean this. He means the chains. Habibi, he's literally saying what he narrates from his father, and it becomes worse for you. Astaghfirullah, if you're saying that I don't even want to utter those words. So yeah, with these games don't work. Zahabi was so. If someone like Zahabi is saying that he's talking about the chains, then how can you trust anything that Zahabi says? Then how critical is Zahabi? If he cannot distinguish between who his father is, Imam Jawad alayhi Islam, and then who he transmits from, Ajib.
And Sayyid, there's actually a similar account that a brother actually sent me. This is from Al-Thuqat of Ibn Hibban, uh, volume 6, page 131, translation number 7039. So it's about Imam al-Kazim alayhi salam. Ibn Hibban said his narration is reliable as long as it has been narrated from other than his children,
Yes,
because the reports of his children from him are very much munkar.
yes, yes, yes.
And then there's something similar, which is, or maybe even worse, about Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq from Mizan al-I'tidal. So Dahabi is quoting Yahya bin Sa'id. I don't know much about who Yahya bin Sa'id is. It says, Yahya bin Sa'id mujalid ahabbu ilayya minhu fi nafsi minhu shay. So Yahya bin Sa'id said Mujalid is more beloved to him than Imam Ja'far alayhi salam. There is something in my feelings against him,
Yes,
that's Imam Sadiq.
yes, yes.
From Mizan al-I'tidal, volume 1, person number 1519, I think.
So, you mentioned the terminology munkar and hadith. It's this term, if you go to, like, for example, Ibn Hajar Asqalani, he explains that, look, that the term munkar is the one who makes abysmal mistakes. So when they're using this term munkar in hadith, this is what they're essentially accusing um, the imam or the descendants of the imams of. There's another statement, by the way, and I'm going to pin this up for you. This is from Allama Suyuti, the one they call Allama Suyuti, the famous Suyuti. Have a look at what he says about Imam Hassan Askari alayhi Islam.
الحسن العسكري ليس بشيء لعنة الله عليه لعنة الله على السيوطي لعنة الله على السيوطي
He's worth nothing. Astaghfirullah.
استغفر
Follow
الله
the standards
لعنة
there. Have a
الله
look.
عليه.
It's there.
Muhammad, I want to say something, bro.
استغفر الله.
Like, these points are very good points. And you can, if someone asks them, yo, bro, what do you think of Imam Sadiq alayhi salam? He has to agree that this is the person during that time period who knows the most about what the Prophet knew because of the chain I learned from my father, who learned from his father. Direct line to Rasulullah, yeah? And I've just been noticing, man, when we make these rooms, especially me and Ilyas, we make these rooms and just people don't want to show up. I don't understand if they're scared. I really don't know what it is. It's very disparaging when this happens. And I can almost guarantee when me and Ilyas leave, this room will fill up. I don't know why that's the case, but if that's the case, that's the case. And me and Ilyas have been talking about, okay, Rafid's room, we watch rooms replays together, and we notice like the particulars of what you guys are talking about, and we see the dance that they do, jumping from one small point to another small point to another small. Okay, but this, and then they say, well, we interpret it this way, and it becomes very hectic, right? So this is why me and Ilyas are always saying like we should talk about the generality of subjects instead of the particular details of the subjects. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man.
Sayyid, you were asking about Yahya ibn Qattan, right? So Ibn Hajar Asqalani
يحيى بن
mentioned,
سعيد.
yeah, Yahya bin Sa'id. So his status, Ibn Hajar Asqalani says Yahya ibn Sa'id ibn Farouk al-Qattan al-Tamimi Abu Sa'id al-Basri al-Akhwal al-Hafiz al-Siji, narrated from Ali ibn Ali Madani, said, I never saw someone more knowledgeable than Yahya ibn al-Qattan in Rijal. Ahmad ibn Yahya said regarding him, from al-Madahani, saying, I never saw someone who's more accurate than Yahya ibn Qattan. Ibrahim said, I never saw someone who's more knowledgeable than Yahya ibn Qattan in Rijal. Abdullah ibn Ahmad said, I heard my father, obviously Ahmad ibn Hanbal, saying, my eyes never saw someone who is similar to him. MashaAllah. Al-Fadail ibn Ziyad said, I heard Ahmad saying, by Allah, we never met someone who was similar to him. Al-Mahdi said, your eyes can never see someone who is similar to him. Ibn Khuzaymah said that Yahya ibn Sa'id is the Imam of our time. Ibn Ammar said, if he talked about the jurist, kept listening to him. If he talked, the jurist kept listening to him. Bandar said, I think he never disobeyed Allah. MashaAllah. Look at this. People talk about Isma. Listen to what some Ibn Ammar said. Ibn Ammar said that I never think he disobeyed Allah. Abu Dawud said that Yahya, Abu Dawud said about Yahya, just give me a second. What does he say? Uh, okay, so where was I? Okay, Ibn Ammar said, if he talked, the jurist kept listening to him. Bandar said, I think he never disobeyed Allah. Abu Dawood narrated from Yahya ibn Ma'in saying, Yahya al-Qattan used to recite and complete the Quran every night for 20 years. And he never missed performing dawn prayers at the mosque for 40 years. This is what Abu Dawud said. This is what Abu Dawud says about what Yahya ibn Ma'in says about him. Al-Ijli said, he's a Basri, trustworthy in hadith. He used to narrate from reliable narrators only. Abu Zurara said, he's one of the trustworthy in the Hafiz. Abu Hatim said, proof, and he's a Hafiz. Al-Nasai said he's reliable and he's accurate. And yeah, basically the list goes on. What does he say? Al-Dhahabi says that Yahya ibn Sa'id said that there is something in my feelings against Imam Sadiq alayhi Islam. This is who they call the Imams. The Imams who stay up all night praying, reading the Quran, completing the Quran. And I'll quote you that statement. That's from Mizan al-Ittidal by Dhahabi. I'll pin it up for you and you can read it yourself. This is what he says about Imam Sadiq alayhi Islam. Here it is from Mizan al-Ittidal.
Sayyid Muhammad, there was I saw you were a little upset on Suyuti. What did Suyuti say that made you upset? I'm actually on the way. That's why I wasn't able to hear properly.
He said the opinion of Imam Hassan. He said Imam Hassan Askari alayhi Islam is worth nothing.
Astaghfirullah.
I'll be right back,
Astaghfirullah.
guys. I'm gonna go to their room and try to invite them here. I'll be right back.
La'natullah. The Sayyid Muhammad is right, then yeah, you should send La'an on this guy. I thought Suyuti was a good guy. What the heck is this?
Well, so here's the thing. Generally, he was more inclined towards the sort of the Sufis, and he did write books in defense of the Prophet's parents because he believed the Prophet's
Oh,
parents were Muslim, right?
y-
So there's no doubt
yeah.
he did affirm some and did believe in certain good things, but unfortunately, yeah, there are other issues there as well.
What?
Sayyid, do you think we don't have like a collective reading when it comes to these Sunni scholars? You know, whether it's Suyuti or any other, whether Sufi or Wahhabi or whatever. Like, I think we don't have a collective reading on them in order to kind of like have a conclusive view or take on their positions. Because what Suyuti is saying, like he's a Nasibi. Based on our view, he's
Yes, yes.
saying Imam Hassan
So,
al-Askari is nothing.
like there's a saying. Yeah,
Astaghfirullah.
so there's like a saying, right? Take good from wherever it is and reject the evil. This principle, I like. There's nothing wrong with that principle. You can benefit from someone who's not even a Muslim. You can benefit from a kafir asli, right? But at the same time, we have to take a little bit of precaution because, imagine, for example, I go to my local mosque every Friday and the local sheikh, he loves quoting Allama Suyuti all the time. Someone from the audience is going to think, well, wow, mashallah, Allama Suyuti is an amazing guy. He's written all these books in defense of the Prophet's parents, so forth, etc. And then all of a sudden he's presented with this statement. It's going to affect him because he's obviously built a certain perception of certain view regarding someone, and their works reflect something else. So yeah, it's just we just have to be a little bit precautious when it comes to certain individuals.
So, do you think Suyuti was kind of like a henchman of maybe the government, like let's say Az-Zuhri or some other people, like maybe some other narrators like Abdul Malik? You know, we spoke Abdul Malik ibn Umair earlier in the morning when he beheaded Abdullah ibn Yaqtar. So, do you think Suyuti must have maybe had some special relationship with the government?
Yeah, well, they did. I mean, you mentioned Zuhri. Zuhri was an interesting guy because they accused him of being the handkerchief of Banu Umayyah, and he had apparently good ties with Banu Umayyah. So it could well be possible, uh, but no one compelled Suyuti to write this. No one got a sword and forced Yahya ibn Sayyid to say that there's something in his heart against Imam Sadiq alayhi Islam, right? So yeah, I mean, at times I do believe that certain factors could have caused certain people to do certain things, but he wasn't, no one forced him to do this, right? So this is something we have to bear in mind.
Yeah, it's actually like this is terrible, you know, like one of them condemning Imam Sadiq,
Imam
another one
Jawad.
condemning Imam Hassan al-Askari, another one saying the Ahlul Bayt made a bid'ah, created their own religion, and they are Khawarij. Like, what is all this? And you know, in the end, when it comes to upholding certain slogans and trying to bluff and say, oh, you know what, the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt, they were Sunnis. Oh, we are the ones who follow the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt. You cannot prove this. You cannot prove you follow them, and you cannot prove they were Sunnis. And look at the filth coming out of the mouth of your scholars, the Imams of knowledge you look up to. Look at what they are saying against the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt. This is terrible, terrible, wallah. Like after today, Sayyid, Like any after seeing what Suyuti said about Imam al-Askari, every time I hear his name, even if I don't
No.
pronounce it, I will be
Yeah, you
sending
should
la'na on
dissociate.
him.
Yeah, you should dissociate from him. It's problematic.
You know
But
what's very interesting? Oh, go ahead.
no, bro, you have to understand, right? And I think sometimes it's unfortunate, and sometimes our own community they kind of to be blamed, right? I'm not going to mention names. I remember a few years back, Sayyid was giving a lecture, and it was on TV as well. It's on YouTube, and he quoted Suyuti, and he said, "This great scholar." Well, I swear to God, he said this. He said, "This great scholar, Allah, Allah bless him, Allah bless him and preserve him. He said the Prophet's parents so." I said, "Okay, there's a problem here." So obviously, I know people, so I contacted the Sayyid. I said, "Sayyid, you said something. It's problematic." So he said to me, "How? Why?" I said, "Do you know what this man said about Imam Hassan Askari alayhi Islam?" He goes, "No." So I showed him. He was shocked. He goes, "From now onwards, never will I ever mention him again in any of my talks." He goes, "I was not aware of this." So sometimes we kind of to be blamed to some extent, right? Um, you know, of course, I'm saying there's nothing wrong with quoting Suyuti, but Suyuti is not hujjah for us. Suyuti is one of their scholars, so yeah, he can be used as evidence on certain matters. Um, but we just need to take a little bit of precaution around certain individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what's also interesting? This is speaking about taking collective evidence. You got the the classical Sunni scholars talking about Ahlul Bayt having different beliefs. You have the Zaydis talking against Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq for having different beliefs. You have all these different groups who are Shia, the Khawarij, all of them, the Ubaidis. This is what's interesting. Ilyas was bringing what Zaydi said. All these people all confirming that Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq had different beliefs. And then they have the audacity to come and lie and say that Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq was a Sunni. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, thing is, yes, even I'm shocked right now from what I just heard from Suyuti. Like, I thought I was, to be honest, being a Shia, I was pro Suyuti, but now absolutely not. This really angered me. Tomorrow, if any of these Christians or Islamophobes throw Suyuti at me, now I know how to react.
Anyway, brothers, I'll be back shortly, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, I went to the room. And look, there's people from our side that abuse. There's people from their side that abuse. I told them both sides, whoever abuses is wrong. Yeah? We're here all for truth, inshallah, not a winner and a loser and a debate and shbarif nishu. I mean, I can't say more than that, I guess. I agree, Hassan, bro. I've been on this app a year and some months, bro. Looping. Everyone. Abusing everyone. Christians, atheists. Looking up, like, oh, look at all these monkeys yelling at each other, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know, Hassan.
Yep.
You know, even the narrators whom they have, you know, they are problematic. Like, take this example. His name is Ibrahim bin Hisham al-Ghassani. Ibrahim bin Hisham bin Yahya al-Ghassani al-Dimashqi. He died in 238 after Hijrah. In Lisan al-Mizan, what did Asqalani say about him? He said, من رواة الحديث. Sorry, just a minute. قال عنه في ترجمته في كتاب لسان الميزان قال العسقلاني تمام قال محمد بن حدثنا محمد بن سليمان حدثنا محمد بن الفايد قال أدركت من شيوخنا بدمشق من يزيغ بعلي بن أبي طالب عليه السلام فذكر جماعة منهم أو جماعة منهم إبراهيم هذا. So this guy, he's a narrator and he's thicker, and he goes on to say وقد ضعفه بعض العلماء لأمور أخرى غير النصب ولكن وثقه. So you have those who have actually weakened this guy, but he's thicker. In other words, they accept him to be thicker. And he used to be one of those who used to talk against Imam Ali alayhi salam. And you will find many examples like this. So who actually who actually considered this guy to be thicker? See the word that is actually used. He was among those أدركت من شيوخنا بدمشق من يزيغ بعلي عليه السلام فذكر جماعة منهم إبراهيم هذا. This guy called Ibrahim bin Hisham al-Ghassani. So who did tawthiq for him? Ibn Hibban. فعنده ثقة صدوق يجوز الاحتجاج بما يرويه كما نص ابن حبان في مقدمة كتابه. So he has considered this guy, Ibn Hibban is one of the teachers of Bukhari. He considers this guy to be thiqah. And you will find many such examples in their books, many such examples.
Why, why is this room so quiet, man? So silent. It's not like someone asked for true fadail of Mavi or something.
We are talking in kalam nafsi. You just don't realize it.
Hi, 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 hi.
Well, when we actually have, a serious room topic or title, they will not come. They will not show up. They will run like they disappear. They are nowhere to be
Yeah,
found.
I noticed that.
Right now, put something. Yeah, they will not. They will not come. When you want to put them to the task, they will not show up.
If you have like a room, like general discussion or something, then they come.
So, brothers, tonight is the so-called, of course, for us to believe it's so-called martyrdom of Sayyida Zainab. So,
Salamullah, salamullah, salamullah.
inshallah, everyone recite salawat. Allahumma
Allahumma
اللهم صل
ala
على محمد
Muhammad
وآل
wa ali
محمد وعلى
Muhammad wa ajil farajahum.
Rafiz, tell us something about Sayyida Zainab, عالمة غير معلمة.
Salamullah alayha. Sayyida Zainab alayha salam. What can I say? You make me feel kind of deficient if I have to speak. Somebody like me to describe Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam. But of course, Sayyida Zainab, she is Batalat Karbala. She is the champion of Karbala alayhi salam. Without
Subhanallah.
Sayyida Zainab, the sacrifice of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, potentially could have been lost. She preserved, she preserved the sacrifice of Imam Hussein, and she made it to bear the fruits that we are reaping today. And maybe if you don't understand what I mean, it means that if we say that al-Islam, Muhammad al-Wujud wa Husayni al-Baqa, Islam in its presence is Muhammadan, sallallahu alayhi wa alihi. And in its maintenance, in its survival, it is Husayni. Because of the sacrifice of Imam Hussein, then we cannot separate this sacrifice from the presence of Sayyida Zainab alayha salam and what she did. In other words, she played a role in carrying the message of Islam to this day. If we have Islam today and we want to recount the sacrifice of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, we cannot forget what role Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam played. She did not only protect Imam Zainul Abidin alayhi salam. She did not only protect him, she exposed the tyrant Yazid. So, when we want to remember Sayyida Zainab bint Ali, the granddaughter of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam, we can say she is the living martyr of Karbala. She is the living martyr of Karbala. And she was the one who shook the throne of the tyrant, the son of the tyrant, the grandson of the tyrant, La'natullah alayhim. Yazid, his
La'natullah alayhi.
father, and Abu Sufyan.
So
Some good words of Zayn al-Abidin,
Yeah, some bro,
Salamullah.
some.
He says that my auntie Zainab, she's the learned without being learned. Like, subhanallah. Like, even she reached that level where she was
She's
receiving
the learned without being taught.
without being taught.
عالمة
Subhanallah.
غير
Like,
معلمة.
mashallah, you know the level where the insan reaches, that
Guys,
foresight?
that actually, brother Nadim, I just wanted to talk about the level. Like, there is this level of Sayyida Zainab. It's sometimes, you know, one of the personalities that the qulub, the, you know, the exaggeration on which has been so much, because of course we do not, you know, accept exaggeration, but either in literature or in common people's belief, after Imam Ali, the second person on which these ghulus have been focused has been Sayyida Zainab, because there are, you know, of course these are not to be proven, these cannot be proven, like the saying that between the time that Imam Hussein was being killed and Sayyida Zainab runs back to Imam Sajjad to save him from the fire, because they say that this is actually has written in Maqtal by enemy says, I saw this lady, this tall lady, running into fire coming back, running into fire coming back, and I asked, what is going on with you, woman? She replies, I have son of my brother in the tent, and it is burning. He's sick, he cannot walk. And the guy says, I saw her. This lady went in, took that man out, Imam Sajjad, and brought him out of the fire, like a lion goes and saves her children. After that, she has done motherhood also for Imam Baqir, which was present in the Karbala. She has basically, after her mother, she has also raised Imam Hassan and Imam Hussein after their mother passed away. Like the famous thing that Hazrat Fatima tells her to bring water every night to Hussein, to give him this to wear before that, do this, do that. So, and her words, you know, any other person who when he goes to the death, the to the body of Imam Hussein, she says a word that any other living person, if says it, the only person can be allowed to say it is someone with a level of imama, at least. What she says, Ya ilahi, ilahi taqabbalna hadha qalil al-qurban. So the Hussein ibn Ali has been massacred, pieces on the ground, kids have died, Ali Asghar, Ali Akbar, Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas, everything, the battle of Karbala. Now she goes and doesn't say, okay, God, accept this sacrifice from us. She says, this little sacrifice, who can have the permission to call the dead body of Imam little sacrifice, if is not at the same level? These are only fruit for thought. I'm not implying anything or else. So yeah, that's all.
I mean, there is
Pardon me.
no Karbala without Zainab. There is no Islam without Zainab.
Ahsant,
There
ahsant.
would be no trace of Islam left without Zainab bint Ali. Because what she did was not Auna Muhammad. It was Hussein she went for. Like the Ghadir, they forgot. Karbala would have been a forgotten event if it was not for Zainab bint Ali.
MashaAllah.
And if you go to Syria, and I hope all of us do, and inshallah everyone is safe
Ameen,
who was
ameen.
visiting her tomb, when you go and look at that pulpit on which she stood, broken and shattered, with 24 karat clad walls on which that tyrant sat, the dictator of his time, the most wretched human that ever lived, with her hair scattered around her, on her face, with the sick one of Hussein ibn Ali, and she spoke. People said, has Ali come back to life? Has Ali
Hi,
ibn
hi.
Abi Talib come back to life? That is Zainab bint Ali.
MashaAllah.
And after
اللهم
all
صل
that,
على محمد
Allahumma
after
وآل
salli ala
and
محمد.
after
Muhammad.
all that, when a hypocrite turns back and blames tragedy on God, just as all of them did, even before him, his father and their fathers, La'natullah alayh, and
La'natullah.
says, look what God did to you. If God wanted, he could have saved you. If God wanted, he could have saved Hussein. What have you seen through all of this, Zainab? And the daughter of Ali, the daughter of that lion, another lioness says, I have seen nothing but beauty. And
وَمَا
this
رَأَيْتُ إِلَّا جَمِيلًا. Hi, 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 hi.
this is Zainab
MashaAllah.
bint Ali. This is Zainab.
You know, honestly, this line that she said, it changed my life.
Thank you, thank you. I think sister, we should thank Sister Nargis. This is the most
Jazakallah.
beautiful, I think, about Sayyida Zainab. You know,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
heard someone telling me, like, a kind of, hearing from somebody. This is so beautiful, mashallah,
Yeah,
mashallah.
it was really powerful, mashallah.
I had to take my jacket off when I heard this. I'm getting warmed up now. MashaAllah. Nah, seriously, this is the love of Sayyida Zainab that I'm feeling. MashaAllah. Thank you.
Nadim lives in Canada,
You can
so
imagine the jazba of Ali Muhammad that in a minus 10, minus 15 country, you can take your jacket off when you just hear a little bit fadail of Ali Muhammad. Subhanallah.
And after all that, he got scared because they all started crying. That khutbah is long and it's a beautiful khutbah that she read. To which he asked, what do you want then? Because now he was jacked. He was jacked up in front of them all. Yazid was no more Yazid the Amir. Yazid was shit at that point. All she asked was that little maqam Zain al-Abidin that if you go to, it's such a small room. And she said, I haven't mourned my brother. That's all I want. This is Zainab. Like it's a powerhouse. Zainab is an ism of power. That's what she is. And no matter how much I speak, you speak, and the world speaks till the end of time, it would not be enough. Whatever we have is because of Zainab bint Ali. That message was brought from there. Thousands of people stood and watched Ghadir and forgot about the position of Ali. You think Karbala, he intentionally chose that spot. He mutilated the body so that there would be no trace of this family of Tatir. If it was not for her, that message would have been dead a long time ago.
السلام عليك يا زينب الكبرى.
salam Allahi alayha. I wish, if brother, one of the brothers was here so we can listen to the khutbah of Sayyida Zainab. But of course, I think we can actually read this khutbah. So I will try. Let me see if I can find it so I can read it. It's very long, of course. This is very long, so I don't know if people will have the patience to listen. I don't know if I should go ahead.
Also
She
read
said,
go ahead.
she said, O Yazid, Allah and His Prophet have said that committing sins and considering the signs of Allah to be false is ridiculing them. She rose up, she began speaking in the court of Yazid. She started with that statement. That is, deny the sign of Allah today and hold them in derision and have become happy and recite poetic verses on account of the martyrdom of the children of the Holy Prophet. Just as the polytheists of Mecca became happy and sang songs because of the martyrdom of some Muslims in the Battle of Uhud and talk about taking revenge upon the Holy Prophet. This is how you become like them and how you have reached this stage. You have reached this stage because you have committed too many sins. Whoever treads the path of sin and persists in committing sins will, according to the verdict of the Quran, deny the signs of Allah one day and eventually will ridicule them and then deserve divine punishment. O Yazid, do you think that we have become humble and despicable owing to the martyrdom of our people and our own captivity? As you have blocked all the paths for us, and we have been made captives and have been taken from one place to another. Do you think that Allah has taken away His blessings from us? Do you think that by killing the godly persons, you have become great and respectable, and the Almighty looks at you with special grace and kindness? For this reason, and on account of this incorrect thinking, you have become elated and arrogant. You have become boastful because you have seen that the matters have taken a turn in your favor. You have, however, forgotten what Allah says. The disbelievers must not think that our respite is for their good. We only give them time to let them increase their sins. For them there will be a humiliating torment. Surah Al-Imran 3, 178. Surah 3, 178. Then Sayyidah Zainab, alayha salam, she reminded Yazid that on the day of the conquest of Mecca, which took place in the year 8 after Hijrah, the Holy Prophet did favor to all the men and women of Mecca and set them free. Yazid himself was a descendant of the Tulaqa. His father Muawiyah, his grandfather Abu Sufyan, and his mother Hind were among the Tulaqa at the time when Mecca was conquered by the Holy Prophet. On that day, the Holy Prophet very magnanimously set all of them free, irrespective of what they had done in the past, and said, "Go, for all of you are tulaqa." In the second part of her speech, the daughter of Imam Ali alayhi salam made the conquest of Mecca her topic, and she said, "O son of the tulaqa, is it justice that you keep your women and slave girls in seclusion, but you have made the helpless daughter of the Holy Prophet ride on swift camels and given them in the hands of their enemies, so that they may take them from one city to another? Why shouldn't Yazid be spiteful against us? It is he who looks at us with hostility. You say with perfect intrepidity and without imagining that you are committing a sin. I wish that my ancestors who were killed in Badr had been present here today. Then you strike Imam Hussein alayhi salam in his teeth with a stick in your hand. Why shouldn't you be like this, although you have done what you wanted to do and have pulled out the roots of piety and virtue? You have shed the blood of the sons of the Holy Prophet and have hidden the brilliant stars on the earth from amongst the descendants of Abdul Muttalib under the clouds of oppression and injustice. However, you shall go before Allah soon. You shall meet your ancestors and shall also be taken to their place. At that time you will wish that you had been blind and dumb and had not said that it was a day of rejoicing for your ancestors. She went on she went on and said, O Lord, procure our right and take revenge upon those who have oppressed us. Then she turned to Yazid and said, By Allah, you have pulled off your skin and cut off your flesh. You will soon go before the Prophet of Allah and will see with your own eyes that his children are in paradise. It will be the day when Allah will deliver the descendants of the Prophet from the state of being scattered and will bring all of them together in paradise. This is the promise which Allah has made in the Quran. She quoted Surah Al Imran, verse 169. Do not think of those who are slain for the cause of Allah as dead. They are alive with their Lord and receive sustenance from Him. O Yazid, on the day when Allah will be the judge and Muhammad will be the petitioner and your limbs will give evidence against you, your father, who made you the ruler of the Muslims, will receive his punishment. On that day it will become known what reward the oppressors earn, whose position is worse, and whose party is more humble. O enemy of Allah, and O son of the enemy of Allah, I swear by Allah that I consider you to be humble, and not fit even to be reprimanded and reproached. But what am I to do? Our eyes are shedding tears, our hearts are burning, and our matters cannot come to life by our reprimanding and reproaching you. My Hussein has been killed, and the partisans of Satan are taking us to the fools so that they may get their reward for insulting Allah. Our blood is dripping from their hands, and our flesh is falling down from their mouths. The sacred bodies of the martyrs have been placed at the disposal of the wolves and the other carnivorous animals of the jungle. If you have gained something today by shedding blood, you will certainly be a loser on the day of judgment. On that day, nothing but your deeds will count. On that day, you will curse Ibn Marjana, and he will curse you. On that day, you and your followers will quarrel with one another by the side of the divine scale of justice. On that day, you will see that the best provision which your father made for you was that he enabled you to kill the children of the Prophet of Allah. I swear by Allah that I do not fear for anyone except him, and do not complain to anyone else. You may employ your deceit and cunning efforts, but I swear by Allah that the shame and disgrace which you have earned by the treatment meted out to us cannot be eradicated. She ended her speech by saying, I thank Allah who has concluded the task of the chiefs of the youths of paradise with prosperity and forgiveness, and accommodated them in paradise. I pray to Allah that He may elevate their ranks and favor them more with His kindness, for Allah is omnipotent. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa
اللهم
ali
صل
Muhammad.
على محمد أحسنت محمد أحسنت.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم.
Inshallah, I will pin the link to this speech, to the sermon of Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam, in case anyone wants to maybe later on read it or review it.
Does anybody know how did Sayyida Zainab die? Was she killed or did she die naturally?
She died, you can't say naturally after what she has been through. So when she goes back, this is famous, when she goes back to her city, uh, she refused. It has been said about her, also about Rubab, the wife of Imam Hussein, the mother of Ali Asghar. Well, she remained in Karbala. She didn't even go back to Medina. But Sayyida Zainab refused to go under the roof. She remained under the sun for 1 year and a half after. She didn't eat, she didn't drink. And when her husband, Walaikum Assalam, when her husband used to say, Sayyidati, like the husband was the Ja'far, he was actually a really nice person, but he was kind of, handicapped. He couldn't go with them. That's why he sends two sons. He says to Zainab, I cannot come with you to Karbala, but I send you two of my sons. So she remains in the Medina under the sun. They're famous. They want to take her to gardens to see a bit of flowers, to change her, and anything she saw, she used to cry. They tried to kill in front of her. They tried to kill, Qurban, the cow or the sheep or whatever. And she started to cry, saying famous quote that, "Look, you are giving water to this sheep before killing it, but you didn't give water to my brother and his sons."
Hi, 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 hi.
And so on and so forth. So after that, she basically passed away. So lots of the ulama actually consider it, she wasn't directly killed by sword or by, let's say, by being poisoned or and something, but of
Okay.
course after
Okay,
she has
okay.
been.
Because I don't know, for some reason, in some areas in the Pakistani community, they mention in the Masayib that she was murdered, and that's why I was confused. Why are
Yeah,
they
they
saying?
do. Yeah, Southeast Asia has that. They have a different revaya for her death. But I mean, Prince is right. It would have killed anyone. I mean, Sham was the hardest.
Oh,
Damascus was
yes. Oh,
Damascus
big
was the
time.
hardest.
Big
Because
time.
yeah, you've seen Ali Akbar come and go. You've seen Qasim being trampled on. You've
Oh,
seen Hussein scream and heard him say Hal min Nasr yansurna. And then I think the hardest for Zainab was Ruqayya. I think that was the hardest for Zainab bin Tani.
leaving Ruqayya in Sham. Ah, yes, yes.
It was that question that kid asked. You see all these birds flying back home. When will
When
we?
will we go back home? Allahu Akbar. Yeah, when she comes back on Arba'in, she says to Imam Hussein, Aba Abdullah, I held your promise. I looked after everybody. But there's one amana of yours that I left in Sham. If
Subhan-
hopefully, yeah, Allahu Akbar. She says, I hope you could forgive me for that. Allahu Akbar. Ya salam, ya qalb Zainab.
And this is only just to remember all those young, beautiful guys who gave their life defending their shrines. Shrine of Sayyida Ruqayya, shrine of Sayyida Zainab, of the sons of Muawiyah in our time. It is only just to remember them and also send salawat for them and of course for their general Sayyid al-Shuhada al-Muawiyah. May they be on the same room with Sayyid al-Shuhada tonight and in Jannah.
Ameen, 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 Ameen.
Um, you Prince, you actually mentioned, you brought this point, and still, there is a statement I always remember when the Kalb, the Nasibi, Ibn Zina, the Muawiyah of his time, the descendant of the Khanazir of Banu Umayyah, when he stood in close proximity to the shrine of Sayyida Zainab alayha salam, and he addressed her, the Khabis. He said Saturhalin or Saturhalin, that you will get out from here. That's what Zahran Allush, the pig who was slain, he addressed Sayyid Zainab. La'natullahi alayhi. He said Saturhalin, you will get out from here. They wanted to destroy her shrine in Syria. Today the shrine is standing tall, protected by the
Allahu
blood
Akbar.
of the martyrs. And that kalb, that khanzir, he was the one who went to Jahannam.
La'natullah alayh.
السلام عليكم.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Wa
Wa
alaikum
alaikum assalam wa
salam.
rahmatullahi wa
وعليكم
barakatuh.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Muhammad, can I place a question, please?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks. Um, I see, I understand all that you said right now, but if you can please give more proof to that you have just explained about Sayyida Zainab.
I did not understand the question.
What is the proof of that you said?
Abba.
Is it the speech? Is it the speech I read?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah. So the speech I read, if it is the speech, you can check the link that is pinned. So I read it, I pin. You can check there. You'll find the references.
Yeah,
If you're asking about the statement of Zahran Alloush, you can Google that.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You read it from what?
The sermon is mentioned in Ibn Tayfur's Balaghat al-Nisa.
This is correct. If you look at the link, I'll give you where it's mentioned. You can just
Okay.
scroll down.
Balaghat al-Nisa itself is a part of like a bigger work which doesn't fully exist with us right now, but it's called Al-Manzoom wal-Manthur, like the book of poetry and the book of like prose. And in one of those parts of the book of poetry and prose was Balaghatun Nisa, the eloquence of women. And in that, in Balaghatun Nisa, uh, this khutbah is mentioned. And it's, like that's the thing. Like, even at the time of hardship and at the time of everything, what the people who are inspired by the divine and the people who are appointed by the divine and people who follow Aimma or who follow the prophet and who are from the line of the prophet, in everything they see beauty, they see God, they see the manifestation of the divine names, they see the manifestation of the divine attributes. People think like they would do something in they would do something in reality, or in the material world they will change something, like Yazid thought that, or Muawiyah thought that, or other people thought that they would have enough money and it would all be fine, or they would have enough power and it would be fine. But at the end it doesn't matter. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. There's no power, there's no power, there's nothing apart from God, right? And if you see nothing apart from God, if all of your being is one with God, then no matter what happens to you in this material world, no matter what happens, you're gonna say that I have seen nothing but beauty.
fana e fana.
Mm.
Yes, absolutely. It's the
That's
highest
the
level of
that's
annihilation.
that's the level she reached. Fana fana. Allahu Akbar.
Yes,
Allahu Akbar.
yes,
I agree with you, Elias. But I think we should to be based on the Quran more than anything else. I think the Quran is very strong more than another. What do you think?
yes, yes. And
Even
and
you know, even Ilyas Baba, even I was just pondering, even Abul Fadl, like when like any human being, any ordinary layman, like if his arms are chopped off, then you're gonna have a nervous breakdown, you're gonna scream and you're gonna cry. But Abul Fadl, like he reached the level of Fana that when his arms are chopped off, he's doing Hamd of Allah. Like I this made me understand what Fana is. Like he absolutely annihilated himself in the ishq of Allah. Like absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. And fana for Abul Fazl was loyalty. Where his entire power was in his arms.
Aye, aye.
The
Subhanallah.
Abbas was his arms. Abbas was his warrior status. And when he was ordered not to go and merely to go get water for the children, waiting so desperately to go and finish them all in the battlefield, because one Abbas could do that, because that was Abul Fazl. But to be obedient and that level of loyalty, that is fana bil fana. That is huwa wa huwa
Ba wafa.
in its truest sense.
Aye, aye.
That loyalty is
Ba
Abbas.
wafa. MashaAllah.
Right. Ali Asghar arrived to that level. What are we talking about? Like we can
MashaAllah.
even
MashaAllah.
reach the level of Ali Asghar, even Zuljanah, wallah. Like to be able to talk about, Abul Fazl, Zainab, we just bubble some stuff. We have no idea what we're talking about. Imam Khomeini famously says, if Fatima was a man, she would have been a prophet. So
Mm, that's
this
why. Exactly.
we don't even
Exactly.
understand what does it mean, to be exact. There was our Sheikh saying, and if Zainab was a man, she would have been an imam. Now, in order to understand that, wallah, like we are not talking about imam like, just Imam Juma or something. We are talking about the levels of which we cannot even
Imam of the soul. Imam of the soul. That's what we're talking about. One person asked, what's the difference between Imam Sadiq and Imam Abu Hanifa? So he replied, Hanifa is the Imam of fiqh, where Imam Sadiq is the Imam of the soul. So that's the reply someone said.
Uh,
That's the difference.
yeah, I agree. But
And
in the Quran,
just a minute, Kareem.
yeah,
Sorry, Kareem.
go ahead,
Just to
go
add,
ahead.
in
No problem.
glorifying the companions of Sayyida Zainab alayhi salam in Karbala, the beautiful saying of Sayyida Zainab, "Ma ra'aytu illa jamila," I have not seen except beauty. When Yazid asked her, "How did you see the killing of your brother and your family members?" She said, "Ma ra'aytu illa jamila." In a similar statement, this is to show you the kind of people whom the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam were. When Imam Hussein alayhi salam, he asked Al-Qasim ibn al-Hasan alayhi salam,
Muhammad, are you still there? Muhammad.
yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
here. So Imam Hussein alayhi salam, he asked Al-Qasim, Ya bani, kayfa al-maut indak? My son, how is death to you?
Sweeter than honey. Allahu Akbar.
Al-Qasim alayhi salam replied, Ya am, fika ahla min al-asal. He said, with you, it is sweeter than honey.
Oh, that's like,
فقال,
that.
والله فداك عمك.
Hi, 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 hi.
Said, oh,
Subhanallah.
by Allah, I be your ransom. May your uncle be your ransom.
Muhammad لك خلق right now. Ha Muhammad.
شو هو؟
We have a lot of people here, and inshallah, this is a beautiful room. After Zainab alayhi salam did her sermon in front of Yazid, Imam Zain al-Abidin also gave a sermon. Now, it's not as long, but do you mind reading the sermon of Imam Zain al-Abidin if possible?
Bismillah,
Definitely.
Bismillah.
I think this
Definitely.
would be very
And
beneficial to
believe me,
understand who these people are.
the summon of Imam Zain al-Abidin alayhi salam, it was a thunder. It was a thunder on the head. It was a lightning bolt and a thunder that struck the head of the Mal'un. I will get it, and if I can
Thank
read
you,
it.
brother. Thank you, brother. By the way, when
Jazakallah khair.
Qasim, just to add one thing about Qasim alayhi salam while he brings it up. When Qasim alayhi salam, who was the son of Imam Hassan in Karbala, when he told his uncle, with you it's sweeter than honey, you guys have to understand this is a young boy, 12, 13 years old, speaking like this. But the reason he's speaking like this because he was spoon-fed knowledge from the family of Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. He was spoon-fed knowledge from his father, from his uncle, from his grandfather, etc. Qasim alayhi salam wasn't an adult speaking like this. These were children speaking like this who were martyred in this in Karbala.
Man, adults, Ayatollahs, Maraja should kiss his feet. What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
because you know, Quran, it says, Kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Everyone will taste the flavor of death. But Qasim alayhi salam, at such a young age, he received so much hikmah, so much wisdom, that he knew that the death which is coming, it's gonna taste even more sweet than honey. Allahu Akbar. In Hausa, when when I was learning Irfan, the mystics, they were explaining to me the Irfani interpretation of Karbala, and Allahu Akbar, it just opens your mind when you study in it in that interpretation. That why did Qasim say it in that sense? Because he reached to that level. Allahu Akbar.
And when Al Qasim wanted to be among the first to defend his uncle, Imam Hussein alayhi salam insisted to open the wheel of Imam al Hassan. Imam al Hussein alayhi salam saw Al Qasim has a gem, a treasure that was entrusted to him by Imam al Hassan alayhi salam, and he refused to give him permission. He opened the wheel of Imam al Hassan on that day, and what was written in the will of Imam al-Hassan alayhi salam to al-Qasim alayhi salam, that when you find your uncle in the land of Karbala and he's a stranger and he's alone, don't hesitate to defend your uncle. That was the will of Imam al-Hassan alayhi salam to his son. That was what Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam read before he gave al-Qasim ibn al-Hassan Ibn Ali alayhim salam the permission to actually confront the enemies of God. And these enemies of God, they are the people today. Some people still defend while they proclaim Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. And of course, it is important for them to listen to the khutbah, to the sermon of Imam Zainul Abidin. Because in the same way, while the Prophet's family were actually in chains and they were taken to Damascus, they were proclaiming Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, while the flesh of Muhammad have been cut into pieces by the enemies of Allah, who are still glorified by certain ignorant people to this day. You proclaiming Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, while the family of Muhammad, they are in chains. They have been cut into pieces by the enemies of God, who today they are glorified. You have some ignorant people They say Amir Muawiyah. La'natullah ala Muawiyah. If you don't know who Muawiyah was, may Allah guide you. And if you know who Muawiyah was, may Allah curse you with him.
I pinned the sermon up top, brother Muhammad. Ilyas, go ahead, Khalifa, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that, see, like, everything in reality, it's connected. So it's not like things happen out of there, they just randomly happen. If you have one Yazid who is manifesting all this disorder, who is manifesting all this oppression, all this dhulm, many Sunnis just think, Yazid was this bad guy and this is just one person. No, Yazid was made and he was established over a period of time, and there were people who were establishing him and who were supporting the system. And that system, obviously, it keeps resubstantiating itself in the current world. It exists right now as well. There are Yazids right now as well. But at that time as well, that Yazid was created through circumstances, certain ways, and it definitely included his father as well, right? So it's impossible for you to say that Yazid was problematic, or Yazid that did zulm, or even his governors did zulm, or they did oppression, but Fulan and Fulan, they were not related. They had nothing to do with it, or they didn't substantiate it, or they didn't help it, or they didn't make it happen. So that's very problematic. And the other thing is, sadly, that all the family of the Prophet, now just think about this. Just think about this sincerely after all this. If you are just taking Sunni books, what are they gonna say? That all of this is da'if, all of this is fabricated. I think that should be enough of a reason to not be a Sunni. Wallah, that is enough of a reason to not be a Sunni.
MashaAllah.
Wallah, this is a very good point. Wallah, this is a good. Wallah, this is something I have always thought. If with all the evidence that exists, it's like they treat all this evidence, as if it's some big conspiracy that has been written against them in their own books. It means you have no control over your aqidah, over your history. You find all these things in your books and you just, turn a blind eye. This is da'if, this is da'if, this is da'if. Denial, denial, denial. Like, what is this? Is this religion? Or is this a game?
I mean, John ibn al-Ash'as was the promise of Yazid uh, to Hassan ibn Ali's death. I mean, come on, what more evidence do you need? Damascus was a strategized um, center for the coming of Yazid. Everything Muawiyah did was for the throne to be taken over by his Khabis son Yazid. And he knew of it. He knew what Yazid was made of. And yet, to give him that throne, the throne, I repeat, that is kufr. That is kufr. To know what you're making sit on that chair of yours, no matter how much you pretend to be a Muslim, and to continue to do that and strategize it tactfully, carefully, while doing sajdas, while doing quduns, while doing your rukus, that is kufr.
Jaisa baap baise beta.
Yeah. Just before we read the sermon, there's this one more thing that we should keep in our minds as well. That like sometimes even in our Shias as well, we tend to compartmentalize things in our brains. Like, okay, this is theology on one side. This is how we are gonna debate someone Sunnis on this side, and then there are the Masaib on the other side. but uh, all of these things are related to each other. All of these things are related to each other, and the urafa, they very closely read it, and once you closely read it, you would realize that all of it is related. A small example of it is when Bibi Zainab, when she walks in and she goes, when the captives are presented in the court, who are actually the freest of the free in reality. And these people, they mock them, they try to mock them by appealing to this certain notion of predestination that they have, of qadr that they have, that if God wanted to save you, He could have saved you, He did not save you, this is what happened to your family. Very materialistic, very, very predeterministic, very fatalistic kind of notion that they had, and they made it a part of their theology as well, because that is how they would justify the fact that, oh, if you get the power through means, any means necessary, if you get the power, your power is justified because God must have given you this power for a reason. That is how they used to justify it. That's what they called the divine will. What happens is the divine will. This is what they used to say, because the actions of people are created by God. This is why they would be called Jabariya, that they imply this certain kind of determinism that nothing else can happen, and God is happy with us if we take power. So, but what the answer is, the answer is even greater, you know. The answer is that even in one line it sums up everything, that we often translate as like we have seen nothing but beauty. It can also be translated as Jamila, because it's on the Jamil, that I have seen nothing but beautiful, i.e., I have seen nothing but uh, God, basically. So she is affirming that in all the actions she does see God, but at the same time she realizes that God's decisions are not arbitrary, and God's decisions are not based on power of some certain people, or some certain people doing oppression and justifying that oppression just by saying, oh, it must be right because it happened. But God's decisions and God's reality is based upon a test in this life. And obviously, when there's a test in this life, or when their sacrifice is required, it would be given. But that does not mean that the person who did that thing is the right person. Just like even prior to that, when Imam Ali, when he acts in accordance with wisdom at the start, or when the Prophet, at the start of his positioning as the Prophet, he does not wage a war in the very beginning, and acts in the greater wisdom, that is in accordance with the divine reality, that is in accordance with the divine wisdom. But people might think, like, oh, externally these wrong people have power, and maybe they are justified in having this power, but actually they are not justified in having this power. So you have to keep this in mind as well, that even in the event of Karbala, even there, that's where you get a very major divide between the Shia school and the Sunni school, with respect to theology as well, and with respect to what we believe about Qadar. This is why Imams make it clear that La Jabr wala Tafweed walakin Amar Bainul Amrain. That is, it's a matter between the two matters. So that's just a small uh, inquiry into that.
I have a question. Can I ask a question, guys?
Of course, تفضل.
I just wanted to
It's
say, Elias Baba, Jazakallah, thank you so much for that. That was very beautiful.
I agree. تفضل موي.
Sorry to cut you off, Moe. Go ahead.
Moe, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry guys. My question, guys, is it part of being a Shia? Is it
I
for
can't
me?
hear you, Moe. I can't hear you, bro.
Can you hear
We
me now?
can, Khalid.
No, no,
Yeah,
no. We
yeah.
can. I think Khalil, there's something wrong with your mic. Go ahead,
Oh,
Moe.
okay, okay.
If I want to be a Muslim, I don't want to put tags on Shia, Sunni, Alawi. If I want to be a Muslim, do I have to believe in the Asm of Ahl al-Bayt? And do I have to also uh, العن uh, what's it called, the some of the Sahaba in order for me to stay a Muslim? Can I not believe in Asm of Ahl al-Bayt, and can I not entertain la'ana? Can I still be a Muslim?
Muslim, what does the Muslim mean?
أنا مسلم
The one who
مؤمن
submits,
يا أخي أنا مسلم
the one who submits to the one who submits to the truth. So
نعم.
after the truth has become clear to you, you accept it.
One who submits to Allah, a Muslim, one who submits to Allah. But there's certain things and criterias and things that put you outside of the fold of Islam, even though you believe in
Yeah,
La
yeah.
ilaha illallah.
Nobody is saying that not doing Ilan
My yeah, and
on
Asam. Do I have to
certain
believe in
person.
Asam?
What do you mean by Isma? Isma?
Asma. Do I have to believe in Asma of Ahl al-Bayt? Like for example, if I
Yeah, it's not going to take you out of the fold of Islam, of course,
okay.
but
So if
it's a wrong belief. It's not a belief which would be true, right? And Islam is not only about being in and out. It's about having the right idea or and
exactly.
being in line with reality, right? There are beliefs that you can hold, right, that would not make you a non-Muslim, right? But they are not in line with reality as such, right?
Oh no.
Like you can,
Okay. So if are you telling me if I find it hard to believe that the only people that were infallible were the prophets of Allah, His messengers, and the only infallible were the Anbiya. And I believe as a Muslim, yani it's unique. It's what makes Islam unique is when we give limited infallibility to people, and we make Allah on the Arsh, and underneath we make the prophets and nothing else. That's it. No one else has infallibility. If I stick to that theology, yani, that's a wrong belief.
yeah, it's a wrong belief,
Um,
of course.
if
Okay,
if
so
I
it
may
was all,
just
all
if
the
I may just respond just 2 minutes, Moy. First of all, when you are asking about Isma and you are asking about dissociation from the enemies of God, what you doing here is you are actually asking us to go against the Quran, because when it comes to the Isma of the awliya of Allah and dissociation from the enemies of Allah, both of these are actually central themes in the Holy Quran.
I
So
understand
I don't
because
know.
I know I need
I
you to
don't.
understand me properly. Actually, I know what you mean. What I'm a layman. I'm trying to say to you, I'm going simple. Please, اسمعني بس.
No, no.
I'm being simple.
I'm
I
not.
want to be
I'm not
simple.
talking to you, Hassan.
I
Don't take it personal. I'm just responding generally.
No, no, والله, no, والله. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. No, والله, I don't take it personal. I know exactly what you mean. You can't believe that these people are this and that because that's going against the Quran. I know exactly what you're trying to get to. What I'm trying to say is, me as a Muslim, yani, by what I read and what I heard and what I see, my opinion is that the opinion I take is that the people that the Prophet loved in his lifetime while he was alive, I can't hate them, and for his wives and some of his Sahaba. There are some Sahaba went astray, okay, but yeah, the main ones, his wives that he kept, that he kept. Um, if I stick to that, I am wrong. Yani if by evidence, by what I read, you say if you don't know, if you don't read, if you're if the truth hasn't reached you, yes, Allah will forgive you. But in my opinion, what I've read and what I've seen and what I've heard, I believe that يعني no one is معصوم, but this is from what I read. But the Anbiya, Allah's unique on His Arsh, and the Anbiya underneath Him, and no one else is معصوم. That's that's what made that to me. That's what makes Islam unique, in my opinion. When we start giving infallibility to Ahl al-Bayt and Imams and stuff like that, we start, in my opinion, yani, we start resembling other faiths. Like, for example, Wallahi, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, Wallah al-Azim. May Allah yani, do al-ajaib if I'm trying to be disrespectful. When I hear sometimes people talking about Usma and the stories, it reminds me of Christianity and how they give divinity to Jesus and Maryam and all this kind of stuff. Yani,
But Moe, just a minute, please. Just a minute before you turn us
let me land.
into.
Let me
Yeah,
land.
akhi, this is already no. You can continue after this point because this is a very hefty allegation. You've already turned us into Christians,
No, 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 no,
and
no, 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 no. This is what I hear. Do I not have a brain? Yani, am I not allowed to give the leg? Do I not have
No,
the right,
no,
yani, as a human being,
no.
to
The thing
listen to
is,
conversation?
you are
And
you are allowed
when I
to
listen
use
to
your
conversation,
brain, right?
akhi,
But
it's comments. Let me finish, please, akhi. Wallah, I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to be honest as much as possible. When I listen to, for example, the last half an hour I've been listening, يعني how much attention we give to people who died many centuries ago, and I heard some
Allah,
guy in the chat, he was crying. Some guy in the chat was crying. Subhanallah, إنه يعني إنه do we give it too much attention? Should we just move on يعني and live our lives
Allah
and worry
Akbar,
about our children and our
Allah Akbar,
parents instead
Allah
of people that are in Jannah? You know what I mean?
Allah
That's
Akbar.
my point, brother.
Wait, did you go to school?
Sorry, brother.
Did you go to school when you were
You
young?
trying to mock me, akhi?
No, no,
No,
no. I'm
no.
serious.
He's asking you a question to reach a point. That's it, Molly.
Did I go to school?
Yeah, yeah. When you were
Yeah.
younger, like he's
Islamic school,
No,
or
no. Just
يعني
just generally, just normal secular school, whatever school.
yeah, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe like in fourth grade or fifth grade, did you study like maths, mathematics,
Okay, yes. Didn't like
and
it, but yes.
they would have taught you something like Pythagoras' theorem, like
Sorry.
Pythagorean theorems, and counting and tables, right?
Yes. Now.
And all these things you have they were discovered even like 3,000 years ago,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So why are we still caring about them?
Why are we still caring about 1+1?
Yeah, shouldn't we just move on?
What, should we just move on from 1+1? Yeah, let's move.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course, move on. Yeah.
is like
يعني
can the world
no. The thing
if
is,
can
you can't
Moe,
if
you
you
can't
can't
say move
understand.
on. One second, you can't say move on
Oh,
just to carry the conversation, because 1+1 is useful today. Counting that we discovered, like for example, thousands of years ago, is something that is also useful today. Correct?
Wallah, bro, this is semantics. This is semantics now. Like, يعني إنه I know exactly what he's trying to say. يعني I'm talking about, for example, when I went to Husayniye about 3 months ago, when my my grandpa's brother died. Uh, they were sitting there crying
Allah
over
yarhamah.
They were sitting there crying over Al Hassan and Al Hussein. and they forgot the man that died 3 days earlier. انه يعني the
Should I
masjid
tell
is
you
not
why,
impossible to
Moe?
destroy.
Should I tell you why? Should I tell you why?
Yeah, but my cousin himself told me, يعني my cousin told me himself. He goes, والله they all
موي
crying for me.
لحظة، انت لبناني يا موي؟ لبناني
نعم.
انت؟
ايه
طيب اذا
لبنانيين.
انت طيب انا بس امي ماتت، بس عملوا لها مجلس. شو اسم المجلس اللي بيعمل؟ sorry for speaking in Arabic, he is Lebanese, so I just want to pass a point here. بس عملوا لها مجلس عزا لامي. شو قالوا لها؟ شو عملوا لها؟ عملوا لها مجلس حسيني. المجلس الحسيني شو بتذكرك؟ بتذكرك بالموت، بتذكرك، بتعطيك مواعظ، بتذكرك عن الحياة. لأنه بالنهاية مثل الإمام الحسن بس قال عن الإمام الحسين: لا يوم كيومك يا أبا عبد الله. يعني لا يوم كيومك يا أبا عبد الله. أنا بس أتذكر مصائب أهل البيت أنا بنسى مصيبة أمي. يعني أنا بكون حزين، بكون يعني متأثر كتير إنه أمي ماتت، بس اسمع قصص أهل البيت والظلم اللي هن واجهوا بحياتهم، أنا بصير يعني استخف بالمصيبة اللي أنا عندي إياها. فكرمال هيك نحن بس حدا يموت عنا نحن بنتذكر أهل البيت. لأنه أهل البيت مثلا نحن كنا عم نحكي عن سيدة زينب. هي السيدة زينب، شو هي السيدة زينب؟ هي النموذج عن الصبر. هي صبرت بطريقة ما في إنسان في يصبر. يعني شافت كل عائلتها يعني واحد ورا التاني قتلوهم وشردوهم، بس هي صبرت. هي جبل الصبر سيدة زينب عليه السلام. فكرمال هيك نحن بس يكون في عزا عنا حدا بيموت بنعمل نحن مجلس حسيني كرمال الواحد يقدر يصبر على المصيبة.
نعم I agree. انا معك انه يعني الواحد يتذكر، ينسى ويتذكر. نعم. بس واحد بس يحكي على الظلم، في ظالم، في واحد ظلم، وبس واحد ضل يعيد الظلم ويضل يذكر الواحد بالظالم، شو بيصير؟ بيصير سلام ولا بيصير
طيب هيدا السؤال انت لازم، استغفر الله، يعني انا ما بدي اكفر، بس هيدا
لا.
السؤال يعني انت لازم توجه هالسؤال لله وللنبي محمد. ليش؟ لانه مثلا نحن بس نقرا بالقرآن وبالاحاديث الله بذكرنا عن نبي موسى وفرعون، وفرعون كان اكبر ظالم. وبس النبي بيحكي لك مثلا عن أسس نبي موسى كمان بيذكرك عن موسى، عفوا بيذكرك كمان عن موسى وعن فرعون، وفرعون كان ظالم. يعني شو هالمنطق انت اللي عم تحكي؟ شو اي
Can
منطق انت
we
عم
can
بتقدم
we
لنا؟
keep it in English? People are asking.
Allah, Allah.
لك حبيبي انا قصدي يا شيخنا، انا
Moe,
قصدي
let's
يعني
keep it in
انه
English.
اليوم
Can we keep it in
اليوم
English?
نحن السني يزيدي، هيك بيقولوا لنا الشيعة. نحن
Moe,
يزيدي.
Moe, Akhi, can we keep it in English? People are asking, please.
Alright, I'm a like the Shia told me, Mom told me, we are Bakris and Yazidis. And when you sit there talking in a Husseiniya, talking about Yazid, you're indirectly putting in the people in the brains of the people of the Shia that are there, telling him, okay, Sunnis are the descendants of this Yazid Zalim, Yalatullah alayh. Okay, and when we can't stand him. You were saying before, yani, oh, we say we hate him, but we really some people actually
I
like him.
really condemn. I really condemn that if people do that. But as for the things that I know, even in Pakistan, even though in Pakistan there's a lot of sectarian violence, there's a lot of problems, right? But this distinction between a Yazidi and Sunni is always made. The Sunnis are not Yazidis, right? There are so many Sunnis that also claim to love Ahlul Bayt, that also cry for their Masa'ib, right? We have it intellectual disagreements with them, but it's never the case that any Shia preacher in Pakistan, at least I can speak for Pakistan, and I know many Shias, many Shia scholars. that would never say that all Sunnis are Yazidis, and
Not
this includes the
Yazidi. Not Yazidi.
no,
I know there's a religion called Yazidi. Not that one.
no, or
You know,
followers of
there's something
Yazid.
called
They would
Yazidis.
never say that. They,
Yes.
they would never
Yes.
say that. They would never say that.
Okay. Well, here in
Well, you
Ismailism, we
have
have Imams,
you have our Ayatullahs, man. You have
we
Ayatullah,
have
you have
Bakris, we have
Khamenei,
Umaris.
you have Ayatullah Khamenei, you have Ayatullah Sistani. All of them make it clear that
But
Sunnis
my
are our
point,
brothers.
Naam. Yes. My
That's not
my
true, Elias.
my point,
I
No,
So,
don't
at
think
so
the
the
so.
what?
Shias
No,
don't say
no.
that the people who don't believe
my
in
my
Imama or
point.
kuffar.
The Ayatollah Sistani clearly says that Sunni brothers are
Akhi,
nafs.
Yeah.
listen, if don't lie, don't lie. You see people who don't believe in Imama as kuffar. Just be honest. No need for taqiya,
What?
akhi.
What? What?
Guys, don't let the conversation be derailed. Inshallah, continue.
No one says that about any Husseini, about Sunnis. Not in the Husseiniyyas, I'm told. Someone said in the chat. I'm talking about the people that listen to this stuff in the Husseiniyyas. After, when you sit there and you chat with them, they'll tell you, the people of Syria deserve what's happening to them today. By Allah, this is what they say. They deserve what's happening
I've
because
never heard
they had
that.
a
I've
generation of it.
never heard that. But
Well,
you see,
I'm an Arab.
there are there are diversities in all groups, right? Just like in Sunnis, there are people, there's no denying that they're literally ISIS, Al Qaeda, Taliban, all of it came out of Sunnis, right? Boko Haram, all these terrorist organizations came out of Sunnis,
Not true, not
right?
true. The Shias have
The
as well, Elias.
absolutely true, absolutely true. And you can't say not true because you literally have seen so much murders. Now nobody's gonna blame all Sunnis for that. Nobody's gonna blame all Sunnis for that.
I don't
But
listen to views and
just like
politics.
that, you cannot blame all Shias for something which a minority of Shias do.
I'm not blaming no one. I'm just
Yeah,
saying. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah. So
stating.
just don't.
I'm speaking as a. I'm speaking as
Yeah,
a.
yeah. So if anyone else
I'm.
supports that position on that thing, then you can ask them. But I don't think any Shia on stage supports the say calling all Sunnis Yazidis or anything
No,
like that.
no, 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 no. I don't agree with this.
That's a
I
very
think.
French position.
I actually think I have not come across any educated Shi'i who doesn't throw the phrase out and say that we are Bakris or Umaris at the least Bakris or Umaris.
I think you have not heard enough Shias then.
Unless you're doing taqiyya, wallah, I don't know. Because
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen,
go. I know. I can tell you.
Elias,
Go
be
read.
truthful,
1 minute.
akhi.
One
Doesn't
minute.
Shia
Go
control?
read
wallah the truth,
Ayatollah. Go read
wallah
Ayatollah
the truth.
Tabatabai. 1 minute. Go read Ayatollah Tabatabai. Go read Ayatollah Jawadi Amali. Ayatollah Hassan Zadeh Amali. You would never see them using these words.
Who?
I just named them for
Khomeini.
you.
Khomeini.
Ayatollah Hassan Zadeh Amali. Ayatollah Jawadi Amali. Ayatollah Jawadi Amali is alive right now.
I'm talking about the 12 Sharia, akhi, the 12 Sharia sect.
I am naming
The
Isna Sharia.
majority,
Those are
the
Isna
found,
Sharia. See, Habibi, bro, you need to educate yourself. Those are Isna Ashari scholars that he's just giving.
Yes,
Yeah,
and they
the
believe
see,
Sunnis are
watch,
kafir.
majority and the
watch,
foundation of Shia.
watch Ustad Panahiyan.
Who's this? Panayan?
Yeah, Ustad Panahiyan.
Nashkawani. Who's Nashkawani
No,
to you?
I, I
I've heard
personally,
He's
many
I
a
don't
stories.
fancy
listen.
boy. That's what he is.
Yeah, yeah. If
Who
because you are saying
is he?
educated, you are talking about educated right now. We are not talking about khutaba. We're not talking about a khatib, not
Yeah, but
polemicist or like
The Khatib has a teacher.
no, you said educated. You said the authoritative, right? I'm
But
telling you the
Nashkawani.
authoritative. No,
Okay,
that's
so
not authority. What are you talking about? I'm telling you my authority. My authority is Ayatollah Jawadi Amali. Go
Akhi,
and show
wallah, I've
me.
never heard of his names, Akhi. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, because you have not heard about one of the most famous and one of the most fundamental and the greatest living Islamic intellectual at the current age, of the current age. You have not heard about him. Which is sad and which is true. Which is sad and true at the same time. That you don't know about one of the most brilliant minds on the planet Earth right now. Which is sad
He's a
and true at
Shia.
the same time. He's a Shia.
Very sad. He's a
Very
Shia,
sad. He's a
and he
Shia.
doesn't do. Does he do la'ana on Sahaba?
Now you're changing the topic. You said, does he call you Omari or not?
I'm not Umari. Shia
Yeah,
today, they call us
Hi,
the
Umari.
man.
lan, the lan on what you call Sahaba
I said
is
today
is
they call us
is
Umari. Oh my
no no.
I'm
Yeah,
a
yeah,
Bakri
no. You said
Alawi. Can you bring
God. I didn't
Bajan Ilyas? Can you bring
say
Francis
that.
Suko, please?
Why is Bakri and Omari a
It's
bad
not.
word?
I'm a Bakri
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
how is it a
yeah,
Alawi.
yeah.
bad
It's
word?
not. Yeah, yeah, no
It's a
problem. Yeah,
slander.
Alhamdulillah.
yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
stop lying to this brother, man. Stop lying to him. Shia
It's
say
like
that people that do
Wahhabi.
not believe in
It's.
imama or kafir.
That's
Don't
true.
lie to him.
That is true, Francis. That's true.
I was gonna ask again. يعني إنه what is it a pillar of? Do I have to believe in
Not all Shia say
Imama
No,
that.
and
but
Usma and all that
Ilyas, right?
to achieve
Sorry, go ahead.
salvation?
Ilyas, like for example, for Shiism, it's a part of Usul al-Din to believe in Imama, and you have to fulfill all Usul al-Din to be Muslim. So unless
That's
it's
what.
not
That's
Usul al-Din for
exactly
you,
what I meant
it's
before.
fine.
I meant
If you hold a
before.
position different from that,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fine. But
No,
That's what I
but
meant before.
one minute.
Can
But
I be
you're
a
call.
Muslim?
No,
Can I be a
no, no,
Muslim
no. You
and not
can be.
believe?
no, you can't, bro.
You can be.
Uh,
1 minute. 1 minute.
someone
You
just said
can
to
be.
me,
The
أرزق
so
يلا or
Guys,
something.
you.
let the guy
I don't
speak.
know.
Yeah, guys, there's too many
You guys are
voices.
bringing
You,
up
why are you teaching me Shia Islam? I know it more than you.
guys, relax.
Calm down.
Let
Let me
Elias
tell you
answer.
what. Yeah, no Shia. There's no Shia Mirza
Huh?
right now who says, yeah, there's not even a single one Shia Mirza who says that the fiqhi ruling on Sunnis is not according to them as
No, but you're
Muslims.
changing the question.
You're
No,
changing it,
that's what it
Elias.
is.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
And also, I want to put
that's
another thing about your marja'as. Your marja'as
Just
are known
can we
for
have one
taqiyya in
person?
this
Elias,
matter.
continue. Right, yeah, Francisco, I'm gonna keep muting you or send you
Uh,
down. Continue,
yeah,
Elias.
just have one person. President, just go.
No, no, let
Francisco, wait for
Elias
your
finish.
turn,
He's
bro.
not done with his answer. They keep
Yeah,
interrupting.
yeah.
you know what it is. The app is
There's
lagging.
no
That's what
Shia
it is.
Mirza. There's no Shia Mirza right now who I don't know anyone, right? Even if he does, at least not the one I follow. There's no Shia Mirza, at least to my knowledge right now, who says that the treatment of Sunnis is as same as the treatment of non-Muslims.
Yeah, but that's not the question you asked.
AK, just a minute, please. Just a minute. I would kill this discussion. I will pin a link. This is not a matter of arguing. Just a second. I'm pinning the link, and I will read for you the hadith from this link from Al-Kafi. The first hadith, we can say it is Hassan. It says, I had, this is from Mufaddal. He said the following: I had Abu Abdullah alayhi salam. Islam is to spare lives, protect the trust, and make the marriage lawful, but rewards comes from faith and belief. At the grading of Allama al-Majlisi, Majhul bal Hasan. The second hadith is Hasan kas Sahih. It is from Muhammad ibn Muslim, from one of the two Imams, that's Imam Baqir or Imam al-Sadiq, alayhim as-salam. The one of them said, faith or belief is to affirm and act accordingly. Islam is just an affirmation. The third hadith, Sahih. It says, I asked Abu Abdullah alayhi salam about the words of Allah, the most majestic, the most holy. The Arabs have said, we have established belief. Say you have not established belief, but say we have accepted Islam. لا تقولوا آمنا بل قولوا أسلمنا. Belief has not entered your hearts. 49:14. The Imam said you must know that belief is something other than Islam. Let me see if there's okay. There's
Iman and
the
Islam are two different things.
two different things. Hadith number 5 from Abu Ja'far Imam al-Baqir alayhi salam, موثق الصحيح. The Arabs have said, we have established belief. Say, you have not established belief, but say, we have accepted Islam. Belief has not entered your hearts. 49:14. Whoever thinks that they, the Arabs, had belief, his thoughts are false. And whoever thinks that they had not accepted Islam, he has lied. So, what does this mean? It means they did not have Iman. But for you to say they did not have Islam, it is false. So they were Muslims, but they were not mu'minun. So the last hadith, number 6, um, Al-Mufaddal has said, he heard Abu Abdullah alayhi salam say the following. Abu Abdullah alayhi salam said, Islam is to protect life, return the trust, and make marriage lawful. Reward, however, comes from belief. What does this mean? It means I can marry the Sunni. It means your food is halal for me, and so on. You are a Muslim. Your property is protected. Your life is protected. Now, why did I read this ahadith? Because the title, if you check the heading, the chapter heading, it says Islam is to spare lives and to keep the trust, but reward comes from belief. In other words, it's a separation between Iman and Islam. So I think this is over. Don't come here and say, oh, you know what? You Shias are takfiri. You Shias want to kill us. You Shias are like the Wahhabis. No, don't compare us to your filth. We are not filthy people, please.
Okay, Muhammad Rafid, can I please respond to you? First of all, I got a scan up as my profile picture. In this scan, this is one of your ulama al-Mufid. He says in Awail al-Makla'at, page
Just a minute.
44.
Just a minute. Just
No,
a
no,
minute,
no,
Francisco. Listen to me. Listen, I quoted for you Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, Imam al-Baqir, Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, Imam
okay,
al-Baqir. You come and tell me Mufid
okay,
said. If
just
Mufid
listen to
said,
me,
no,
Akhi.
wait. No. Listen to me.
So al-Mufid
I
doesn't
don't care.
follow this from Ja'far al-Sadiq, you mean?
Ya akhi, go ask him. Go to Baghdad or wherever he's buried.
Okay,
Go
wait,
ask Sheikh
I have
al-Mufid.
other scans, Akhi. What do you think, this is the only
Ya
one?
akhi, no, wait.
Because you're
Listen.
lying.
What you
You're
want?
doing taqiyya on the
No.
people.
Listen to me. What you doing here is you want me to commit kufr. You want me to put the words of Sheikh al-Mufid or whichever Sheikh ahead of the words of Imam Sadiq. No. If Sheikh al-Mufid, I don't know what you're quoting, by the way. I don't know. I don't know if it is
Yeah,
correct or
let
it
me
is not
talk.
correct.
Let me talk.
Yeah, you will,
If you'll
but
hear.
not something. Let me
Sayyid,
tell you
he's
something.
quoting Al Awel Makalat, but the thing is, I don't know why this brother's saying this. There's even Sunni scholars who say that if anyone rejects the caliphate of Abu Bakr and Umar, kill them. So I don't understand the
Listen,
purpose of
But
citing
it's
listen.
not
source.
Sheikh
Yes,
Al
about
Ghadir,
those ones.
there's
This
an
is about
ikhtilafi issue.
this is not the
One
topic.
second, brother. Brother, one second. So there's an ikhtilafi issue. This is a matter of jurisprudence. So yes, there's no denying that there's certain scholars who had a very firm position against
Mm,
uh,
yeah, of course.
Sunnis, the general public, the Sunnis, and there's others who don't.
Yeah,
And this is
we
why.
have even worse position, man. We have
Can
from
you let
there.
me
We
talk, please?
even in the same language we have positions like يجب قتالهم بإجماع المسلمين.
Listen, can you
Kufr is one thing.
let me talk,
Kufr is
Ilyas?
one thing. We even have statements like kill all of them with the ijma of the Muslimin.
Okay, please let me continue. Al Mufid.
Listen,
No, no, Raf.
Francisco, listen. I am familiar with what you opinion on Sheikh al-Mufid, rahmatullahi alayh. I am familiar
Not
with this.
only him, Akhi.
What
Not
is
only
with
him. I will bring your
listen?
top
I don't
scholar.
listen. You don't understand what he's saying. This is the problem. You think this is Ibn Taymiyyah speaking. This is not Ibn Taymiyyah
Okay,
speaking.
how will you twist his
This
words
is the
now?
problem.
Tell me.
Yeah, no. Listen. Let me tell you something. I'm not here coming to massage your ego or Sunni ego. I don't care about you, my friend.
Yeah.
I am
And the
telling you the
other
truth.
You
and
are
the
In
lying. You're
this
other
world,
saying no
yeah, no.
ulama
I
have
am not
talked
lying
ill
because
about
I don't
Sunnis.
have. No,
And when I brought the
listen,
scans,
yeah,
you
Ahmad,
changed your
listen.
opinion. You're a liar, Akhi.
Listen. No, I'm not lying. You don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. You think this is Ibn Taymiyyah that is talking, or Ibn Abdul Wahhab. We
Please,
know that you misguided. We don't
Sayyid, can
deny
I
this.
just say it? Can
What?
I
allow
just
me
say
Wait,
to
something?
let
just.
me talk,
So,
man. You don't let me talk.
okay, one second,
Yeah,
one
Hey,
yeah.
second.
listen.
This is not
So,
Said,
Akhi,
productive,
if I
guys.
just
Let's be
just a
honest.
second, sorry, just a minute, please. Just to make this guy know, I am not massaging your ego here. I don't have any cause to massage your Sunni ego.
Okay, Akhi.
You're misguided. Yeah, you're
Okay.
misguided. In
so
the akhirah, will you be treated as somebody who committed kufr?
yes, yes,
Yes.
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
You'll
You'll
die
die
the
the
death
death
of
of
jahiliyyah.
Jahiliyyah.
خلاص then,
So,
that's
so
takfir.
Aki, just very quickly. So you're speaking to brothers who basically believe in ijtihad, and the doors of ijtihad for the Shias is open. So, like you guys, you have the four imams, the four madahibs. So obviously, after the four, the doors of ijtihad were
That's not true.
closed. So Sheikh Mufid himself, if he's given a religious edict, that religious edict is not necessarily applied now because the scholars and jurists, the generally the public, the masses, they go according to the ijtihad of the scholars, the present day scholars. But your doors of ijtihad are closed. So still your traditional position still is practiced till today. And
I
this
Okay,
is
think
why
can
you're
you let
maneuvering
me?
Yeah,
topics there,
it's
as you're
it's
very
even more
skilled.
than that. It's even more
Okay,
than
please,
that.
can I talk?
Because
I think
this
you're very skilled
one
at doing
minute,
that.
one minute,
At
one
the
minute,
end of the day, did
one
Mufid
minute,
do takfir?
man, one
Yes or
minute,
no?
one
He
minute,
is
one
Muhammad ibn
minute,
Abdul Wahhab.
1 minute, man, 1 minute. No,
He
he's not.
is.
Stop being an idiot.
No, it's not.
You
It's not fair
absolute
that what you're
idiot.
saying.
Stop
This
being
is
an
Listen, to
wrong.
be
idiot.
fair, let me
Stop
talk,
being an
man.
idiot.
Let me talk.
You're not letting
No, let
anybody
me
talk.
finish. Let me
You're
finish.
trying to push a
Let
No,
the
he's Abdul.
argument
You don't
start.
even know
yeah,
the
but
two
why can't
different
we
types of
speak? I don't
takfir.
understand why you're
1 minute,
pushing.
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
It's very
You don't even know the
manipulative.
two different types of.
AK, mute
You
yourself, man.
absolute shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna throw you down. You don't even know the two different types of takfir, and you're speaking here. Go read your fiqh textbooks first. Should I show you? 1 minute. Should I show you the fiqh textbooks of Sunnis? What they say about
Is it
Shias?
no? But we're not talking about Sunnis. We're
Same,
talking about Shias.
same statement. Oh,
Why
okay.
would you
So,
maneuver topics?
yeah. So,
Let's
okay.
focus
So,
on
how
this
do you
topic
find
at
something
hand.
problematic? 1 minute. How do you find something problematic which is the same
Can
in
I
your
answer you,
madhab?
No,
Ilyas?
you're
Can I answer
denying
you?
it.
No, no, no,
You're
no. You
denying
can't
this
answer
exists.
me.
Okay,
You
okay.
can't
You're
answer me.
denying it.
1 minute.
That's not my
Let
problem.
me. Let me.
Francisco, guy, Francisco, be quiet,
Is
man.
there any
Why are you
moderator here? No,
shouting,
I don't think
Ilyas?
anyone's gonna moderate. Because you are an
I've
absolute
only asked
idiot.
a question.
Okay, okay, AK, stop, stop. You guys are misquoting purposely. Let Ilyas clarify, and go ahead, Ilyas.
Yeah, neither the Sunnis are like that. By Sunnis, I mean the
Stop
Hanafis.
interrupting
They make it clear,
Ilyas when he's
right?
talking.
Or it's a special case of this Ibn Taymiyyah and Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab. In all fairness to even Hanafis, they are not like that either. Yeah, they do like theological takfir of Shias, right? And many Shias, especially the Shias of the Kalami belt, which obviously would include Sheikh Mufid, do theological takfir back. There's no problem absolutely whatsoever in doing theological takfir, right? Ghazali does theological takfir as well. Theological takfir is so common. It's called takfir of Aqidah. It has been happening all the time, right? They have done it for Mu'tazila, even Ashaira and Maturidiya and Hanabila, they have done it amongst their own selves, right? That's nearly harmless. What becomes problematic is when the takfir returns to it changes from theology. It changes from theology to fiqh, because takfir in the domain of fiqh means that the now there's going to be an action on that. Now this person is going to be treated as a murtad, or it's going to be treated as wajibul qatl. This type of takfir is specifically done by the likes of, in particular, the likes of Abdul Wahhab and Ibn Taymiyyah. So this is why you need to distinguish between these two different types. So this is the thing.
Yeah, I
The
okay.
first
Can
time,
I answer?
the first type is very common. Even not even among even among Sunnis themselves, you would find them doing it on their own people.
Okay, Akhi. Jazakallah khair. Can I please reply to you and please
Yes.
nobody interrupt me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. First of all, the reason why I put up the scan is because you were lying to the brother Moe. You said no, we don't do takfir.
What do
Nobody
you
does
mean
takfir of
we?
you.
When I
So
say
no,
one
no, no,
minute, one
Elias,
minute,
let me
one
talk.
minute. When I say we, I speak for this mystical philosophers.
Yes,
Mufid is
I'm
not.
not talking about you,
Yeah.
Elias. I'm not talking
So
about you.
I was talking about myself. When I say we, I speak for myself.
I'm
I
not
speak for
talking
my
about
school,
you, Elias.
right?
Please mute yourself.
So,
Let me
so
talk. Hey, Beit al Ghadir, man, let me talk. This is the problem with you guys.
If you want
You
to know
enter
my
your room.
position, that's not my
Elias
book. I'll
Bawa,
show you my books.
let make his
My books
point.
are clear on
Elias
that.
Bawa,
Listen, let me talk.
let him speak. Let him make his point. What is he trying
Listen,
to What is he trying to
just
demonstrate
listen,
from
Beit al
quoting Sheikh
Ghadir.
Mufid? Go ahead.
Let me talk. This is the problem with you guys. You never let anyone speak. You always basically lie, try to polish your religion and make it seem like it's something beautiful and it's not nothing. Your scholars never say anything. Akhi, this is one of many scholars. I have many of your scholars that have said it. And as soon as I said this, what did you do? You flipped it to the Sunni scholars. We were talking about Shia. You always flip it to the
Okay,
Sunni because you
go ahead.
know, listen, because you know that you can lie, but when the evidence is presented, what do? You divert as
And
usual. Like
answer.
Muhammad Rafid, the professional diverter, Beit al Ghadir, another professional diverter.
Okay, make your
So
point.
you're
Okay,
gonna
make your
sit here,
just
wait,
make your
you're
point.
gonna
Sheikh
wait,
Mufid,
so you're
Sheikh
gonna
Guys,
sit here.
Tusi,
let him finish.
Alama
My point
Majlisi,
is,
RTS,
did an
my
takfir
point
on
let him
is,
finish.
Sunnis. Now
listen,
what? Okay,
listen,
next point. Your
my
point is what?
point is, do not lie to the people who do not know that you do takfir of them. Do not lie to them. Do not be
Okay.
untruthful like you always are with Bukhari and Muslim. Stop being filthy, man. Be honest people.
Okay, so I'm being totally honest with you, right this minute in time. Okay, so firstly, just like you don't hold to the opinion of all your scholars, we also do not hold to the opinion of all our scholars. That's point
All
number
your
one.
scholars say we are
Point number
kafir.
two. Let me finish.
Don't
Let me finish.
lie. Don't
Let
lie
me
and say that,
finish.
Francisco. Go ahead, RTS.
Let me finish. Point number one, right? Point number two, just because a certain person has an opinion about a certain issue, that in itself is not evidence. Just like we can show you opinions of certain Sahaba, which you don't agree with. You will say, oh yeah, it's just his opinion. Doesn't necessarily mean it's right. We go with what Quran and Hadith say. So essentially, we do exactly the same thing, right? So for the evidence for us is the Quran and Hadith. That's point number two. Now, point number three, those scholars who held this opinion, right, they may have the evidences for it. Now, if you've got a problem with that, with the evidences, then we can debate on those evidences. Whether
No, I don't have
what
problem with that. You're
let me finish. Let
misunderstanding.
me finish. Let me finish. So, firstly, my opinion, I don't consider Sunnis as being kuffar. That's not the case. You guys, as Muhammad Rafid mentioned, there's Islam Iman. We say that you guys basically, you're in Islam, but you don't enter into Iman because we have certain conditions for that. You understand my point? So, the thing
Yeah,
is,
we will
when we
enter
say
hellfire in the
so,
basically.
so
So
listen,
we
my
are
friend.
kafir.
Listen. Let me finish. Let me finish. So we, as a community, Shia community, we go to Sunni butchers. We have Sunni relatives. You know, in some cases, there's even marriages, right? So for us, this is not an issue. So coming up here, trying to you're speaking to the wrong types of Shias. I mean, till today, I've never seen a Shia scholar openly come out and declare Sunnis as kuffar. But I
What?
can show you many. Let me finish. Let me finish. But I can show you many of your scholars who not only openly do the takfir of the Shias, but they also call for their killing.
Okay, let me respond to your point. First of all, revisiting, you were lying. That this is why I took this up, because you were lying to the brother. You say no, we don't call you Omari, we don't call you Bakari, we don't call you this. No, we don't see you as kuffar. Listen, akhi, your arkan, your usul is imama. If you do not believe in imama, you are a kafir
Hey,
according
this
No,
to you.
filthy,
no,
Listen,
no.
Elorek,
See,
idiot,
no.
this
lady, don't talk to
filthy
me, lady,
idiot cannot call us liars. If
lady,
he says
lady,
liar
please,
See,
one more
one
time,
minute,
he
one
gets
minute,
kicked
Francis,
out.
don't call
listen,
him lady,
No,
one
bro.
no,
minute.
no. He's
One
lady,
not
One,
gonna
let
patient.
be
me finish.
allowed to be call us liars.
Lady
If he
Malik.
says
Francis, be
one
patient.
minute.
Don't say
I
things
was
like
the
that.
one. 1 minute. I was the one who was speaking, right? And in I think my position is absolutely clear. We don't believe
I'm
that,
not
bro.
talking to you. You don't hold the position as
But
Elias.
I was the one who was making those
Elias, don't
statements.
try
I
to
was
cover
the
up
one
for these
answering the
people.
battle.
Don't try to cover up. Don't do this
We
game.
No,
agree
no.
with the
Wallahi,
same
don't try
thing.
to do this game.
Sorry. You listen. If you address any of the brothers here with an insulting term, you will not be moved to the audience. You will be kicked
I
and
called him
blocked.
lady. What is the offensive thing with lady?
No, don't
Don't say
call.
that, bro. Don't say
No,
that.
no, man.
Don't let
Please,
me tell
please
you who
keep
you should call
respect, man.
lady. Okay.
Keep respect so we can talk to each other.
I called him
But
lady.
the thing is, okay, okay. The
It's
thing
not date,
is
it's
that I
LRX,
was
bro.
the one. I was the one who was talking to that brother, and I sincerely believe that.
Okay, yeah, fine. If you believe that, that's okay. But just like I think what the point that Francisco is saying is like within your literature there is a takfir. However you explain it, there is takfir does exist within your
Yeah, yeah, there is no doubt
Of
about it. And
course.
those scholars held a certain position because of certain uh, creedal matters,
yeah, yeah.
which they believe that, for example, we have traditions that if anyone doubts the iman of Abu Talib alayhi Islam, according to the traditions, that is, they're not Muslim, right? So we have these traditions. Now, what's the case? Does the average Sunni believe Abu Talib alayhi Islam is a Muslim or non-Muslim? That's a whole separate discussion.
All
Didn't
believe
even
he's not Muslim.
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah. So you guys, let me finish. So you guys don't even consider the Prophet's parents a Muslim, but is this a position held by all Sunnis?
No, we
No,
do
it's not.
consider
It's
them
not
Muslim.
straightforward,
Bro,
right? No, no.
bro, that
Habibi, go. Let's. I know you do, but there are other Sunnis who don't,
Yeah.
right? So the thing is, you're going to have this diversities, and so if to try to come up here to try to impose the idea, well, you believe in this. Okay, we're telling you clearly we don't.
Okay,
Maybe that might be
resisting. I have a question
Maybe,
for you then.
maybe if you want to speak to Brother Yunus, for example, he might have a different position. He might say, "No, you are a kuffar, mushrik,"
Akhi,
right? He might
Yunus
call you a pagan.
apostated like 5 times.
Yeah.
Don't
So,
even bring him into
so,
this.
so, so look. So the point is, you're really speaking to the wrong groups of people. We don't
Resisting. Okay,
dispute
I
that
will
you
ask
don't.
you a question. Simple question. Do you believe Sunnis will enter hellfire
Do I believe
because they
Sunnis
do not
enter?
believe in the imamah?
No, there's different. No, no. So
according
there's different levels of
Yes or
paradise,
no?
right?
It's a yes or no answer,
I,
Akhi.
there's no yes or no answer here, right? So
Bajan Ali,
I'd
he's
have
Let him
to,
asking you,
I'd
answer.
have
Bajan.
to
Don't
explain it to you.
interrogate us.
So
see,
listen, my friend.
just to make it clear, even on this, there's a clear distinction. Even in Shias, mystical philosophers are very clear on this, that even if you're a Sunni, but you follow the truth in your life,
Yes,
and
exactly, exactly,
all
No,
the
but
truth,
he does
exactly,
not follow mystical
Yeah,
philosophers.
yeah,
exactly,
Stop
yeah,
bringing
yeah.
yourself into
exactly.
this and try to save
So
us.
Personally,
there's a
one
book,
second, Bajan.
my
I
friend,
think
my
Ali
friend,
is the
my friend.
representative
Listen,
of Shiism on the stage, to be honest.
no, no, I'm not
That's why we're
representing any
asking you. You're the
Shiism here.
most knowledgeable.
But if you refer to a book written by Ayatollah Mutahari on Islam and pluralism,
yes,
if you go to the conclusion section of that book, he deals with this, and similar sort of questions were raised. Do you have to be Muslim? Forget Sunnis. Would even Jews and Christians enter paradise?
yeah,
So
yeah,
of
yeah.
course, there's different levels of paradise. There's certain conditions, certain requirements, whether the
It's
I
evidence
the
gave
book
you
is
a
is
simple
called,
question.
like
okay,
Yes or
for
no?
for
yeah,
for
the
me
book
for
is
me Aki,
called,
one second for you guys. The case of Sunnis, a lot of Sunnis don't know a lot of information. They don't. That's the honest truth, right? So that's
Likewise,
the case in the
Shias.
Li-
general public.
Listen, resisting, you didn't answer my question. If I don't believe in imamah, will I enter heaven or will I enter hell? Yes or
If
no
the
answer,
truth,
Yeah.
Akhi.
So
if
You
the
so
truth
No,
proves to
Hassan,
you,
already
let him
said
and
respond.
that
you,
there's different
yeah,
levels of
Zalame,
heaven.
it's an obvious answer.
Francisco,
Maitam,
salam alaikum.
one
No, لا
second,
لا
one
Salam
second,
خليه
alaikum.
guys.
هو خليه هو يرد.
La,
I'm talking
la,
to him.
la.
Francisco's
It's
asking
all
about
the
I
himself
same
just
because he
thing.
wants
I'm
to know
talking
about
respectfully
his
to
ask
perspective.
you,
your
Oh my God, this is
علماء.
why. This is why I don't like you guys coming on the stage.
What?
Guy, relax, bro. We were having a good convo. You guys
No,
derailed it.
you're
The answer
lying.
is,
That is why you always lie, Akhi. That's
so
why
I
I
just
get
give you,
angry.
my friend. Listen. So listen. I just give you an easy
this
answer.
again,
idiot cannot
Hey,
again.
continue to call us
ladies, don't
liars.
talk to
If
me,
he
ladies.
says lying again, kick him out. He needs to stop calling us liars.
Okay,
I
all
just
right,
wanted to make a
bro. I want
statement.
everybody.
I just wanted to make a
Maitam,
statement.
I'm gonna let you make the statement. I'm sorry for muting you. I'm gonna let you make the statement. Yeah, Khayy, yeah, guys, yeah, everybody. We're having a good conversation. Illa, you guys want to come up and derail everything and go into the stuff. We gave you the answer. It doesn't satisfy you. Khalas, it didn't satisfy you. You guys want to insist that we do takfir and we want to kill all Sunnis. Khayy, believe what you want. We're telling you that's not the case. Now,
Yeah, yeah.
you want to change the subject. You want to change the subject to, oh, okay, we're Muslims in this world, but we're kuffar in the next world.
no,
We differ. We differ.
the thing is, they want all the Shias to take one certain position, right,
No,
bro?
I don't actually.
That's
Ilyas, you're not included in these people, Akhi.
Aki, listen, Aki, listen. Look,
Francisco, stop.
This is the
Habibi,
statement I want to make. Can I just
Habibi,
make the
listen.
statement?
If you,
I have pinned
my brother,
our
I
position.
just want to make
my
the
brother,
statement.
listen. I think really to protest against the Shia community on this issue would be quite petty, especially when generally most of the Muslim nations, Sunni nations, that is, countries, till today have done nothing to support their brothers in Palestine. Go and look at the freedom
Oh
fighters
my
of
gosh.
Palestine. Go and have a look at whose trumpets and flags they wave around in the country. right?
Akhi,
So
please don't
please,
go,
Maki, one
listen.
second, one
Who
second.
is he
So
talking
please do
about?
not try to come here when Zionist
Okay.
people rape your mothers and sisters in Palestine. Who do you think are the ones coming out
Okay,
supporting them?
It's
It's the
let
not
Shia.
me
coming out.
respond. Wait,
It's the
president,
Shias.
let.
Listen, my
Oh
brother,
my
listen to me.
gosh, no.
It's the Shia fighters, militia,
Okay,
who taught you guys how to even make
okay,
trenches,
All right,
right?
right,
You
right.
guys
okay.
were
You
getting
taught us.
smashed by
So
Zionists
you
of
taught
Wait,
Israel,
us.
wait,
and then
president.
you
This is
coming
Allah,
up
don't
here
be
this is
saying
cut.
the
Hey,
politics.
AK,
Shias,
shut
the
up,
Shias
bro.
do this.
Holy
No, this is
shit.
Habibi,
not fair.
the
I'm not
Sunnis are
allowing you to
killing
talk
the
over
Okay,
Sunnis, my
him,
wait,
bro.
wait,
brother.
wait.
The
This is thing. The
Sunnis
This
Sunnis
is
are
are
killing the
killing the
politics.
Sunnis.
Sunnis of
No,
Palestine.
Listen.
no, no.
So I got a question for you. Simple question. So in Iran, why isn't there allowed to be Sunni mosques? There's only you can have
Oh my
synagogues
God,
and
this
stuff like
guy's
that.
living
That
in
you
like
cannot
Oh,
some.
what
have
a
Sunni
liar.
Well,
mosques.
who
Wait, wait,
told you
wait.
there's
Absolute
no
I'm not
Sunni
idiot.
mosque
finished.
in? Who
I am
told you?
not
Look,
finished.
my friend,
I am
who
not
told
finished.
you? Who told you
I
there's
Bro,
no
am
there
Sunni
telling
are
mosques
you.
Sunni
in
One
Iran and
mosques
minute.
Iran?
and there are.
I'm not finished.
Subhanallah.
1 minute.
Let me talk.
Yeah,
Let me talk.
there's entire provinces in Iran that are
Listen,
Sunni.
listen. Let you
You
don't let
asked
me
a
respond
question,
because you're
bro.
afraid.
Bro,
Wallahi, you're
Okay,
scared coward.
everyone
You
calm
ask
ask a
down.
Hold here,
question and then we
hold here.
respond. Look,
1
Wait
minute. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down, right? If someone wants to ask a question, they can
But
ask a
Elias,
question.
you're asking
But
10
one by
questions at
one.
once.
Just one, every person, one by one, ask the question, finish the question, the person would answer. And one person would answer. Please maintain some decorum, guys.
I just wanted to say one thing. So I've been watching this for like 2 hours now, ever since the start of this thing. And when Francisco came up, he said, "You guys think that everyone's that's Sunni is a kafir." And then he said, and then Ilyas said, "We don't believe this." And the only person who was speaking was Ilyas the whole time. So then he came up. He said, "Ilyas, I'm not talking to you. Ilyas, you don't claim this."
Yeah, man.
Muhammad Rafid was claiming this. And then he's like, Ilyas, don't
Yeah.
protect the Shias. It was Ilyas talking to you. So why are you coming here saying we said it? And then you're saying, Ilyas, don't bring your beliefs. You have a different belief. So when we're telling you,
Brother, you know what, Habibi, 1 second. You know what? I think Brother LRX does have a point. He goes, do not allow people to come up here and lie, right? So this guy made a claim. He said there's no single Sunni mosque in Iran. I've literally pinned up a link here of at least 9 Sunni mosques in Tehran alone. So you need to explain yourself that why did you lie? Why did you lie about this issue? You need to
Everyone knows there are Sunni
My
mosques
friend,
in
listen,
Iran.
if you're sincere, right, and you're seeker of the truth, right, then you need to explain why you lied. Because here, I've just pinned up a link. There's 9 Sunni mosques in Tehran. You guys are even allowed to pray Taraweeh there. What are you talking about? You have no issues with that. So why did you lie? Why are you being brainwashed by your fellow extremist Salafi Wahhabi friends?
The reality is, nobody here believes that Sunnis are
So
kuffar.
can I reply? Listen,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
listen,
Go
listen.
ahead.
But,
First
Reply.
of
but
all,
one
Francisco,
second,
first of
Francisco,
all,
friends. I'll let you reply. I'll
Hassan,
let you
can I
reply.
answer something?
No, 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 man.
man,
Let
what
Hassan
can you
speak to the
answer? I
mod,
just
and
came
then
up
we'll
on
finish.
stage. Let me talk, man.
No, no, no. You're coming to attack. You're coming to attack. I just
No,
want to
I'm
clarify
not
something
coming
to
to
get this
attack.
right for the
They
bros.
talked about me. I'm
Bro, you're
responding.
throwing stones
Ed,
right now,
one
man.
second,
You're
Ed.
I'm
desperate to
Chill
throw
out,
stones.
Ed.
responding.
Ed,
Let me
I am
Ed.
clarify
responding,
something.
The
man.
Let me
question was
clarify something.
directed towards
Let
him.
me
Ed,
respond.
please mute.
Let me respond. Wallah, you guys are the filthiest people. You don't even let me speak
Bro, stop
because you
attacking mid.
know.
Just
Now
make your
you're
point.
okay,
Listen, you
okay. You know
son
what?
of halala.
LRX,
Hey,
This,
get out of
hey,
this,
here. I
this
kicked him.
son
I
of
dumbass.
kicked
halala
him.
Stop
is
I
coming
calling
up
kicked
here
him.
people
saying about
I
names.
filthy.
kicked
If
him.
he
LRX. I
You
doesn't
kicked
get
dirty
him.
him,
guy.
kick him down.
Your entire
Kick
deen is
him
dirty.
down.
Your filthy narrations, because of your filthy narration, the Prophet of Islam is attacked. The enemies of Islam, when they go to places like Speaker's Corner, what do you think they quote? They quote Bukhari, they quote Muslim. When they call the Prophet,
Exactly.
peace be upon him, a pedophile and someone who's bewitched and suicidal, and you coming up here talking about filthy. My friend, it's you who's filthy. You're dear to these filthy books, filthy narrations, and these filthy people who fabricate these lies against the Prophet, peace be upon him. So don't come up here saying, you Shias, you don't even have a Sunni mosque in Iran. Ajib. Like, do you live in like Tora Bora? You live in a cave somewhere with no access to the real world?
Bro,
Go visit
in
Iran.
Iran, there's like
Go and
40
see the
million
situation of
Sunnis.
Iran.
There's like 40 million Sunnis
If
in
it
entire
wasn't for the,
provinces.
if it
In
exactly, there's
Pakistan,
entire
though,
provinces. There are entire provinces where there are Sunnis, right?
in
And if you're so
Pakistan,
concerned
though,
about your fellow Sunni and your brothers and their blood, then go do something about the situation in Palestine. Till today, you guys still can't take over. You back this land and return it back to the rightful owners. Even then, if it wasn't because the Shias, you guys wouldn't have no lifeline there. Go and have a look at the fighters. Go to YouTube right now, type in Hamas fighters, and go and have a look at whose leaders they praise. It's the Shia leaders praise, not your leaders. You've neglected your people. As I said to you, when these extremists come and they rape your women, and they attack your houses at night with bombs, when they show guns through bullets through your windows, who do you think are the ones providing the weapons to defend these people? It's the Shias, no one else. So please don't come here with your nonsense. Sheikh Mufid said this, Sheikh Tusi said this, Lama Majlis said, Habibi, that's their opinions. Doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. And we don't hold to their opinions. But if you want to debate their opinions, how they came to that conclusion, no problem. We can discuss that as well. Then you can understand how they came to this perspective. But then you need to also debate those matters which your scholars did takfir on the Shias on, like cursing a Sahaba. You say this is kufr. You say anyone who rejects the Caliph of Abu Bakr and Umar is kufr. No problem. We can discuss the individual issues as well.
Ibn Hanbal does takfir on Abu Hanifa. Shafi'i does takfir on Abu Hanifa. Malik does takfir on Abu Hanifa. Shafi'i and Malik disagree and do takfir on each other. Why don't you discuss that? That's in your house doing takfir on each other. Why are you attacking the Shia and calling the Shia when we are telling you we don't believe that you're kuffar? We believe that you are Muslimin. Why can't you look at yourself in the mirror and be honest? Why do you have, in order for you to be a Sunni and defend your religion, you have to lie about everything from A to Z? About the compilation of the Quran, about the narration of Hadith, about the position of Prophet Muhammad, about the status of the Quran, about what the Shia believe, about what the Shia do. Why do you have to lie? We're showing you, we're telling you straight up, we do not think you are kuffar. And you insist that this is what you believe. I mean, there is no clearer way to
Bro,
tell
it's
it to
very
you.
strange. Like, if you want me to introduce you to some Shia brothers who would actually consider you guys as apostates and pagans and all sorts, that's not an issue. I can bring, but you're discussing it with the wrong people. So please do not try to come here and try to impose this idea that we hold to this view. Like, no one holds to this opinion here. And even if
No, Said
somebody did,
Ali. Sorry
Habibi,
to interrupt. The problem. Go ahead.
even
Go
if
ahead.
somebody did, this is a small minority view, and it's pretty much non-existent, especially in this day
No,
and
no,
age.
no. Like, here's the thing. They're completely misunderstanding the view. The problem is they're confusing takfir with wajib al-qatl, right? And that's the main misconception. Even the
Yes,
fatwa of
yes.
Sheikh al-Mufid, right? The fatwa of Sheikh al-Mufid, he's saying they're kuffar as in their aqidah is technically kufr. And that's completely normal. Everyone says that about everyone else, right? That your aqidah is not technically the right aqidah that the Prophet came with. So for that, you'll be judged on the day of judgment. But that's different from saying that the Shi'i or the Sunni is wajib al-qatl. If you want to argue wajib
Absolutely,
al-qatl, yeah, if you want to argue wajib
absolutely.
al-qatl, there's tons of fatwa from Ahl Sunnah that say that Shi'as are wajib
Yeah,
al-qatl. And that's not me being sectarian, by the way, right? That's not me being,
that's why.
that's the reality. I posted,
So, Aki, sorry.
yeah.
That's why, in reality, ask him now to produce the statement of Sheikh Mufid where he said, "Go kill Sunnis." Do you
Well,
think
yeah,
he'll be able to do
you
that?
know, Sayyid
No.
RTS, it's very
Do you think he
offensive.
could build the
My
opinion of Sheikh
father
Sadok
is a
saying, "Go kill
Sunni too,
Sunni"? No.
bro.
Yeah. So that's in practicality demonstration that there's nothing unusual about this, and this is why in the places like the subcontinent or even places in the Middle East, it's quite common from Shias and Sunnis to marry. But what this guy is trying to do, he's trying to create that hostile environment where basically the average Sunni who doesn't know too much and the average Shia who doesn't really know too much, that they basically
And
declare each other as
he
kuffar.
actually
That's
knows
the
that.
actual intention here.
But look, you guys are
That's the
saying
actual
Simeon,
really
intention.
good
he
answers to
knows
his
this
question.
for a fact because he's from Lebanon. He knows that Sunni is married Shia in Lebanon.
Exactly.
My
Exactly.
aunt is married to a Sunni. My brother is married to a Sunni.
So look,
We
I
marry
want,
them. We don't have a problem with that.
but I want him to come on stage to receive these answers to hear his feedback. Yeah, he said something bad, no
In
problem. We're
fact,
patient
in
brothers.
fact, some of our scholars even
Bro,
deemed
I
it.
can he's raising his hand and
So,
I
so,
don't know.
so
There's some glitch, bro. You
some
have
of
to
our
come back.
scholars
Just hold on.
even deem the permissibility of a Shia girl to get married to a Sunni. So please do not try to come up here, try to educate us on this issue. We know our
So
books.
one person
I,
speak to him, not five
I just
people.
this discussion was over a long time ago. Muhammad Rafid cited 6 hadiths from our imams saying that they believe that people can be Muslims but non-believers. You, Francisco, now you
Oh,
have to bring a hadith from our imams
listen.
stating that we believe that
Oh,
Sunnis are
oh,
kuffar.
Okay,
If
Okay,
you
let
cannot
okay.
do
Francis
that,
get
okay.
to
Let
his
me
point.
answer.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
tafadhal. But if
Listen,
you can't
listen.
do
First of all, if you say that, then it means your ulama they don't care about these hadiths. They don't care about them. That's number one. Number two, you're sitting here, you're saying, "Oh, look what we do for the Sunnis. We are not violent people." What are you talking about, man? Like what in Lebanon? In Lebanon, when Hezbollah went and hit the people that were demonstrating, like you're making yourself look peaceful. Do you even know your own history? That's first of all. In Iran, the Sunnis getting killed. In Iraq, the death squad
Why
going
are you
around
lying
killing
about
Sunnis.
Hezbollah?
Listen,
When did Hezbollah
listen.
attack the
One
protesters?
second,
LRX,
LRX.
Why
I'm
you
gonna
not
ask you
saying
lady,
the
that?
same question,
lady.
right?
I
But
am
let me
not talking to
finish.
you, lady. Please behave,
Inter,
lady.
you can't insult. If you insult, I have to push you down, bro. Just
No, no,
answer.
I'm not insulting.
Continue your
No, you
answer.
are
He told
insulting,
Bro,
bro.
me.
You are
Continue your answer.
insulting. Just say
one
your
minute,
point
one minute.
respectfully
Yeah,
Listen,
and let us reply.
listen, and you're saying I'm trying to do divert Sunni Shia. I'm not trying to divert Sunni and Shia. You are trying to claim that you do not have these opinions. So you said to the guys, no, we don't call you Bakari, we don't call you Omari. Like you, every day you do a room on Clubhouse, it's on Sunnis. When you go to your majalis, you talk about Sunnis. Everything you do in your life has to do with Sunnis. Why? Because
I
you
was
know
answering the
you
guy.
are in the wrong aqidah and you are just denying and resisting the salaf. I'm telling you right now, I see you as kafir,
Wait,
LRX
wait,
as
wait.
kafir,
One
Just
Muhammad
a
second,
Rafi
minute.
Okay,
one
also
Just
so
as
it's
second,
okay
kafir.
for
wait,
you
LRX.
to say
wait.
it. So it's
Equan,
okay for you to say
Equan.
it,
No,
but if
call
we
me
say
if
it,
you
they
want.
have the wrong
Call me if you
aqidah,
want. I
that's
don't
wrong.
Just a
care.
minute.
I don't care.
Just a minute, please. I will soon believe it, but listen, France. You know something. When you make such stupid claims, you are actually throwing stones on the religion of Islam. When
You are
you
not the
preach
religion
against the
of Islam,
Christian.
akhi.
Wait,
You're not in.
Yeah,
let me
Francis.
finish. Let
I
it sit,
made them.
sit
I
there.
made them stop.
Smani.
I have to make you stop.
When you speak you against Jesus, sorry, not against Jesus, but the Christian version of Jesus, against the Bible, against Christianity, you're obsessed with Christianity. So does this mean Islam is false, or Sunni Islam is false? Like what nonsense are you talking here?
Listen, first of all, every day in your life you make rooms about Sunnis. That's what I said.
Every
When
day
you
in
go to
your
your
life
majalis, what do you talk
you
about?
make rooms
You talk
about
about.
Christianity, and so what?
Listen, you know more Bukhari than Quran, Muhammad Rafid. That's first of all.
Does it
And do
pain
not
you?
even deny that
Does it
because
pain you?
wallahi that is true. Wallahi that is true.
Yeah,
Every Shia
it's
in
true.
here
Yeah, it's
One
okay.
minute,
Guys,
knows
I
one
think
Bukhari
minute.
birds
better
of
than Quran.
birds of
That
I
is
think
number one.
birds.
there's people like you making.
Bro, even if all that is true, how is that gonna prove him wrong?
Ilyas, you're not a Shia. I don't talk to you in these matters. Please let me talk to the other ones. I don't see you as
I
Shia.
know he's doing takbir, mashallah.
No,
What
no,
a hypocrite.
no. I'm not doing takfir on Ilyas, but I don't. I see him as Sunni guy. I don't see him as Shia. That's
Oh, but
number
it's
one.
Boy,
okay for you to
boy.
do
What
takfir
are
on
you
all Shia.
saying, bro?
Yeah, on LRX and resisting, they
So
have
you're a
cursed
hypocrite. So you're
Aisha.
a
They
hypocrite.
have cursed the
So you're a
companions
hypocrite.
of
No,
Munafiq.
Prophet
listen,
Muhammad.
Munafiq.
listen.
I do
Mashallah.
takfir on
Mashallah.
I've
them.
I've
Okay.
I've never cursed Aisha on this
What
app. Show me where I've
what
cursed
did you
Aisha.
say to me in the room? It's on recording, akhi, when you said suckling
What?
the breast and go to your mother
No,
Aisha. Haven't you said
no,
this to
no,
me?
no, no, no. I never said
Haven't you
nothing
said
like
this
that.
to me?
No, 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 no.
Francis,
I
You
let him
never.
haven't
now
said this to
answer.
me.
What
You
I
asked
said, my
him. Let him
friend,
answer.
go,
Let him answer.
go. I said, go drink breast milk, right?
Yeah,
So what's
from
Aisha got to
Aisha.
do with
Did you
breast
say
milk?
son of
She wasn't
Aisha
even
to me?
pregnant. How can Aisha? How can you drink
Didn't
Aisha
you
breast
call
milk
me
anyway?
son of
She's
Uh,
pregnant.
Aisha? You dirty dog.
Francisco, can I say
Don't
something?
lie.
Francisco,
bro,
No, but if you're gonna
everyone,
quote me, at least
everyone.
quote me right, right?
guys.
And by the way, I don't know why you find that vulgar. Your scholars have given fatwas that
Why do
males
you let
can
him
drink the
insult us?
milk
Yes.
of
Did you hear
Just
grown
like the
women.
Muhammad the
hadith in
filthy
Al-Kafi
dog?
when the Prophet
So
sucks
what?
Abu Talib's breast, right?
So
What
what
do
is
you
that?
know
Is that
about the
haram?
Prophet? You don't
Is
follow
that
the
haram?
Prophet. You worship Umar,
Bro, I
la'natullah
gotta move it
alayh.
down, Francis. This is getting out of control.
Guys, Francis is he's a joke. He's a troll. Wallah, he's trolling you guys at this point. He comes here to make you guys
No, man,
angry.
I think
There's
he's
No, of
serious.
course he was
I think he
trolling. He was
believes
just trying to
these
attack.
things. I really think he's serious.
No,
He
no,
believes
he's
these
trying to
things.
attack, man. He's
No,
trying to
I
attack.
think he sounds as if he's been a victim of some sort of abuse. That's the honest truth. And he's obviously got a certain perception about the Shias, but
And
I generally
he
feel
never brought any evidence to support his claim that the Hezbollah attacked any one of the
just like
protesters. They
yeah, just
throw
like
filthy lies all the time. They
I know,
cannot support their religion without lying. It's
just like
impossible.
yeah, because that's part and parcel of the belief. That's how they do the dawah, right? So he goes, "There's no Sunni mosques in Iran." That fell to deaf ears, didn't it? He totally ignored that point, right? So
Assalamu alaikum.
it's just a strategy. That's all it is.
The problem is they don't know our history. history. right? When Israel was first established, or when Palestine was first being attacked, all the Maraji of Najf and Qum, way before the century, right? They collectively made fatwas against the establishment of Israel. Before World War One, Sayyid Muhsin al-Hakim actually commanded a faction of Iraqis, right, that helped the Ottoman army, the Ottoman Empire. Why? Because although we have our disagreements with the Ottoman Empire, a kafir cannot come and take over Muslim land. That was us when they were responsible for the Sunni Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire, and we didn't help them with that. That was all on them. And that's not me being, again, that's not being sectarian. But if you're gonna bring up facts in history, well, these are the facts in history, right? You guys revolted against another Muslim empire. We helped another Muslim empire, although they were Sunni, right? This is our history. The likes of Sayyid Ismaili Sadr, right? They all
You
made
make a good
fatwa.
point, actually. The
Right now
Janissary
in,
elite
in
and the Turkish
Palestine, the people who are
LRX.
the people who are soldiering the borders for Israel are the Jordanians, which are Sunni, and the Egyptians, which are Sunni. During the blockade of Gaza, the people who enforced it on the people of Palestine were the soldiers from Egypt. The Egyptian people wanted to send help to Gaza during the blockade, and the government stopped them, which is a Sunni government.
And Iran stood against Azerbaijan because Azerbaijan publicly sided with Israel. Yani, this is
Bro,
clear evidence.
if you go literally right now, just go on Google, and they essentially traced funds who was actually supporting terrorist groups like ISIS, and they found that there were mosques in the UK that were taking donations to actually support these ISIS fighters. So this guy's trying to come up here, trying to take this moral high ground. Oh, look, we are the good guy. And he actually did open takfir. He actually said, well, RTS, I don't even consider you Muslim. For me, I consider you a kafir. Fine, no problem. That's your opinion. You're entitled to that, opinion. Say the same thing to LRX. You know, in my eyes, I deem you to be a kafir. That's fine, you're entitled to have that opinion. But it's because of your opinions that in the West, we don't need to go far. Just go and look at all the terrorist attacks that have occurred in the West. How many of them were Shia? So yeah, I think that should in itself should actually answer the question. So you're really clutching on your straws here.
And just to be clear, like even those who are doing the bombings, we don't consider them Sunni either, right? We're not sectarian. We're the least sectarian people. But that being said,
No,
yani,
but
if you're
bro,
gonna throw
what do
stones
you
at
mean
us,
you don't
Habibi,
declare them as being Sunni? Go and ask these guys whether they declare them as being Sunnis or not. They'll say that these people
yeah,
are
but
Mujahideen. They'll say that they're
yeah, let's be
fighters
let's
and they're
be fair.
fighting.
There is like there is a majority of the Sunni world declares the people as Khawarij, right? We have to be fair in that. But that being said, I mean, if you're gonna throw stones, Habibi, like I'm sorry, this is a glass house. What more do you want me to say, right? It's a sad reality.
Yeah, but they deem the Khawarij as being Muslim as well, right? So, um, but anyway, this guy he's obviously clearly he's deluded, and they're killing Sunnis in Iran. This is another Ajib one as well. They're killing Sunnis in Iran. Shias are killing Sunnis in Iran.
I think it was last week or the week before. The Taliban went and blew up a Sunni mosque in Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. Right, it was Pakistan.
Yeah, so the Sunnis were killing other Sunnis. Why don't you go to talk about that and discuss that? They destroyed a Muslim Sunni mosque. Is that permissible in your religion?
He said the Shias are killing Sunnis in Iraq. Habibi, Iraq is a Sunni government. So I don't know how the Shias are killing the Sunnis. It doesn't
In
make sense.
Iraq, like the massacre of Spiker, where they had like 3,500 young men, they brought them to the Furat and they cut their heads and threw them in the river, kind of like that, to the Shi'i soldiers. That's the kind of killing that they did in Iraq. Iraq is the last place you should mention when it comes to sectarian, because nobody killed more people who are Shia than you guys in Iraq.
Exactly. Also, Basim al-Karbala'i, when he made a qasida about the Sahaba, they put him in jail in Iraq. You know, so us, we don't have that issue. So you're coming here making claims Iran has no Sunni mosques, and I don't know, wallah, he's a waste of time.
يا ابو لؤلؤة في دوالي ترابك يا لمفرح العلي والزهر بصوابك الله سلام الله على ابو لؤلؤة. This is why Allah Azza wa Jal is punishing them in Syria with all these earthquakes and everything, you know.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Stop saying that. Yes, we need to keep the rooms running as well. So, if there is a Sunni on stage, try to at least keep the person on the stage,
Yes,
So,
if
brother. We
possible.
had,
so
we
it's
had,
puzzling.
we had Mo here speaking, and it was a good convo. Yeah, it was no
Sorry,
problem.
Hassan, you're cutting off a
As
bit.
soon as Prince Omar,
Yeah, Hassan, one more time. You said as soon as.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay, I'm
This
sorry. How about
Ibn
now?
Rajab guy is talking about mut'ah. Ibn Rajab, come up here to stage and I'll debate you on mut'ah and I'll show you that you're a mushrik if you don't
Okay,
believe
yalla.
it.
Yeah,
Come
Hassan,
up.
go ahead, bro.
yeah. So we were having a good conversation with Moe, right? He was asking good questions. We're answering it. Bro, as soon as you guys brought up AK in France, you already knew what they're gonna do. They purposely derail all the conversations. Khaya, I'm sick of talking to them. It's not pleasant. It's very toxic. It ruins the room. Khaya, I get it, Hamza. You want to be nice to everybody. Arasi wa aini, be nice. But Khaya,
Mish nice. I want
in
him
a
to
chill
admit the
room,
answer
in
that
a chill
Sayyid's giving him
room,
is
I'll hit up his
correct.
friends. No problem. But Khaya, we're having a convo. We'll allow him to come and just take over and spew 100 nonsense per second. 100
Yeah,
different
but
things.
bro, they do this. Yeah, so it's a shotgun approach. They do this all the time, right? So if you try to stick on one issue, so let's give you an example. You know, you could have a room open, explain this hadith. So what they'll do is they'll come in, but they'll do everything except explaining the hadith. So yeah, they do this, and to be honest with you, they need to be. So when you got sincere people, there's no issue. You can have a discussion with them, right? You have one subject, you can deal with it. But when you got people jumping from one issue to another, then to be honest, with such people, we shouldn't really engage with them. It's not healthy to do that. Um, and the Imams of the Ahlul Bayt Islam, they actually forbid us from doing this. So it's not good. I mean, the fact the guy lied and said there's no Sunni mosques in Iran. Come on.
Yeah,
I
let's
mean, this
push
guy,
him on that. Wallah, exactly. A blatant lie that we have evidence to produce for him. Man, why don't we stick on that one thing and let and he needs to concede that he lied. That would have been
We
beautiful.
tell him that the scholars, majority of the scholars do not do takfir against Sunnis. We tell him that Imams did not do takfir against Sunnis. We tell him that even the scholars who do takfir, they're talking about takfir fil Iman, not in Islam. He won't accept it. He won't accept it. What do you want me to do? Khalas, no point to talk.
yeah. And he's talking about killing. Aki, it's your scholars who give these fatwas about killing. Show us. Go on. If you're really that confident, right? Let's give you the next 5 minutes to come up here and show us from the works of our classical scholars, right, where they've said, go and kill Sunnis. You won't
Exactly,
find.
Sayyid. Exactly.
You won't find this. Show me one.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Wa alaikum
Assalamu
salam
alaikum,
wa
Sorry.
brother.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Just a,
Wa
a, a
alaykum salam, Sayyid.
I have a question, and I'm not sectarian, obviously, you guys know, but I have a question that's a bit, might be a bit difficult. It's treading on the line, basically. So, what's the definition of a Khariji or Khawarij? It's a question. I want the answer so we can go on from there.
Historically,
Yeah, I don't know if scholars
Oh,
say these are Khawarij, for example. What do they mean? And I'm not speaking about the
So
Shia.
they.
I'm speaking about the
So
Sunni scholars.
so for the Sunnis,
Assalamu
they
alaikum.
have a hadith. They have a hadith, right? That the Prophet peace be upon him said that they will leave Islam just like how an arrow passes a bow. They will leave Islam how an arrow passes a bow. But what they say is no, it's not quite like this. The Kharijis are still Muslims, but we don't consider them true believers, right? They still identify them as being Muslim. Why? Because they've even narrated hadith from them. In Bukhari Muslim, you've got Khariji narrators. Then you've got certain individuals who, interestingly, were actually Sahaba, and they later became part of the Khariji movement, like Zul Khawaisra, the first. Well, he was from amongst the first groups of people who he was a Sahabi, he was a companion of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he deviated. So in theory, they don't really do takfir on Kharijis like that.
Yeah.
Some do, but generally they would say that they're Muslim.
So the point I'm trying to get at, RTS, is what happened in Syria. What happened in Syria was an attempt from a bunch of, let's say, hooligans, barbarians, to establish caliphate, a khalifa. Correct or not?
Yeah, yeah.
They tried to topple a government.
Yeah.
So, so
Apparently they were doing that. They were trying to establish
no
a
problem.
caliphate system. Yeah.
Now, so what's the uproar? What's the uproar about when it's one means that is acceptable in the theology in establishing a khalifa? What's the uproar in calling them khawarij and this and that and kuffar when they're simply applying the methodology that is allowed to establish khalifa? What's the uproar about? Isn't it that you can establish khilafa by the sword? One of the options?
For them,
That's
yes.
my point. So what's the uproar about? Is it
Yeah,
because it looks bad? What's the issue?
yeah. So originally speaking, it's interesting because a lot of these guys, I know a few personal people as well. They were praising these guys to begin with because they were quite happy that look, these guys want to establish a caliphate system, and Syria was going to be the start of that. So, but in reality, they contradict the whole idea about propagation, as in like their dawah method is false because how does beheading someone, some innocent person, a father or son, how does that call people to Islam? Do you think that's how the Prophet peace be upon him calls people to Islam? So of course the whole idea of even dawah, but yeah, in terms of the uprising, they shouldn't have done that because these are the
No, no.
same people who say, look, you shouldn't rise up against your leaders. So why were they doing this then? Why were they doing this?
RTS, I want to correct you. In the beginning, there weren't uproar. There was no uproar. In the beginning, it was
Mhm.
all support. It was later on that they did the uproar. So
Yeah, yeah.
No, but
As
but
in,
but
they broke
regardless,
up into different groups and factions, right? And
but
so they start biting each other's tails. That's what essentially started happening.
yeah, but regardless, they were just trying to establish a khalifa. There's nothing wrong with it in their theology. What's wrong with it? Really, like, what's wrong with it? I'm really trying to understand and reconcile this idea that there's an uproar because it looks bad because of the media. What's the issue?
and everything they're doing, like if you ever watch their videos, they quoted by Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. They quote scholars left and right. So
Well, it's the point is, at the end of the day, if you were to ask in a discussion, in a debate, what are your means of establishing a khilafah? They'll say one of the means is by the sword. These people came, Murtazaka from everywhere, and they tried to establish a khalifa by the sword, with the sword. What was the uproar? Is it because of the Americans who were supporting it anyway, but is it because of them? Is it because of the media? What's the issue? They're actually establishing what the scholars have agreed to. What's the issue? I'm not pro them. Obviously, I'm anti-ISIS. I'm just saying it's in line with the Wahhabi teachings. So what's the issue?
Oh, you're saying the uproar not from the Shias, you're saying the uproar from the Sunnis
Oh no,
themselves,
of
huh?
course, of course.
Who said there was an uproar?
No, there was. There are
There
many of
was.
them that would come out in the Western world saying
Brother,
that this is
brother,
unacceptable.
brother,
These are
brother.
Khawarij.
What you're saying is, if you look at the concept of imamat, yes, it's correct that one of the ways you can come into power to be an imam is by the sword. So technically speaking, that methodology of rising up with a sword, it's a valid way to become an imam. Meaning,
So yes.
if Abu Bakr, sorry.
Yeah. So I was being misunderstood. So what I'm saying, forget Shias. Forget Shias. Shias, we obviously don't accept this methodology and this approach and whatever they were doing. I'm saying from a Wahhabi creed, at least at minimum, they accept that to establish Khilafah, you can do it by the sword. You're a valid Imam or Khalifa If you establish it, take it by force. This is acceptable. So what's the issue with these people who rose up against Bashar al-Assad to establish a Khalifa? I'm not talking from a Shia perspective. I'm speaking from a Wahhabi perspective. Why the uproar? Is it because of the American media and the whole world condemning it and making Islam look bad? Is it because practically speaking now it makes you guys look like barbarians? What's the issue? What you guys did was in line with what you preach. What's the issue?
Based Sayyid.
Very, very good question. Salaam alaikum, Neo.
Seriously, say it. I don't think it was an uproar. It was just on the margins. But the majority of the people in the Arabic world and in the Sunni world, they didn't have a problem with it. They were cheering them on. They were sending them money. They were helping them. The only people who were against them were slightly moderate, and they would only say that in public, but in private, they supported them. They sent them millions and millions of dollars of support.
Yeah, and it's at least look, if they support, there's a consistency. There's a consistency with your creed, what you preach in the books, in the speeches, and then you support, there's a consistency. But why the inconsistency of some of them going out in public and saying, no, these are Khawarij? What Khawarij? Where's the Khawarij in this? They're doing exactly what some scholars have preached. Not that it's acceptable. Again, as a Shi'i, as a human being, forget being Shia. We reject this entirely. It has nothing to do with any religion. Forget Islam. It has nothing to do with humanity. But I'm speaking about a Wahhabi doctrine. They accept that. So what's the issue?
Very good point, brother Sayyid. Neo, salaam alaikum. How are you? I think your mic is not working. Maybe leave and come back.
I'm
Really, if you're speaking, I can't
Salaam alaikum, Rabia. How are you?
She said she wouldn't be speaking. Abu is here. Yeah, Abu.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum Assalam wa rahmatullahi wa
Alaikum
barakatuh. Wa
salam.
alaikum
I have very short time. I want to ask a question from Brother Revisiting. Brother, are you there?
Brother, does it have to do with what's the question about so we can control the room? I just want to see where it's gonna go.
No, I just want to ask him that we have decided a debate, and someone told me that you guys have cancelled it. I just want to confirm it that whether you have cancelled the debate or not.
Yeah, so Assalamu alaikum, brother. Sorry, I was a little bit busy. I'm currently out at the moment. So just to respond back to that, there was some discussion that took place earlier in one of Muhammad Hafid's room. So if you want to go back, you can check the replay. But there seems to be some sort of disagreement in terms of the topics and who the person is who's going to debate. So as I said, I would speak to Muhammad Hafid. I contacted Muhammad Hafid early hours in the morning. I asked him, and he said, look, to be honest with you, he doesn't really want to entertain any debate. So, yeah, I need to speak to Brother Yunus. I don't know where he is, but it just all depends. It all depends. Well, it's nothing's confirmed yet, to be honest with you.
So Muhammad Rafid doesn't
No,
want to
Muhammad Rafid
entertain.
said, just to talk on this, he said he will debate on Muawiyah if you guys debate on Aisha first.
But we
Hassan, why does he want to debate Aisha first?
Wallah, I don't know. I'm just telling you what he said.
No,
He
it's
The
said,
reason
because
why,
they. Yeah,
he
I'll
go
said,
ahead,
explain to
say.
you
oh
why.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'll
that's right,
explain to you
that's
why.
right. Go ahead,
So,
RTX.
because brothers,
Explain why.
I have to go. I have to go now because I'm actually out at the moment. So I'll just say very quickly, what it was Muhammad Hafiz from based on experience, and I can understand. I can kind of relate to him as well. He goes whenever there's been like a second follow up debate, like on a topic, it never goes through. Like the other side would make some sort of excuse. Oh no,
Exactly.
this happened or that happened. So this is the reason why he said, listen, I don't have no interest in debating Muawiyah. Like Habibi, you can debate fellow Sunnis on Muawiyah if you want to. We can bring you Sunnis in there. You why? Do you get my point? So he goes, look, no problem. I'll do Muawiyah, but on the condition that first to debate Aisha. And he goes, no other Shia should actually um, basically debate on this. He goes, actually no. To be fair, he said that it's up to the other Shias what they want to do. So I just need to speak to Yunus and see what he wants. If Yunus is happy to do it, then no problem. But yeah, obviously from our side, you need to stick to obviously your agreement that there has to be a second debate on Aisha. So I don't know. That's something you need to discuss with your brothers and ask them. That
So the
subject
Brother,
that you got.
disagreement with Muhammad Rafid is which debate to do first, and he said to him, Muawiyah is a secondary issue. He wants to debate the primary issue of Aisha and first because he says that you guys will not show up for the second debate because of his past experiences. That's why.
okay. So to make this clear, that debate is about the Sunni sources, not the Shiite sources. Okay, and the Sunni concept of Amir Muawiyah. So yeah, Amir Muawiyah can be a secondary thing according to you guys,
Don't
but
call him
he
Amir
is,
in this room.
bro. I'm not talking to you. Don't
I am
make this
talking to
too
you.
loud.
Don't call him Amir.
Why can't I call him Amir?
Because if you call him Amir, I'm gonna do la'nat on you and him.
What is the meaning of Amir?
It doesn't matter. Don't call him Amir.
Yeah, then please don't interrupt me. Thank you very much.
Okay, so
So
Ruefa, look, I think now is not a good time to discuss this. But as I said to
now
you very
we can.
briefly, I will
Uh,
get back to you. Okay, I'll get back to you and I'll let you know.
Thank you very
Is
much.
it, because otherwise it's going to end up into a unfruitful discussion and conversation. And to be honest
Yeah,
with you,
yeah,
I
I
don't want it to head that
understand.
way
The same
because
guy.
Just on
you
a side
you've
note,
just missed
did
you've just
anyone
missed the whole hour of it.
did anyone block Francisco?
No,
Yeah, it seems.
I haven't blocked him.
Uh,
I haven't blocked
It
him.
seems that Lamek has blocked him because he
who has?
Francisco has done a
Who has blocked him?
good job yesterday.
Who has blocked him?
This Larex guy.
No, Alex.
I didn't block him.
Alex.
I didn't
Yeah, I
block
don't
him.
think Alex blocked me.
I
Mitham
didn't
or
block.
Ed?
I didn't block him.
Misam, brother Misam or Ed or Ali?
no, I didn't block.
No, I don't have anybody blocked.
I don't think I do either.
Maybe
Maybe
it was
someone kicked
Rabia.
him.
Maybe it was Rabia. Go try see if you can come in.
Maybe someone has blocked him from the group, from the room.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Maybe somebody kicked him out of the room. Ask him if he was kicked out of the room.
No, I just checked. I just checked. I had him blocked. I unblocked him.
Oh, you had him
You had him blocked?
blocked? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I had him blocked. I unblocked him.
Go ahead. Tell him to join.
Yeah, I told him to. He can join.
Anyway, this is very funny that you guys discuss with each other and then always delay the debate. I mean, we decided that debate yesterday with with good intentions, and we s- you know had all the conversation with polite behavior, but still you guys doing all this stuff. I mean, I gave my word yesterday that we aren't going anywhere. We will do every debate, whatever you guys want to do. And please stop saying that Muawiyah is a secondary issue. No, it is not a secondary issue for us. It is a primary issue, and you guys are discussing with Sunnis, not just some random tafsili or people like who are not traditional Sunnis. So he is a primary issue for us. And if you want to discuss anything with us according to our principles, we are okay with it. But our discussion will start from Amir Muawiyah. Okay. So to be very clear, if you guys want to discuss, let's say the Khilafat of Abu Bakr, Umar, Osman, or any other topic, we are always ready for that. I'm saying this on record because I guess this room is on replays. So we all are always ready for that. But if you want to debate us, let's say in academic format or informal format, then our first topic is Mir Muawiyah, and then yeah, you guys can select any topic of your choice. We don't have any problem with it. So
The
if
guys you spoke with aren't here right now, so
no, I'm saying this in the audio, sorry, in a replay room because if anyone in the audience or in the panel
yeah,
has any
yeah, yeah.
problems with Sunnis, then this invitation is for everyone. Because I don't want, to hide behind a bush like you guys claim that,
Yeah, man, you're
Sunnis don't.
insulting now.
I'm insulting
Yeah,
what?
yeah, you're saying
What?
we're hiding all this. Yeah. Look,
No,
we
no,
want to
I'm
talk
not saying
about,
that you
for
are
example,
hiding.
Tawheed. You're
No,
saying, no, we have to talk
whether
about Muawiyah
you
first.
are misunderstood my point. I never said that. I said some Shias or you guys say that
Rafid,
Sunni.
let me explain to you something, Rawaifa. Let me explain to you something. First, there was a debate. I want to show you where the mind of Rafid is going. Francisco, يعني, I'm inviting you up. I don't know why it's not working.
Yeah,
So,
you're gonna have to close the app, Francisco,
but
and come
but right
back.
when you start with any disrespect, I'm kicking you out. Ruwaifa, you got to understand where the mind of
Which
Rafid's coming
which
from.
respect
But listen,
did
let
I
me
have?
explain to you. I understand your point. I'm not saying you don't have a point. Let me just finish where Rafid's coming from. He debated somebody about Zurara in the condition that the second debate is about Aisha, right? This did not happen because after the debate of Zurara, the guy ran away and never showed up. He just debated Zurara and never debated Aisha. Then there was another debate about Abu Bakr, and then the second one about Imam Musa al-Qadhim alayhi salam. When he debated about Abu Bakr, first of all, Abu Bakr, if he's not scared to debate Abu Bakr, what makes you think he's not scared to debate Muawiyah? He was proving that Abu Bakr, etc., etc. You watch the debate. He's not scared of him, but what makes you think he's scared of Muawiyah? But with that being said, one second, Abu. The second debate, the guy didn't show up. Subhanallah, every time we make a condition with people from Ahl Sunnah, I understand it's not you specifically, there's always a first debate, and they don't show up for the second debate. All the prepping he's done, 1 2 weeks of prepping for this debate, and for nothing. So now he wants to ensure that we do the big debate first about Aisha, then we'll do the debate about Muawiyah, and he's given his word. This is where his mind is coming from. I'm not telling you what's right and what's wrong and what you guys agreed upon. I'm just trying to explain to you where Muhammad Rafid's coming from.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation. By the way, I never disrespected someone in this room. Maybe you guys heard it, you misheard my statement. I was saying that people or Shia say that, a Sunni is, hide behind a bush. That's why I came up to the audience and I'm inviting everyone to whenever they want to have a discussion on any Sunni, a Sunni personality they can or they have. We can decide a formal debate. This is all what I was trying to say. Maybe you guys misheard that I was saying that Shias.
Yes, I understood that, Habibi. I think someone did misunderstand that, but I heard you what you were saying.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Alaikum
alaykum
salam.
assalam.
I just have a quick question for Ravaifa. So you were saying essentially that like the topic of Muawiyah is primary to you. That's fine. So if we're going to speak about like things that are going to be fundamental, why not speak about like your conception of Tawheed? Because it seems to me to be the case that if you have a specific idea of Tawheed that's incorrect, then that's going to be problematic for your foundation, right? So what I'm trying to say is like, why don't you have a discussion about that? That seems to me more primary than Muawiyah.
Yeah, sure. So you are telling me to have a discussion on Tawheed on which basis, like on philosophical basis? And if you are talking about philosophical basis, then probably people like Mullah Sadra and all these Nasiruddin Tusi were later scholars, and we will take a look at the primary scholars like Sudduk or Sharif Murtaza, all these people. Okay, then we will have a discussion on it. And if you want to have a discussion regarding Tawheed by using these people like Mullah Sadra, then first of all, I would like to have a discussion on, whether people accept Mullah Sadra or not in Shia Islam. Okay,
So
So
let me complete my statement.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Please give me a second. Yeah, thank you very much. And if you guys cannot prove that Mullah Sadra has been accepted by the, by the people of Shia, like everyone, like he is a, Masdar in Shia, then I won't accept, Mullah Sadra or any other philosopher. Okay, because if that is the case, then
What
Ibn
kind of
Taymiyyah and
condition
other.
is that? What kind of condition is that?
Okay.
If
But
everybody
we
doesn't
don't
agree on
debate.
Yeah,
Mullah
yeah.
One
Sadra,
second, Hassan. One second,
Yeah,
guys.
I can
We
elaborate,
don't
brother.
debate Tawheed
I
based on
can
the
elaborate.
opinions.
So what I'm trying to say is, if I'm going to have a philosophical discussion on Tawheed, right, I need not essentially refer to a specific philosopher, right? So I'm just interested in the idea itself, the conception itself, whether it's coherent or not, right? Now, whether I cite Mullah Sadra, Ibn Sina, etc., that's irrelevant, right? I'm trying to understand whether your conception, right, is coherent, and that's what matters to me. So that's essentially what I have when I want to have a discussion with you about. And that's, I think, the more fundamental aspect. I think whether or not, or I think referring to different kinds of philosophers, that's really irrelevant to me personally.
Yeah, but Roberta, philosophers are tools. They're not hujjah on either school of thought, neither yours nor ours. So there's that condition is sort of redundant, I think.
No, it is not redundant because if you look towards the old, philosophers and mutakallimun, you will see, some other model of, Tawheed, and if you will see towards Hukama, you will see some other model. And I can, show the difference between these two models. Even, the groups of Shia have also believe in this. I mean, I can show you the difference. So specifically, I was asking to Baba that if you want to have a discussion or debate on me on this topic, that whether the Shia conception of Tawheed is better or Sunni, then brother, you have to be specific here that which Shia model are you talking about? Are you talking about the Kalami model or the Falsafi model? And if you are talking about the Kalami model, you have to say that the early centuries of Shiaism have been, in a delusion because of this Kalami model, because prior to these Falsafi models, there were only Kalami models in Shia, and in the debate, I will show you the references. So that's why I was saying all that stuff, that if you want to accept the Kalami model, I have no problem to have a discussion on you. By this title, whether which Tawheed is more coherent, Shia or Sunni. But if you want a discussion specifically with me on my conception of Tawheed, then these philosophers are really irrelevant, because it doesn't matter, which philosopher or which philosopher's model I affirm or I disaffirm. You know what I mean? So brother Baba, if you want to have a discussion on specifically this topic, that what I believe, then we can
Bro,
have a discussion tomorrow.
bro, Nergis, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Can you invite Francisco
Yeah,
up?
of course. Francisco, don't make attacks, man. Make points. Where's he?
I think we're all inviting him, but there's a
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
glitch.
yeah,
We might have to
yeah.
close. I don't
Either,
know.
yeah, or
Where
click
is he?
your click your profile, and then when you open your profile, click on accept speaking invitation.
Ah, he got up. He got up.
I got up. Narges, first of all, I always make points of people that lie about certain stuff. That's number
Okay.
one. Number two, Hassan, we agreed to a debate about Muawiyah in the room. It's recorded and everything. And then from out of nowhere, he changes his mind. It doesn't. Debates don't work like this. This is breaking the rules, Akhi. So basically, Muhammad Rafid has forfeited the debate. It's as simple as that. We made the terms and agreed upon them in that room that day. Beit al-Ghadir agreed that Yunus will not debate, either him or Muhammad Rafid will do. What happened to him in his history is no hujjah upon us. There is hujjah upon him. We do not care about that. We challenged him and they accepted. So be men and accept the challenge and do the debate. Don't run away and
I
say,
don't
no,
think
it's not about
Rafid is in
Aisha.
the room right now, bro.
No, no, Hassan is not in the room. Uh,
No, no.
okay, but
No, he
it's
was
on
saying,
recording. He can hear it later. No problem.
he was saying this thing to Hassan, I guess. So,
Yes.
Baba, I guess you are here. Are you here, brother?
Yes, I'm here.
No, no, I'm asking Baba.
Yeah,
Baba Bhai.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah. So I have cleared the situation for you. So if you want to have a discussion or a debate on specifically this topic, that whether the Shia concept of Tawheed is coherent or Sunni, then brother, before the conversation, debate or discussion, whatever, you have to specify which model of Shia or Sunni Tawheed, sorry, Shia Tawheed are you referring to? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So may I respond? So what I'm saying is this, right? Of course, I'm going to have a specific model, but I think what you're trying to say is that this model has to be necessarily tied to one specific philosopher. That's not how models are usually constructed, right? So what I'm trying to say is, of course, like some of my ideas might be shared by X philosopher, but then again, I could have like different ideas that are basically added upon by like a different philosopher that has some like very similar views. So, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, I don't necessarily have to come in with an idea or a conception that's tied to just one single philosopher, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I guess, brother, because of the language barrier, I guess we are having
So
this
he's
mix.
taking a perennialist approach to the usage of the
No,
philosophers.
no, no. I believe that because of the language barrier, I guess there is a miscommunication happening here. Baba, actually, I was saying that, see, there are two things. If you want to have a discussion on, let's say, uh, if you want to have a discussion on me that which concept I affirm is one thing, and if you want to have a discussion on which model of Tawheed is more, coherent, is a second thing. Okay, we need to differentiate between them. So if you want to have a discussion on, let's say, which model of Tawheed I affirm, then in that case or in that context, I mean, the names of philosophers are irrelevant. Okay. I mean, there can be a case where I don't affirm any philosopher, but just follow my own understanding. Okay.
I
But
understand,
if
but
you
if I
want to
say
have a
something like this,
discussion,
right? Yeah, just one moment, please. If I say something like this, I'm going to defend the Shia conception of God, right? Like there are different Shias that have slight differences in their model. So, like, what I'm trying to say is that you can't essentially pin someone down to explicate or like have some conception that's necessarily tied to one single person's ideas. It's just not going to be feasible. You understand what I'm saying? But
yeah,
if
yeah,
you wanted to maybe
absolutely.
like understand, so what I'm saying is like if you wanted to perhaps now give some more conditions to say, okay, well, look, I'm actually interested in having a discussion with respect to like X person's model. Well, that's a different conversation now, right? But it doesn't seem to be the case that I necessarily have to have a discussion who's where the conception is tied to just one single person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you have cleared the sentence that you want to have a discussion on the Shia conception of the. So in that case, I said these two things that when it comes to the Shia, specifically the Shia conception of theology or whatever you call it, Tawheed or Ilahiyat, we had two groups in Shias. One is Mutakallimin and second one is Hukama. They both had different understanding of the aqwal of Imams of Quran, as well as they had different adilla, i.e., arguments. So what I was asking you is, which I mean, when I will have a discussion with you on Shia, let's say Tawheed, which model do you defend? I mean, the Mutakallimin
Oh yeah,
model,
I mean,
the Imam.
of course, yeah, of course, I adhere to the philosophers, the hukama, but even within that, like you still have also like masha'is, you also have arfanis. Like there's going to be different kinds of like ideas, not necessarily with respect to like God Himself, but like there it could be the case that we like diverge from that specific topic, or maybe like talk about things that are related to it, but they could have different ideas. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
No,
I just wanted
Baba,
to
that is
put that.
irrelevant. That is irrelevant. How? For example, if I want to defend the Asharite conception of Tawheed, I will see that there are some Asharites, Ashariya, who were, Sufiya. So it doesn't matter whether they are Sufiya or not. The only thing which matters and which is relevant is that they are Asharites. Okay. So what I'm trying to say that if you want to defend the hukama
let's say the Falsafi model of Shia Tawheed, then brother, my what was my thing is that you have to, you know, you have to make a room prior to that room, and have this agreement with your Shia brothers that they affirm on the same model. Because when I will defend the Asharite concept or the Maturidi concept of Tawheed, we there is a consensus among Ahlus Sunnah that they followed these two groups in majority. And when I was defending all these creeds in front of you, I'm representing actually the majority of my my what you call my sect. Okay,
Okay,
so
so
I
what
want
is
the
your
same
sect,
thing from you, Baba.
if I may ask? So what is your sect exactly?
Ahlus Sunnah, Ahlus Sunnah, Ahlus Sunnah.
Sure, but
So
like what
I
what
want the same thing from
but
you,
what
Baba.
school of thought do you follow within Sunnah? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like,
Well,
are
I
you a
follow the
Maturidi?
Maturidi school of thought.
Okay, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
I can defend both after I think that school of thoughts. I can defend both. I don't have any problem with it. So I can defend both Kalami models of Ahlus Sunnah. So what I want from you is that if you want to defend the Falsafi model, you first have to show me that these are the people who affirm this model, and prior to these people, because these models didn't exist. That's why the prior people never affirmed these models. Okay. So this will prove that you are not actually defending the Shia creed, but you are actually defending the later creed, not the prior creed, not the first creed, but the later creed. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
why
no,
I
I
was.
understand. But it seemed to me to be in the beginning that you were saying, well, look, like we have to discuss some specific person's viewpoint, and that's how we're going to go about it, right? So if that's what you mean, well, there could be like slight differences between some individuals. That's not to say like the whole is going to be different. But if you mean Shia conception in general, that's fine. I have no issue with that.
Yeah, maybe that was a
Yeah,
miscommunication.
that, okay.
I was actually giving an example by naming Mullah Sadra, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so I don't have any problem with it. Let me know. We can have a date for that. We can see our schedules and we can have a discussion on it. I mean, I don't have any problem. If you want to discuss the conception of the sifat, probably you will discuss the conception of the sifat, because the same thing happened between Khalil and Muslim metaphysician. So probably you want to discuss divine simplicity with me. I know about that. So yeah, we can discuss it. I mean, there is no problem with it. So, but prior to the discussion or the debate, you have to set time and you have to give me some time, because I'm a working person. I believe that you are also a working person, and you also have some other you are also busy in some other things. So that's why I will check my schedule and I will prepare myself, and you will also prepare yourself, and inshallah we can have a discussion on it. And why do I want time? Because we have more Kalami philosophers, and I have to
Ruwaifa, I just want
focus
to
on.
correct you on one thing. You were saying, oh, the earlier scholars or the earlier Shia all believed in a different kind of Tawheed than the Falsafa. This is just incorrect. In fact, there's proof to show that a lot of the earlier Shias believed in this Falsafa.
The early Shias were
That and this
Mujassima. I think you misunderstand.
no,
No, I can.
one
I mean,
second,
you
Freddie.
can say all these things. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I can show you.
I've seen them
I
all.
can show you.
I've seen the evidence around it. But Freddie, for you to say that the earlier Shia were Mujassama, it just you're lying.
I'll bring you the evidence if you want.
Okay, so that's
Decide a
good.
Acha,
day and time.
And then
acha,
the
brothers,
evidence
brothers.
that of Shab al Amrad, inshallah. Kaman.
Acha, brothers. Let me clarify this.
But one
There's
second,
I
absolutely no
it's okay.
evidence
But
to
I just
support
want to
the
know.
claim that the early
One
Shia
second,
were
otherwise.
Mujassima.
He said the early Shia are Mujassama. I just need to see this Ruwaifa. I want to see what he's talking about.
Yeah. Give
He's
him
gonna
some time
bring
to.
narration and he's gonna interpret
Ibn
them the way
Hashim
that
यार
he
क्या नाम था
interprets
उसका?
them, when the Shia do not accept them the way that he
No, no,
understands
it's not
them.
a problem. Otherwise,
That's what he's gonna
कैसे
do.
claim करते हो यार फ्रेडी एविडेंस के साथ
yeah,
लाओ
yeah,
यार
just let him bring
how
the
did you make
एविडेंस
evidence.
that
आपको
claim bro
एविडेंस का मौका तो दें, हर रोज तो डिबेट से पीछे हो
Yeah,
जाते हैं।
yeah, no
अरे
problem.
तुम जब क्लेम कर रहे हो उसके साथ एविडेंस भी लाओ
मैं
यार
आप
फ्रेडी
लोग डिबेट डन करके पीछे हो जाते हैं, 3-3 4-4 घंटे रूम में बैठ के
अरे
बात
I'm,
करते
he
हैं,
I'm
उसके बाद
wants
not.
to
पीछे हो
debate
जाते हैं।
another topic first
लोग
bro
Yeah, no
आपके लोग यहाँ
problem.
पे
I
इस्तिखारे कर
just
रहे हैं
want
कि
him
आप
to bring
उसकी
the
डिबेट लो।
evidence. Stop. Just don't let him. Just bring the evidence that they were mujassim.
Yeah,
I
Hassan,
asked
just so
I
you know,
said
Why
I
do you
don't
think
come
they're
make a claim
mujassim?
bring the evidence with it that's what I said in Hindi I
All
know
right, just
too
bring the evidence, because this
Hassan,
is a big
every
claim.
time you quote something now, I will bring you evidence
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
bring you
You guys
several
are saying
evidence.
the early Shia were all
yeah
mujassim.
Francisco
I want proof
Okay,
that they
but
were all
listen,
mujassim.
Hassan, while you're here,
La la la.
can
I'm
you?
not, we're not
No,
moving
no,
to the point. Stop.
no, no, not another subject. We're waiting for
Friends, I
Freddy.
want
That's
to
why.
see how we are mujassimin. I wanna see it.
Akhi, you narrate from a
Exactly.
guy
You
that
made
is
a claim
alien
that
that
we're
came from the sky.
mujassimeen.
Don't you believe there was Mujassim in Shiism as well? Like, Akhi, you have so many
Stop
beliefs.
with your lies.
That's
Stop
fabricated
lying.
according to Ibn al-Ghawari.
Stop
Why are you
lying.
I
No
lying?
am
one
not
here read from
lying.
anyone came from the
I
sky.
want, okay, wait one moment.
Ibn al-Ghawari literally says that person is a fabricated individual. He is a made-up
Also, you
individual. He
narrate
didn't
from
even
made up
exist historically.
individuals. Is that what you mean?
Are you an idiot? The person is in the metin. The hadiths about him are all fabricated,
Okay, so you
according to
narrate,
Ibn al-Ghawari.
yeah,
if
so you
Okay, one
Freddy is
narrate
second.
talking
about
about
a man who came
whether
from the sky, Akhi.
Freddy
So
is talking about
I just
Hisham
told
you
you,
wait,
bin
like,
Hakam.
hold on.
you wait
You're not
one
coming with
moment, one
anything
moment.
new. Hold on, wait,
Yunus, one
wait,
moment.
Hassan, wait, wait.
Just
You're
let
not
me
coming
just
with
say the
anything new.
thing.
You're literally
Listen,
just
you are
making
you
polemics
have
from TikTok
apostated
that
too
we've been
many
alive for
times from
1,000
No,
years.
no,
talking.
no, 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 no.
Hassan, you're
No,
gonna
I
have to
called you
mod
out.
him,
Don't,
You're
man.
don't,
lying.
don't.
Now you're
Yunus,
gonna
Guys,
refute
you
me
know,
hold
to
with
all the
with
Sunnis
your
in the room,
strategy, your
just
ignorant
leave this
strategy.
room, man. Some of the people in here don't respect our
on.
position.
Okay,
It's
okay,
a waste of
Abu,
fucking time, man.
Abu, one second.
This is a waste of time, guys. It's not bad for your
All right,
spiritual
You
leave,
heart.
guys be
leave.
Oh, Yunus, you're a
You're
mulhid,
Wallah,
bro.
listening.
Don't
hey,
talk.
yalla,
Yo,
You're a
Raddi is a
Yunus,
mulhid.
shaitan.
listen.
Yunus is a
Murtad.
shaitan. You're a shaitan.
Go.
Let's
Hiya.
go.
The shaitan.
Go.
Bro, now I am holding the discussion. Okay, go ahead.
So Freddy is referring to Hisham bin Hakam.
Okay, bring
So
evidence. Who says Hisham? And how, even if Hisham ibn Hakam was a Mujassim, how does that prove all early Shias were Mujassimeen?
no, this probably won't prove that or early Shia were Mujassimin.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
why did Freddy say
Oh,
that?
okay, that's different. He said all, bro. That's why I was
Okay, and
tripping.
what's the evidence for Hisham bin
Who
Hakam being a
who
Mujassim?
who who said all? Who said
You
all?
said the early
You
Which
said
Shia
all?
were all mujassim. That's what you said.
Nobody said all Shia were Mujassim. I said the early Shia were
There's
Mujassim.
a,
No,
the
you
room
did.
is
You did say
recorded.
that. You did say that.
The room is recorded.
You
Don't
did.
lie.
You did say all of the early Shia were
Okay,
Mujassimeen.
lady, calm down.
Nobody said all. I said
the
All right,
early
so
Shia.
when you said
you're okay.
the early Shia were Mujassim, you meant just only one?
Could be one.
I mean, he never said
Okay,
that
Okay,
only
yeah, I
are
would have never
Mujassim.
objected to that. It's
okay.
what
So
they
you meant one.
Sure, I didn't give a number, did I?
Okay, okay. So who's that one? The Hisham bin Hakam?
Ilyas, he said
Yeah,
all. He
Hisham bin
didn't say
Hakam.
one.
Yeah, no, okay, now he's backtracking. Oh, okay, what's the evidence for Hisham bin Hakam being a Mujassim?
I can give you the evidence. Can you set a debate?
Okay, this man.
Can you set a
We
time?
debate on we can talk about it right now.
It's so funny that you want evidence from me right over here, and when it comes to debates of deciding for 3 days, several
Bro,
hours, you
I
guys
have
just step
nothing to
back
do
on
with
replays.
debates. If I make a claim, I bring evidence on the spot.
Okay, then it's Clubhouse then. Then stop asking for exact proof on this app. Either decide a time or a
You
date.
made a big claim.
And I gave the name. There you go. Go do your research. Now you want me to open his book and bring you scant? Am I
Oh,
your little assistant?
oh,
There's no extant. No, one minute. There's no extant works of 1 minute, man.
You claim, Hufayfa, you claim that Hisham ibn
There's
Hakam is a
no
mujassim. Where's
1
your
minute,
evidence?
man. There's
Bring
no
your
extant
evidence.
work of Sham ibn Hakam that we have.
Bring a single dalil that Hisham ibn Hakam was a mujassim. And for you to claim that all the Shia used to be mujassimeen is crazy, because Imam al-Sadiq alayhi salam literally condemned all the mujassima during his time. The hadith about al-Mustafida, where he's condemning the mujassima. Like, literally, I can show you that the early beliefs that the Bakris, they used to believe that Allah Azza wa Jalla is a beardless young boy. And the Imam alayhi salam replies to this. I can show you the hadith. Like you claiming that early companions of the Imams alayhi wassalam were Mujassima, all of them are. This is hilarious because the Imam alayhi salam literally was condemning the Mujassima and debating them and had his students.
What's hilarious are you guys cowards? That's what's hilarious.
What's hilarious is you made a positive claim which
No,
isn't
it's
true.
not gonna turn into a shouting match. Yunus, even if he uses any word, you're not gonna use it, bro. Please, right?
Like this is Kitab al-Tawheed. Look, Kitab al-Tawheed
Yeah.
from
Every
Aba Abdullah
bro,
alayhi
all the
salam.
narrations are against the
Some of the
same.
scholars.
Hasham ibn Hakam. Bring me any evidence which says Hasham ibn Hakam is a mujassim, but that evidence shouldn't be a historiographical literature. That's all.
And like if Hisham ibn
Yeah,
al-Hakim didn't believe
you
in
are
Tajsim,
actually
how does this
repeating
prove all
yourself,
Shiites
Elias.
believed in
You said that
Tajsim?
these people had never, made up things from themselves because they didn't have the same knowledge. That 2 or 3 years ago, I guess
Can
1 week
you
ago.
please bring the evidence, Rufaifa?
By the way,
Why? Why are we
I'm not
obligated to
saying
bring
this
any
thing
evidence
that,
to you?
but
We've
Because
told
you
you
made a
already. That's
positive
it.
claim that Hisham is a Mujassim. Where's your evidence? We want to
Yeah,
You
know if you're
man.
make
lying.
positive
That's
claims on this app
unfair.
all day, man. Relax, Murtad.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
bring
but
evidence,
you
unlike you.
you can't generalize and say the early Shia and not bring a claim evidence for it.
That's a big claim. The early Shia were mujassim. That's a journal statement.
No, you
We
either bring
can
the
we
evidence
can
or I'm going to call
we
you a
can
liar.
have we can have a discussion. No problem.
Okay,
Okay,
Why do we
okay.
bring
have
the
to do
We're
it
here.
edition.
right here? Yeah.
Hatu burhanakum.
What are we doing right now? Playing Monopoly?
No, right now you guys are waffling after being scared of a debate.
We're waffling by asking you for the
You
dalil
come here,
you
you don't
made a
come here to
positive
have
claim
actual
about.
discussions. You guys waffle. That's why you
He's
wasted
saying,
several hours of my life.
subhanAllah, he's saying we're waffling and we're literally asking him, bring the
Oh,
evidence for your
why
claim.
should I
And
bring
I
he
guess this is
evidence?
waffles, and
waffling.
he's
Once
waffling. He's
did you keep
waffling.
your word? Did you keep your word?
Look,
I
he's
am
No.
really
look how he's
interested in
waffling.
seeing. I'm really interested in seeing how Muqatil bin Sulaiman. Sorry, not Muqatil bin Sulaiman. Hasham bin Hakam is the mujassim.
well, it is not proven from
You
Muqatil bin Sulaiman.
you
You said that a few days ago.
Yeah. So how's Hasham ibn Hakam a
So this
mujassim?
is a report I wanted to mention.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Since they want to claim that
Walaikum
we're
assalam.
waffling, alhamdulillah, we bring dalil. So this is
ah,
in Kitab
your
al-Tawheed
dalil I've seen.
from
Your
Aba
guys are
Abdullah
running
alayhi
dalil.
salam.
Which dalil
This
have
is
you
some of the
brought?
Well, Kitab
scholars think.
al-Tawheed has been refuted by our scholars. For example, Razi called him Kitab
Interrupting.
al-Shirk. Yeah. So don't
Okay, fine.
present Kitab al-Tawheed. Our scholars have
Okay, mute
denied it.
yourself. Okay,
Yeah,
mute yourself. I'm not
Why
using it as
would
an
I do
authority
that?
over you. You made a claim against the Shia, so I'm going to use
We
Shiite
never
sources to prove
made
that we
any
don't
claim.
believe in this.
No, I have never made any claim.
Eunice,
It
I
was
made
Eunice,
the
against,
claim.
but
You said
No,
that
man.
before.
It's
Ruben,
1 minute,
didn't make the
man.
claim, bro.
1 minute.
Didn't make that claim.
It's not even about Kitab al Tawheed.
nah, Freddie
It's
made
a
that
historical.
claim.
It's a historical thing now, right? How do we know? Like, first of all, literally, I don't even speak. I wasn't even gonna speak. But like, bro, calm down. If I'm not speaking, that doesn't mean like you just start making preposterous claims, man. It literally said all early Shias are
Nobody said
Mujassims.
all.
he said the early Shias were Mujassam.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
go
And
ahead.
from there it came down to one, and that's like a slander on Hasham ibn Hakam. What evidence do we have for Hasham ibn Hakam being a Mujassam?
We can give evidence, no problem. There's no
Okay,
issue.
what
We
is that?
can't when I
What
give
is
my
that?
evidence, I'll
What?
give my evidence.
Ruwaifa, just
When
send
is
it
the
to him in the
debate?
back
Oh, okay.
channel.
You're so
He
worried
brought
about
it.
Yeah,
my
they're gonna
evidence.
do.
Why can't
They're
you
gonna
have
do
a
a
Okay,
debate?
debate
let's just
yesterday.
wait. Let's just wait till Friday brings
I
some
will
Yeah,
give
evidence.
it
nobody,
after 2
Yeah,
weeks.
just
Google,
everybody
Google.
relax. Everybody relax. Let him bring it. Khalas.
Why do I have to bring it right now? I'll bring it when I want.
Don't make a claim
You guys,
arrogantly and then come and
Then
say,
don't
"No,
make
I'm
the
not gonna
claim.
bring I'm
shut
not gonna
up.
bring the evidence."
When
That's
you
Okay,
arrogance.
then
when you waste
why did you
several
say that?
hours,
Do you actually believe that?
of course I believe that. 100%
Bro,
I
And do
believe
you
that. I've
believe that
spoken to
because
you guys waffle. That's why you wasted several hours of my life.
subhanAllah, he's saying we're waffling and we're literally asking him, bring the
Oh,
evidence for your
why
claim.
should I
And
I
bring
he
guess this is
evidence?
waffles, and
waffling.
he's
Once
waffling. He's
did you keep
waffling.
your word? Did you keep your word?
Look,
I
he's
am
No.
really
look how he's
interested in
waffling.
seeing. I'm really interested in seeing how Muqatil bin Sulaiman. Sorry, not Muqatil bin Sulaiman. Hasham bin Hakam is the Mujassam.
Well, it is not proven from
You
Muqatil bin Sulaiman.
you
You said that a few days ago.
Yeah. So how's Sham ibn Hakam
So this
Mujassim?
is a report I wanted to mention.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Since they want to
Wa
claim that
alaikum
we're
assalam.
waffling, alhamdulillah, we bring dalil. So this is in Kitab
Your
al-Tawheed
dalil I've seen.
from
Your
Aba
guys are
Abdullah
running
alayhi
dalil.
salam.
Which dalil
This
have
is
you
some of the
brought?
Well, Kitab
scholars think.
al-Tawheed has been refuted by our scholars. For example, Razi called him Kitab
Interrupting.
al-Shirk. Yeah, yeah. So don't
Okay, okay, fine.
present Kitab al-Tawheed. Our scholars have
Okay, mute
denied it.
yourself. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
mute yourself. I'm not
Why,
using it
why
as
would
an
I do
authority
that?
over you. You made a claim against the Shia, so I'm going to use
We
Shiite
never
sources to prove
made
that we
any
don't believe in
claim.
this.
No, no, I have never made any claim.
Yunus,
It
I
Yunus,
was a
made
we
a
are
claim.
claim.
But
doing
You said
No,
that
man.
claim.
It's a
Ruben,
1 minute,
didn't make the
man.
claim, bro.
1 minute.
Didn't make
It's a
that
history.
claim.
It's not even about Kitab al Tawheed. It's
nah,
about.
Freddy
It's
made
a
that
historical.
claim.
It's a historical thing now, right? How do we know? Like, first of all, literally, I don't even speak. I wasn't even gonna speak. But like, bro, calm down. If I'm not speaking, that doesn't mean like you just start making preposterous claims, man. It literally said all Shia, early Shias are
Nobody said
Mujassims.
all.
He said the early Shias were Mujassam.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
go
And
ahead.
from there, it came down to one, and that's like a slander on Hisham ibn Hakam. What evidence do we have for Hisham ibn Hakam being a Mujassam?
We can give evidence, no problem. There's no
Okay,
issue.
what
We
is that?
can't. When I
What
give
is
my
that?
evidence, I'll
What,
give my evidence.
Ruwaifa, just
When
send
is
it
the
to him in the
debate?
back channel
okay.
before
You're so
you
worried
brought
about
Yeah,
my
the
they're gonna
evidence.
do.
Why can't
They're
you
gonna
have
do
a
a
Okay,
debate?
debate
let's just
yesterday.
wait. Let's just wait till Friday brings
I
some
will
Yeah,
give
evidence.
it after
nobody,
Yeah,
two weeks.
just
Google,
everybody
Google.
relax. Everybody relax. Let him bring it. Khalas.
Why do I have to bring it right now? I'll bring it when I want.
Don't make a claim
You guys,
arrogantly and then come and
you
say,
Don't
guys
"No,
make
I'm
a
not
shut
gonna
up.
claim.
bring I'm
Shut
not gonna
up.
bring the evidence."
When
That's
you
Okay,
arrogance.
waste,
then
when you waste
why did you
several
say that?
hours,
Do you actually believe that?
of course I believe that.
Bro,
100% I
And do
believe
you
that. I've
believe that
spoken to
because of
Sheikh about it.
1 minute? Do you believe that because of some reason or not?
What do you mean, what reason? I've spoken to Sheikh about it. It's been mentioned, it's a known thing.
Oh,
Now
okay,
Can you
evidence,
can
and
you
did
bring
you,
up
did they
Sayyid Nasser, please?
did,
now
did they give
evidence
you
is
some
something.
evidence? Did they give you
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
evidence for it?
Of course they
What
did.
did
Of
they?
course they
What
did.
did it? Okay, tell us. What did it tell you?
I don't remember. If I'd remembered the exact thing, wouldn't I just say it? What is this?
Guys,
That's
What is
the
this
biggest
nonsense that you
wait,
Sunni
don't
wait, wait.
lie.
remember the
Whenever a
evidence?
Sunni is cornered about questions, he says, "I talked to
Stop
Shuyukh
changing.
about
Yeah,
it."
you were
I
saying
I'm
the
not
other
Wait,
talked
day
to
wait,
that
guys,
Shuyukh about
guys,
saying that
it.
Stop
he was,
shouting.
yeah, yeah, you were
guys.
crying yesterday,
LRX.
but
Al-Raqsa,
you should shut
no
your
need
mouth.
to
These
do that.
guys
No need
stepped
to
Wait,
back
do
from
one
a
that.
second, one
debate.
second, one
These
second,
guys
guys. The
stepped
Sheikh has something to
from a
say. The
debate.
Sheikh has something
Have
to
some
say.
shame. Have some fucking shame. You stepped back from a debate several
Stop
times.
Oh
cursing.
yeah,
Stop
at
using
least
swear
Several
Stop
don't
being a
curse,
times.
man.
fahish.
1 second,
Stop
bro.
being a
1
fahish.
second. Two things. One, don't.
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, it was just so sorry. Please do not curse, man. Oh, any be it Shia, be it Sunni, man. Don't curse.
We have not cursed once. Um,
Guys, allow the chef to speak, please, out of respect. Go ahead, chef.
سلام
Yeah,
Who's the
what
علیکم
did
sheikh here? Who's the sheikh?
Amir,
Sheikh Amir.
Sheikh Amir,
تفضل
our
شيخنا
Sheikh.
تفضل.
سلام علیکم و رحمت الله. Do you hear me?
Bale, bale.
الو.
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear
بفرمایید.
you, Shaykhna. We hear you, Shaykhna. Tfadal.
I wanted to say that we all concerned about our idea and our responsibility for finding truth, and I can understand these concern. So we as Shia or Sunni, we know that one of which us is not true and another is true, and it's a challengeable discussion, somehow inviting us to speaking with, with each other to eventually the truth would reveal for us. I understand, but and I have a concern here, and it is when we are in the same position about Christianity, about atheism, and other religions. We are in the same position. Um, I I can't imagine when they see our fighting with each other. in these such these crowd rooms, they certainly would be somehow happy that these Muslims, they are fighting with each other, and it's it's um, it's useful. It is um, how can I say, it is good for them. Especially atheism, they are uh, in these discussion. These it's not just discussion. Fighting with each other is a best of gift for them, and they see are fighting me. I as a Shia with Sunni, Sunni as a Sunni with me. In our position, I can say that something is wrong in this situation. I said at the beginning that I know that is we are concerned about finding truth, but we have to handle this concern in which no one can use our debating or fighting. Maybe if we have just try to um, showing others the beautiful beauty of Islam, the beauty of believing in God. Maybe it has more prioritized than when we just speaking, debating about Muawiyah, about I don't know Aisha, uh, about other things, the challenging, challengeable things. It's my opinion. Sorry for taking time.
جزاكم الله خير. So,
السلام
Sheikh,
عليكم
Well,
أخوة.
we should the same thing
وعليكم
for Ahlul
السلام
Bayt.
يا سيد ناصر تفضلوا.
You are
Go
being
ahead أخي.
mindful of it. If you want us to not, debates on them, then say the same thing for Ahlul Bayt and just only, exclude the Prophet sallallahu alaihi
No, no,
wasallam.
that's not what he's saying. He's saying talk to each other in a way that's respectful, even if you guys are debating.
الحمد لله رب
Can
العالمين.
you please
تفضل
pull up
سيد ناصر.
Freddy?
Alright,
Why
so
did you put him down?
Who?
I didn't put him down. Who? He can't come up. I don't know. I sent him invite already. And if you're asking about Freddy, he's not there. He's not in the room.
I see him. سيد
I've
ناصر, go
sent
ahead
him
أخي.
حبيبي so real quick, I think obviously Freddie is a Sunni, one of the Mukhalifin. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
He
I've
is,
not
yeah.
seen such akhlaq other from the sons of Aisha. Jameel. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Now, I'm assuming the Sheikh that told him that Hisham ibn al-Hakam was a Mujassim was also a Sunni.
yes.
I'm just going to assume. All right, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Okay. Now, I want to say like in these last generations, quote unquote, I'll put that in between quotations, of Sunni debaters, so like people like Sunni defense and stuff like that. Uh, these people, I can guarantee you, they have not read our books. They have not read the complete tarjama of Hisham ibn al-Hakam. And when they do, and the rare ones that do read the narrations, they do not even take a second to do tarjih, to actually look into who narrated this and why, and by which way, and who did he narrate it from. So I want to just say, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Hisham ibn al-Hakam, Ridwanullahi ta'ala alayh, may Allah be pleased with Hisham ibn al-Hakam. Of course, he is a great companion of the Imams, salamullahi alayhim. But I would also like to add, of course, he's one of my favorites. And if I remember correctly, he's one of Ashabul Ijma'. That were, the whole Ummah is on Ijma', that his riwayah is sahihah. Right? Of course, the Shi'i Ummah, not the Mukhalifin. Now, for those that say he كان يقول بالتجسيم, للأخوة اللي يريدون يراجعون, for the brothers that want to go back to the sources about this, I want you all to look at معجم رجال الحديث by Sayyid al-Khu'i, rahimahullah, volume 20, page
It is a later
320.
work, brother. Just all the ta'wil which has been done by Khoi. Later work.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil
Show us.
Alameen. yeah.
So what
By the
So
way,
Salman
Sayyid
it's not
Nasser,
only
when
the
he was
ta'weed. Listen to this. So
Sayyid Nasser,
السيد من رخصتك حبيبي السيد الخوئي رضوان الله تعالى عليه, he says بقي هنا شيء. After he mentions all the narrations that praise Hisham and go against him. By the way, he mentions 18 narrations, and a few of them are sahih, praising Hisham ibn al-Hakim. And when he mentions all the narrations that weakens them, he thoroughly weakens them. Right? He weakens all of these narrations that attack Hisham ibn al-Hakim. Right? Because when it comes to ilm al-rijal and you want to see if someone is thiqa or not, and there are ahadith about him, right? There are narrations about him, you must look into which one is stronger than the other, right? There are two contradicting hadith. So let's look at, for example, the ahadith that say he was a mujassim, that said that Allah has a body, wal-iyadu billah, right? These go against the ahadith that praise him, right? His praise is in 18 different asanid. This is tawatur, right? So Sayyid
what you
al-Khou'i,
call tawatur.
Sayyid al-Khou'i,
What
he
is the
says,
definition of tawatur? No, no, not tell about Khoi said, because Khoi was a mutakhir. Moreover, brother, what is the definition of tawatur? Just because
give
our narration can have 18 sanad, does it mean that it is mutawatir?
me just a second.
Mutawatir is not
So,
out of terminology.
inshallah, I'll answer you. Inshallah, I'll answer you. Sayyid al-Khou'i says, بقي هنا شيء. And I just want to point out real quick, if the Sunnis would pick up actually a book of Usul al-Rijal, they would know where Sayyid al-Khou'i is coming from. It doesn't matter if he's a mutaakhir. Him being a mutaakhir affects if he narrates hadith. The Sayyid al-Khou'i is not a hadith narrator. He's a scholar, right? He's a
No, no,
mutaakhir
brother.
scholar
He
like all
has
the Sunni
invented all
scholars.
these things.
Secondly,
No, brother. He has done
he's a
ta'awud.
bahith with ilm al-Rijal. He uses early Rijal to do tarjih al-ruwayat. He says, بقي هنا شيء, right? So, something is left. هو أنه قد نسب إلى هشام بن الحكم القول بالتجسيم, right? It has been attributed to Hisham ibn al-Hakam that he said تجسيم. واستند في ذلك إلى عدة روايات, منها ما رواه محمد بن يعقوب بإسناده عن علي بن أبي حمزة. Keep that in mind. قلت لأبي عبد الله سمعت ابن هشام يروي عنكم أن الله جسم صدمي نوري. And he mentions all the other hadith. All of these, there are no arguments about them. They are all weak, right? As Sayyid al-Khou'i says, and I'll quote it to you. He says, أقول أن هذه الروايات بأجمعها ضعيفة لا يمكن الاعتماد عليها. You should not do اعتماد on these narrations. وجه الضعف في غير الرواية الأولى ظاهر, right? Now, let's go to the hadith and al-Kafi, the first one that I mentioned. So it goes by this chain. So I believe it is Ali ibn Ibrahim, from his father, from Safwan ibn Yahya, from Ali ibn Abi Hamza al-Bata'ini. Okay, who's Ali ibn Abi Hamza? Ali ibn Abi Hamza is the master of the Waqifa and their founder. May Allah curse him, right? He's cursed by all of the Imams salamullahi alayhim, right? And you should see Imam Rida salamullahi alayhi, his story is narrated from him that when he went to the grave of Ali ibn Abi Hamza, he took 2 rocks and struck it on his grave, and through a miracle of Allah, it lit on fire, and he burned his grave. This is the people that they want to take narrations from, do ihtijaj from, to say that Hisham wal-iyadu billah was a mujassim. Mathalan, if you guys want to quote a group of narrations about Hisham ibn al-Hakam, quote the ones that praise him and be munsifin. Right? As Sayyid al-Khou'i wasn't afraid to quote every single one of these narrations with a complete chain. Because Sayyid al-Khou'i knows what he's talking about. Sayyid al-Khou'i, alhamdulillah, has actually picked up Shi'i books and read them, unlike any of the sons of Aisha. Right? They want to do istinad to the narrations of al-Kishi, wallah, thumma wallah, they haven't read al-Kishi back to back. Nor have they read the complete tarjama of Hisham. Right? Wallah, thumma tallah, they haven't picked up a single Shi'i Rijal book. Right? Now, considering the countries that they live in as well, right? Because they ban their books, or should our books say books of magic? Why are they scared of them? So, هذا ما بقي من الأمر والله الأعلى والأعلم. But to say that Hisham al-Hakam was a mujassim, right? Of course, the actual scholars, quote unquote, I'll put that between quotations, that said that he was a mujassim, the main one of them is Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari in his Maqalat al-Islamiyyin, right? And who's Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari compared to the Shi'i narrators, right? Who's Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari compared when, the modern day Atharis think of him? Wallahu al-a'la wal-a'lam. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
It's pretty well known. Like, journally in history, you can't rely on
historiographical literature to tell you accurately what the position of someone is. That's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
widely known.
What do you say about this narration from Al-Kafi, which is narrated by the sanad is Muhammad bin Abi Abdullah, then Ali bin Abbas, then Ahmad bin Muhammad bin Abi Nasr, then Muhammad bin Hakim, and then the narration goes on, and it is from Muhammad bin Abi Abdullah. Okay. By the way, this narration is from Imam Musa al-Kazim, and it is in Al-Kafi. I'm not quoting any hagiographical quotation.
Yeah, read the narration.
Specifically, yeah, I'm quoting the narration. Specifically, Hisham bin Hakam has said that Allah is a jism. So, what is the problem with this specific narration,
Read it.
Thomas? And by the way, which narrator you were talking about? Ali bin Abi? Ali,
Read the narration.
yeah. Ali bin, I will read. Ali bin Abi Hamza. Hamza
Ali ibn,
as-Somali. Which one?
Ali ibn Abi. Okay, again, so is my sayings like, are my words going through one ear and coming out of the other? We just talked about Ali ibn Abi Hamza, right? If you want me to bring you the tawatur, the mass transmission of narrations of the Imams cursing Ali ibn Abi Hamza and all of our scholars weakening him and calling him an accursed waqifi and a mubtadi', then ask, right? If not, then
Bro, I
if
asked
you
you
if
the
you guys want
complete.
to go in
No,
and bring
I
a
didn't ask
claim
you.
when we respond, actually listen to our responses, right? Did I not specify, ya akhwa, and it's recorded? Did I not specify that Ali ibn Abi Hamza is in this chain?
By the
La'natullahi
way,
alayhi.
Ilyas,
Indeed.
La'natullahi ala
I'm
Ali ibn
telling,
Abi Hamza.
I'm telling you something.
Sayyid Nasser, you
If
have
you
to
guys
explain to them
taking
the
my
same
topic, bro.
thing like
Yeah.
13,000
Yeah.
times, and they still
Let,
don't
let him
listen.
respond. Let him
So
respond. It's okay.
Inshallah, inshallah, let him go on. If he wants
Ilyas,
to parrot the same thing
brother.
again, then yeah, Allahu
Yeah, yeah.
alam.
Let
Tafadhal,
him
ya akhi.
finish.
Sure,
It's
sure.
okay. If he brings it, it's an easy
Yeah,
response.
sure.
Let him
Sure. So, Elias, if anyone from your panel will again mute me, then I will come down. Okay, I'm not
Tafadhal. Go ahead, akhi.
endure this disrespect one more time. Okay, I will come down to the audience. First, secondly, brother, you said the word Ali bin Hamza. I'm asking you to tell his full name. What is the full name of that narrator? Ali bin Hamza Somali.
You know that same person you're narrating from, Imam al-Kadhim alayhi salam, you know what he says? عن إمام الكاظم عليه السلام with the Sahih chain. He says قالان علي بن أبي حمزة البطائني الأنصاري قائد أبي بصير واقفي له كتاب. The Imam عليه السلام, he says he's a waqifi. In other hadith, the Imam عليه السلام does la'in on the waqifis. He does la'in on the Zaydiyah. He does la'in on these different groups. So the Imam alayhi salam literally does la'an on this individual, and you're bringing us a hadith narrated by him? Why would we accept this?
I
On
have,
the Umur of
bro, my
Tawheed, by the way.
narration which I have brought is not from the narrator which you are talking about. Ali bin Abi Hamza Somali, it is not from that narrator.
What was the hadith that you're bringing? First, let's talk about the
Can you link
matan
the
first.
hadith, inshallah, if it's in
Let
Al-Kafi?
me cite the hadith for you. It is from Al-Kafi. And the hadith says that Imam Kazim radiallahu ta'ala an, Muhammad bin Hakim is narrating that I have um,
Read Arabic so I can put the link or send the
yeah.
link. Where are you
قال
reading from
Inshallah, we can
Sakalain?
send the link.
قال وصفت لأبي إبراهيم عليه السلام قال هشام بن سلام الجوالك وحكيمة له قول هشام بن حكم أنه جسم فقال إن الله لا يشبهه شيء أن يفحشي أو خنعا أعظم من قولي من يصف خالق الأشياء بجسم أو صورة أو بخل بخلقة أو بتحديد وأعضاء تعالى الله عن ذلك علوا كبيرا. So it is from Al-Kafi. And you said that this narration is da'if. All the
Because a
narrations
mal'oon is narrating it. That's why. Why would we accept a
yeah.
narration from a mal'oon
Can we
on
see the
the
link,
tongue of the
inshallah?
Imam alayhi salam?
Can we see the link?
Yeah.
Ahsanallah ilayk.
Like if you brought me somebody who's like majhul or something, I would have accepted it. But like this guy is literally mal'oon. Why do we take reports from
No,
mal'oonin?
what he's claiming, brothers, what he's claiming is that ibn Abi Hamza in this one is
It's Ali ibn Abi Hamza
الثمالي,
Thomali. Yeah.
not the البطائني.
But can we
Ali ibn
see
Abi
the
Hamza
bro? Can we
al-Thumali.
get the text of the narration
No,
so we know
by the
what we
way,
are
I
talking
never
about?
said
So we
that.
can, bro, Ruefa, we
Sorry,
can talk about that. Let's get the narration first, man. Let's get the
yeah,
narration
yeah,
at least so
I'm
we.
going to get it. Yeah, yeah, don't worry about that. By the way, don't make lies on me. I never said that it is Ali bin Abi Hamza as-Somali. Somali. I asked Sayyid that what is the full name of the narrator which he is
Man, we'll
referring to.
talk. Okay, we'll talk about it.
You
Bring the
hold
narration first.
the recording. The recording is here. You said Ali ibn Abi Hamza
Yeah,
Thomali.
yeah, Sayyid. Yeah, Sayyid. We'll talk about it.
No,
Let's
no,
get
no.
the mutton
I
first.
asked him
Inshallah. But if you're asking me
whether
who is
his
the Ali ibn
name
Abi
Ali
Hamza,
bin
his name is
Hamza.
Ali ibn
Man,
Abi
just
Hamza al-Bata'ini.
yeah,
If you're
just
asking what his full name is, Ali ibn Abi Hamza al-Bata'ini. He has a
yeah,
son
just 1
named
minute.
Al-Hasan, who is even more accursed than him.
Okay, let's get the
Yeah,
narration first.
yeah, guys, we're gonna go in circles. Let him bring the narration. We'll look at it. Let's see what's going on.
We know this narration. He's not bringing anything new.
Hold on, I
You
think I
bring
have it
the
in front
link.
of
Same
me,
It's
inshallah.
spam
Give me
and
just a
Salafi
form.
second.
Yunus. Bring the link.
Give me
Yeah, it's
give me
in
just a
chapter
second.
on prohibition of on considering Allah as having a body, jism, and form, surah. It's in that chapter, in
يلا
volume
اقرأ
one
لنا
of
الحديث
chapter.
إن شاء الله بكامله.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring
Yeah.
the hadith so we can pin it up. That way we're
Yeah.
being
طيب.
clear and everybody can see it, inshallah.
الحمد لله.
Sayyid
Hilariously
Nasser, can you
enough,
check your back channel,
Hisham
please?
ibn al-Hakam through Sahih al-Sanid narrates a hadith going against Tajseem. Says, so in Al-Kafi, الجزء الأول باب إطلاق القول بأنه شيء, hadith number 6, it says فقد روى محمد بن يعقوب عن علي بن إبراهيم عن أبيه عن العباس بن عمرو الفقيمي عن هشام بن الحكم عن أبي عبد الله عليه السلام أنه قال للزنديق حين سأله فتقول أنه سميع بصير قال عليه السلام هو سميع بصير سميع بغير جارحة وبصير بغير آلة بل هو سميع بنفسه وبصير بنفسه. Hisham narrates this. Right? And also, if you want to see the hadith about Hisham ibn al-Hakam, it is literally everything that Imam al-Sadiq Sana'ullahi alayhi would say he would take. Right? If you want to see the debate of Hisham with Ashami, he
Yeah, yeah.
literally copies word for word what Imam al-Sadiq has taught him.
Let's try to get the narration first, though, so we can all look at it together.
Hey,
Inshallah.
give us a
Sayyid
second. I'll
Nasser,
Or
can you
put
check
the
if
your
link.
back
you
channel, please?
think that you have got the narration which exactly the one Ruefa is thinking, put it down so we can put it up and confirm that if it's the narration he's talking about.
Yeah, please. And then also, Sayyid, bring your narration as well so we can also pin it up.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
way we
yeah.
see a
That's
clear
the
picture.
next step.
That way it makes sense.
Inshallah
That way
ta'ala
we
here.
can clear it up. Inshallah, if
I
anyone has
will
any doubt, we can clear it
inshallah
up.
drop the link in chat.
First, drop the link for the one that you were supposedly thinking that Ruefa brought forward, but because he's not speaking anymore, I guess.
Here it is. Inshallah, I'm putting it in the room chat.
Are you there,
Tell me
Ruefa?
if you guys can see that. There it is. أحمد بن إدريس عن محمد بن عبد الجبار عن صفوان بن يحيى عن علي بن أبي حمزة.
Okay, guys, I pinned up the link up top, Ilyas.
المجلسي grades it موثق, but inshallah we'll get into this.
Sayyid Nasser or Sayyid Nasir, check your back channel, please, Habibi.
Inshallah, I'll take a look at that.
Okay. 1 minute. Even if I take the matan, how does it imply Tatsi?
No, it's not. So he's saying that. So Ali ibn Abi Hamza says that he heard Hisham ibn al-Hakam narrate from the Imams that he is a body. Yeah, that he has a body of self-subsiding nature and is from light.
How does it imply Tatsim?
I'm not referring to that one.
Oh, okay. Which one
No,
are
he's
you
saying that
referring to?
Hisham is he's using this hadith to say that Hisham believes in Tajseeb.
Bro, I never used that hadith. You are
Oh, it's
quoting
a
from
different
hadith.
hadith. Okay, can you bring it because we're a little
So bring the
confused.
hadith, ya Allah.
You just give me
Yeah,
one
yeah,
second.
just so we can be clear, inshallah, Ruwaifa. Because if this is not the hadith, then we don't know which one you're talking about. We want to see if it's the same person in the chain. We want to see the matan.
Like this is a hadith in Kitab al-Tawheed.
No, stop bringing a hadith that you think it is. Just let him bring his hadith.
Yeah, well,
Stop
while we wait
pimping
for
in
his hadith,
ones.
I'm gonna bring the hadith in praise of Hisham. Like this is in Kitab al-Tawheed where it says, قال Hisham, the Imam alayhi salam explains to him the Tawheed we believe
By
in.
the way, I have nothing to do with his praise, to be honest. You people ask me the evidence that where did he say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a jism. I'm going to quote it.
Yeah, and you brought us
Just
Ali
if
bin
you
Hamza,
also have,
who's
where do you
mal'un.
want to
No, no,
establish
that's not what
something?
I
Where did
asked.
you say
We
that?
asked for
No,
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 no, no,
no, no,
no,
no.
no,
Let
no,
me
no.
clear the point here. Freddy said that. No, no. Freddy said that Hisham was a mujassim. I am just quoting the narration in which he said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a jism, and Sayyidina Imam Qasim radiallahu ta'ala an has condemned him. Now, the other things are on your head. Whether you want to accept it or not, whether you want to apply the Rajali Mabani or it or not.
No,
I'm
that's
just
that's
going to
not how you
state that.
establish history.
Yeah, that is how it is established because a
No,
few days
that's
ago you
are
said
you? What are you talking about? Is that how you establish historical facts? Just
a
because you
few
have
days
a
ago
report about one
you
minute,
tell me that everything
just because you have a report about someone, just,
we
bro,
said that
nobody's
we
listening to you.
yeah.
Go ahead,
If
Let's
Yas.
that's yeah, if that's the standard, then everyone would become something.
yeah, because
Everyone
you
has
said that
access.
you don't accept Rijal. You accept the Orientalistic methodology. Orientalists believe that Hisham bin Hakam was a Mujassim. You
No,
can read the
no.
famous German. Nah, I can show you. I can show you the
Oh,
famous German
all modern,
encyclopedia
all
of
early
Islamic
and
sect.
late, all
I
early
can
and
show
late
you.
Shi'i scholars of
You
Rajad
can
believe
ask
that
very
Hisham al-Hakam is
questions.
Jalil al-Qadr, like, and they say that he's thiqah.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it. Do
Okay,
whatever you want
so
to do.
so
It is.
okay, so I'm going to get some modern Orientalists, some laymen from the, I want to say, like, what, in the Twitter comments, posting an article from God knows who,
No, no, no.
to
You
and
want to you
to
want to
reject the words of
but
literally
you want
all
to believe that they
the
were
Imams
not
of Ahlul Bayt
intentional.
salamullahi alayhim, and the actual Rajali scholars.
Not Metalang. Yeah.
I'm not talking about
Let's see.
Matalog.
Bro, what is the evidence that Hisham ibn Hakam was a Mujassim?
Like, alhamdulillah, we have our evidence that he was
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
and
and
that the Imams of
Mujassim,
Ahlul Bayt
yeah,
praise him.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Mujassim and Shia simultaneously. Not before him becoming a Shia. Before him becoming a Shia, he was a Jahmi.
They love
Sure.
doing this mental gymnastics and playing around. And when the hadith does not suit them, they play with it
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah. You
move
you
it and
you were
change the
crying
words.
yesterday that
Hey,
you
hey,
don't have any right to speak. You were crying
No,
yesterday.
no,
go
no, no,
look for the
no.
Let
Allah,
hadith.
one minute,
Go
one
look
minute.
for the
Don't,
hadith.
don't, 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 don't make it a shouting match. Don't make it a. Bring the hadith.
oh, yeah, yeah. I have sent you, Elias.
Okay.
Inshallah,
Fourth
Ilyas,
one.
if you want to pin it up for us, and inshallah,
No,
I'll
I
read it.
haven't gotten it, man. I'm trying to get it. Just put it in the chat. No, everything is step by step, otherwise you're gonna start a shouting match. And I
By
don't
the way,
want you to defend it. I want Freddy to come here and defend it.
yeah, yeah, sure, sure. I can invite him. Give me a second.
See, I'm not speaking. I don't speak on these matters. But now he's making nonsensical claims.
By the way, I never claimed that Shias are
I never
Shias
said
belong
you
to the
claimed
No,
that.
you don't.
Freddy claimed. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm speaking. Because obviously enough is enough,
Freddy.
man.
Freddy is saying that you have blocked him
No, no, he
from the room.
said
No, nobody has
early
blocked him, man.
Shias were
No,
Mujassimeen.
he
That's what he said. He made a general claim.
Yeah, sure. So Ilyas, can you put? I mean, I don't know how you can enter him in the room. I mean, maybe someone has blocked
Did
him.
someone block him?
Maybe.
No, no,
So
no one has him blocked.
inshallah, if you want to quote the hadith, and
No
then
one has him
and then
blocked.
we'll
Did
work to see if
someone
we could get him back
just
in the
one
room.
minute, bro? Just one. Did someone
Have-
kick him out from the room? Well, if that happened, then nothing can be done.
Ruwaifa,
Moderators.
ask him if he was kicked out.
So Hassan kicked him out.
No, 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 I didn't kick him out. I said ask him if he got.
Bro, if any moderator kicked him out, just tell us so we can continue the discussion.
No, I moved into the audience
I
after
think
he swore, but I didn't kick him out.
Okay, but then anyone, does someone have him blocked?
No.
Adi? uh, I don't know then. Anyone?
inshallah, I think I found the hadith. I will be posting the link momentarily.
Does anyone have Freddy blocked?
If you want, I'll do a triple check, even though I've checked twice and I don't have him blocked.
I don't have him blocked either. Okay, so he was removed. Okay, he was removed by someone.
Yeah, but none of
Okay,
us removed him here.
maybe at that time there was another mod who did that.
Okay, I just found the hadith. I'll post the link inside the chat.
Thank you so much, Sayyid.
Bro,
Appreciate it.
I sent the
Alhamdulillah,
hadith
yes, this way can
to
finally end. Like, guys, to the mukhalifin, when you make a claim, actually have your sources repaired.
You send it in the chat. I don't see it in the chat actually.
Inshallah, I'm sending it right now.
Bro, why are you, I mean, pinning the same link again and again and again? I have sent the link to Ilyas. Why are you going
Ilyas
to,
said he didn't receive it.
Send it to me, Ruwaifa. Maybe I can receive it. Send it to me.
Yaar Ilyas, check your WhatsApp, bro.
Oh, his WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp, Ilyas.
Okay, let's see.
Alright, I just sent the link inside the chat. Majesty also grades this as live, by the way.
Okay, you put. Okay.
Yeah. Tell me the reason. Because it is Mursal. But which type of Mursal?
He doesn't say Mursal, he just says live.
No. Majlisi has said it Mursal in Miratul Uqul. I'm talking about the
I don't
first
know what hadith you're looking at. I'm looking at the hadith
I'm
and the
talking
saying of
about
Marat al-Uqud right now.
Muhammad, this one Muhammad bin Abi Abdullah and Muhammad bin Ismail and
Yeah, this is
Ali
the
and
same exact hadith he quoted. قلت لأبي الحسن موسى عليه السلام
1 minute, let
لهشام
me just
الحكم.
confirm that is it the same thing that he quoted?
I said number four. The number four. Oh bro, why did you pin the same link? I sent you the lib.e Shia link.
Because
Should have
no,
said
because
which hadith is
Sayyid is saying that it is that's one. Anyway,
Okay,
we can
alright,
just read it from.
I found another one. Alright, here. Is this the one
No,
he's
no,
quoting?
man, we don't. No, we let's finish them. I'll just read that
Ya
out.
akhi, listen, Ismaili.
I
He's
have
saying
sent
that
it
the
in the
hadith
chat.
he quoted is a different one.
We literally
Yeah,
have
let's
to
just
do
read.
this guy's homework
Yeah,
for him. Like,
yeah, man.
So
Let's just see
it's
what
either
one.
this one. All right, listen. I'm going to post one more in the room chat. It's either this one or I don't know where he's getting it from.
Sayyid, you already shared it.
Bro.
I have sent it in
It's
the
pinned up top.
Is it pinned up top?
Okay.
I found it. I found the one he's talking about.
Hey, it's already found. We got it pinned up top, bro.
All right, go ahead.
اقرأ لي الحديث والله. Read the hadith for me.
Yeah, the link is the link opening for anyone?
Yeah, it's working for me.
Not for me, man.
No, I'm asking you to read it.
It's
Oh,
open for
it's
me
not
too.
opening for. It's not. It didn't open for me. Some weird lib
العفو.
here or something. Yeah, someone else can read it. It's not opening for me.
يونس
Which one is
عندك
it? Is it one? Is it 3, 4?
أنا هسه راح أودي لك رابط. شوف الديسكورد هسه راح أودي لك رابط. هذا هو الحديث اللي قاعد يذكره.
Yeah, that's the one I thought he has.
يلا هذا الحديث الرابع. He said حديث number 4. This is the
عن
fourth hadith.
محمد عن محمد بن حكيم قال وصفت. Let me read the chain.
Hold on. Real quick.
عبد الله.
Go back to the beginning of the chain. Can you read the
I'll
beginning
read
of the chain?
beginning. Yeah. محمد بن عبد الله عمن ذكره عن علي بن
Okay, stop right
العباس.
there. عمن ذكره. From whomsoever he mentioned. From whoever he mentioned. Okay. And
That's
you're asking me, why does Meджlisi say it's mursal?
okay. And that's
Like,
munqati.
okay, yeah, he's saying it's obvious. It's very, very obvious. Muhammad bin Abi Abdullah is saying, oh, from whoever so mentioned it. Did he forget it? Allahu A'lam. Did it pass by him? Allahu A'lam.
Yeah, like who's this person narrating? Allahu Alam who he is. I'm not gonna
Exactly,
rely upon him.
right? Now, someone will be like, well, you know, are we supposed to be like متساهلين في أسانيد الكافي? All right, for whoever holds that opinion that we could be lenient with the أسانيد الكافي, great. I don't have a problem with you. ماكو مشكلة, right? I
Like
may
I'm
differ
the
with
most
some of them.
lenient person ever, but like this is just like complete irsal. Like there's no i'timad to this at
It's
all.
not. It's also not even about the irsal, right? When it comes to ilm al-rijal, right? When it comes to al-qawaid al-rijaliyah, when we see two contradicting hadith of Ahlul Bayt, how am I supposed to pick which one is correct and which one is not?
Take the
Yeah,
more
you
reliable
will do
one.
some
You take the more reliable one. So I have sahih narrations
From
praising Hisham ibn
Imamis
al-Hakam.
who we actually know with no irsal, no
Exactly.
people who are
Listen, مثلا
first-time
هاي
Imams.
الرواية اسمع هاي الرواية مثلا قال الكشي بإسناده عن سليمان بن جعفر الجعفري قال سألت أبا الحسن الرضا عليه السلام عن هشام بن الحكم قال فقال رحمه الله, may Allah have mercy on him, كان عبدا ناصحا وأوذي من قبل أصحابه حسدا منهم. Right? It says that some people, out of jealousy for Hisham ibn al-Hakam, they made up things about him. And this one would not be ba'id. They
Because he used
probably
to
made up
debate
that he believed in
atheists.
Tanzeel.
Yeah, he would debate atheists. So the atheists were getting
Exactly.
destroyed by him, so they would make things about him.
He debate atheists, he debates Sunnis, right? Because
And
the
this is in
Wahhab
Kitab
Shania.
al-Tawheed. I want to mention this earlier. He says, أَفَهَمْتَ يَا هِشَامُ. So the Imam alayhi salam basically explains to him the Shia position of Tawheed and how to debate the atheists. And he tells him, أَفَهِمْتَ يَا هِشَامُ فَهُمَا تدفع به أعدائنا الملحدين مع الله تعالى. قال هشام نعم. قال أبو عبد الله عليه السلام نفعك الله به وثبتك. قال هشام فوالله ما فرني أحد في التوحيد. So this is clear praise of him from the Imam alayhi salam. And this is literally the Imam explaining here. The hadith is really long because he goes over like the Shia Tawheed and what we believe about Allah. And then Hisham says, yes, this is what I believe. And he tells him, this is what we use against the atheists. So like Hisham ibn Hakam alayhi radwan was not a mujassim. This is like a
The Imam.
fabrication from his enemies.
So after the death, right? So after the death of Hisham, which was during the Imamah of Imam al-Kadhim, salawatu rabbi wa salamuhu alayhi, if I remember correctly, either during the Imamah of Imam al-Kadhim or his son Imam Ali ibn Musa Rida, salamullahi alayhi. And he then says, right? He says, which was Sulaiman bin Ja'far al-Ja'fari, right? He says, I asked Abu al-Hasan al-Rida, salamullahi alayhi, about Hisham ibn al-Hakam. So he said, may Allah have mercy on him. He was a pious servant, right? He was a truthful, pious servant. كان عبدا ناصحا وأوذي من قبل أصحابه حسدا منهم له, right? And some of the people that he would talk to, his people, his companions, so meaning the ones that he would debate. So you have Sunnis in that circle, you have atheists, you have Christians, you have Jews, you have Ahlul Kitab in their whole form. They used to debate Hisham. And Hisham, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen, he would wipe the floor with them. Right? And so out of bughd for Hisham, out of hatred and jealousy for Hisham, they made up a hadith about him. Right? And this is not ba'id. You have Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari saying that he used to believe in tajseem. Right? Of course, Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, he is...
Sayyid brother, I mean, the way you are speaking is because you have this Mojam, the book of Khoi, that's why you are keep speaking. And it is 3:28 a.m. here, that's why I'm not, answering you. I mean, on me, it was only present the evidence and I have presented it. And you are saying that it is mursal, yeah, no problem with that. I can have a discussion with you whether Hisham was a Mujassim or not, but not now. I don't prefer certain debates on which various Shias have already written books on it, and it is night here, and I have to defend the position. Pretty
Then
made a
don't make
claim.
the claim, akhi, with all respect.
Yeah, you just shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. And you
Bro, what happened there, Rufaiba?
you are a
He's mad because
Yunus,
he got
yeah,
exposed. He's mad he got exposed.
and so did
That's
you, Yunus, and so did you.
Wajahat,
Exposed for what?
you literally.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to say real quick,
No.
these things of like,
annihilated
I don't have any
real
attention.
quick.
Brother, I don't have
When
anything to
when 1 minute when he didn't abuse, and Wallah, Yunus has a bad tongue as well, and I asked him to not abuse, and he has kept his word and
Yup.
he has not abused at all. But you abused. Shameful, man.
What
We
did I
did?
say, brother Elias? I
Alhamdulillah.
literally said,
هاي أخلاق
Akhi, with all respect, you shouldn't make the claim then. That's literally what I said. And this guy cussed me out.
أحسنتم. I will be right back.
Yunus, yeah, yeah. We
Manners,
need to go to
mashallah.
this level. Alhamdulillah, today, with all due respect to Ruwaifa and to Wajahat, with this convo
Brother, we never claimed that we are going to authenticate those
to cuss
narrations.
people.
Bro, you
Someone
don't
said
talk
that
about.
no,
It's not.
So
No,
don't talk
Baba.
about them.
No, 1 minute. At
and you
least don't
assume that he
abuse,
has
man. Don't
abused.
abuse at least.
Bro, I don't want to talk to him. He has abused our, our Muslimas a lot of time, and I don't want to
Yeah, yeah,
talk
but
to
I
him.
didn't.
Sayyid was
Yeah,
talking
but I
to.
didn't. I asked him not to abuse, and he's not abusing right now.
Yeah, I worship Allah through cursing the enemies of His. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, yeah,
Ruwaifa, with
sure,
all
sure,
due
sure.
respect, how many,
So
like
I,
Friday, 1 second, with all due respect, how many times has the Friday, France, they curse our Imam or they curse Narjis alayhi salam?
This is
No
not
problem. They
Hassan.
come
This
in
is
here.
when
not the
did they
reason.
Wait
curse
Okay,
him?
1
the
second. They
reason
come
is
in
because
here.
Just prove
he got
that
Wait,
they
cursed
have
today.
cursed
Ruwaifa,
He
Ayman,
had
but
no
I
Ruwaifa,
can
evidence,
believe
and
them.
then he got
1 second.
annihilated.
1 second.
So he
No,
has
no,
to,
listen,
the
Hassan,
result is.
Hassan, bro. Here it is. Just prove them that they have cursed the Imams. I will. I mean, I'm willing to leave them right now.
Friday did not curse
Just prove them they
Imam.
have. Do you have any evidence
Yeah,
that he
he
has
did it right
cursed
in front
any
of me.
Imam?
He did it right in front of me. He did it
He
yesterday
does
in
it
the
all the
chat.
time.
When?
You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to go
Do
watch
you
the
have any
video. Watch
evidence?
this. Watch this. I'm about to get you the evidence. Stay right here. 1 second.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. And by the way, if it was for the 12th Imam, then nah. For the first 11 Imams. Because the 12th Imam, the existence of 12,
No, no,
12
he cursed the
انزل
12th
انزل
Imam.
يا
He
خبيث.
cursed the
Now I'm
12th
gonna
They're
Imam.
curse
all
you.
the
انزل
same.
وما تطلع
They're
على
all the
stage.
Rahmatullahi
same.
alayhi.
There's
انزل
no
انزل
difference
انزل
between
انزل.
any imam.
Guys, have some self-respect for the love of God. This guy is a مدلس joker. He plays these little games like he played with LRX yesterday. He has no self-respect. It's
باه
okay to
إمام
curse the
علي ها
12th knowing that the 12th is your 12th.
But Sayyid, if that's the case, why do you guys keep throwing him down? That shows insecurity on your part. Bring him back up and let him
No,
We
no,
just
no,
hear
no,
how
no,
we're
no,
annihilated
no,
getting
him
no,
him
no.
there.
Listen,
fairly,
listen.
and he tried to run away by
Yeah,
cursing
let's
me.
hear you.
No,
Yeah,
no,
He
Eunice,
cursed
exactly.
this
Let's hear
guy.
Eunice,
Sayyid.
Eunice,
Eunice,
Eunice. Eunice, no
please, please
insecurity of
stop.
nothing, brother Wajahat. You know this. You're always welcomed on stage because you're respectful. Same with Abu Cholo. Same with any Sunni that's respectful. But these guys that are gonna pass quick ones, thinking they're smart, that the 12th Imam, oh, we don't believe in your 12th Imam, but you curse them. We can go ahead and curse X, Y, Z because we don't believe in them. It doesn't work like that. This is little games of children. Show respect. You're welcome on
That's
the
not what he
stage.
said. I don't think
Yeah.
that's what Ruvefa said though.
Bro, if he
Bring
wants
Yeah,
to
him
come
back
up
that's
and
what
up.
he
Let
said.
him let
apologize,
him
no
share.
Ruvaifa,
problem.
That's why he said per word.
yes, yes, that's what Ruvaifa meant. He tried to play. I knew this was coming anyway. I know those little games. That's why, brother Wajahat,
Yeah, yeah.
never once did I say
It,
Wajahat disrespect is not what Bil'akis. I've always said, guys, take it
Yeah.
easy with Wajahat.
No,
He's
but
always
anyway,
respectful.
anyway,
but the
just
thing
the
is,
khulasa, just
say
say
it.
it, Baba.
You tell
Just
me,
1
you
minute,
tell
just
me
the
what is
khulasa.
any different than saying. So your buddy over here, Eunice, thinks that he can
He
recite
hates
the
me so
Quran
much, bro, because
better
I destroyed
than
their religion.
he
They hate
thinks
me so
he
much.
thinks that he can
You got
recite the
destroyed
Quran
on
better than
459.
my
Yeah,
Hold
you
up,
Prophet
can't say
Eunice.
nothing
Give him
about
sallallahu alaihi
just a
him.
wasallam,
second.
right?
Give him just
Bro,
a second.
bro,
So
bro,
well
bro.
Give
then
him just a second. Okay,
so
go.
tell me how that's any
One minute,
different.
man. 1 minute,
والعباس
1 minute,
You
والعترة
tell
1
me
minute.
how that's any
معكم.
different.
Nobody's Yunus hasn't abused anyone here.
No,
He's so
not
scared,
First of
today.
bro.
all,
Not today. About a week and a half ago,
God,
he said he
bro.
recites the Quran
yeah,
better
do
than my
it in that
Prophet.
room, man. This is our
Yeah,
room.
you're.
Hold up.
Our room
Bro,
moderation
Hold up,
has been
Wajahat.
please,
has
one
been
Wajahat.
fine.
second.
Hold
Let me
up, hold
defend
I'm
up.
bringing
myself.
up a
Let me defend
point
myself.
to
Hold on,
see
because he's making claims about me. Listen, I said I can read better Quran than your prophet because your prophet can't
and you
read
called
or
him a
write.
jahil. And you called
Yeah,
him a
your prophet
jahil.
is a jahil who can't read or write.
See?
I'm better than him.
Look at this. And you don't believe in that. Your excuse is you don't
Yes, he
believe
can't
in
read or
that
write.
Okay, hold
version
up.
of the
Eunice,
Prophet
Hold up,
Eunice,
sallallahu alaihi
Eunice.
Eunice,
wasallam.
bro,
Eunice.
bro,
Hold up, real
What
Eunice.
quick. Give
difference
me
is
just a
it if
second.
we're saying anything about your 12th Maadi if you
I
don't
can
believe that
read
he
better than your
exists?
prophet that you
Yeah,
claim
Hada!
Eunice.
Yeah,
Hold up,
Eunice,
hold up,
Logic used
Eunice,
Eunice.
against
bro,
Give me just a
you.
second.
Eunice.
A'udhu billah.
Give me
Logic
just a
used
second.
against you and you don't have an answer.
Hold up, hold up. Give me
That's
a second.
exactly it.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, right? Allah has made these people follow the Sunnah of Ibn Taymiyyah, not the Sunnah of Al-Allam al-Hilli, right? So let's keep it respectful, right? Inshallah, we are the
Yeah,
students.
yeah, Alam al-Hilli, Chad.
Inshallah, we are the students of Allam al-Hilli. We will keep it respectful. He says about Ibn
Yeah, no,
Taymiyyah,
just,
Shaykh al-Muhtaram, they say Ibn al-Munajjis, the son
yeah.
of the impure one. But المهم,
Yeah.
right? Let's stay on topic, right? Here's the thing. Let me tell you, Wajahat. The difference between my prophet and your prophet is that your prophet
Brother
wanted to
Sayyid, just
hurl
one
himself
minute,
off
bro.
of a mountain
Just
crag,
1 minute
according to Bukhari,
before we
right?
go there. Before we go there, just 1 minute before we start this topic or talk about this, bro. Khulasa of the previous discussion. Hisham ibn Hakam, right? Everyone knows this, even Shias knows this. That before he met Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, and before he gained the Shi'i bent, he had some other views, right? And after he gained the Shi'i bent, he actually learned a lot from the Imam, and he actually became a debater. Yeah, he actually became a debater for the Imam, and that he used to go and represent the views of the Imams to other people as well. So to call Hisham ibn Hakam uh, and an anthropomorphist or a mujassim is literally that's not true. And in such cases, you cannot accept historiographical accounts because they are not they literally are written for polemical reasons. So they are never going to be accurate accounts of the views of the people. So given that, Wajah, do you find that reasonable, or do you still think, or I don't know what you think, or do you think Hisham ibn Hakam is a mujassim? Because when Ruvefa was speaking, you were acting like, as if he has answered the question or something like that. Bro, like, come on, man.
Yeah,
If
no, no. Let me speak for myself. So I honestly haven't even been in the room the entire time. So I don't know what the evidence was that was presented. I haven't taken a look at it. Let me take a look at it and I'll give you my opinion on whether I believe he's a Mujassim or not. That's besides the point. What I was exactly trying to show you, the same thing that many of the people in this room, specifically on stage, are crying
Why do you
about,
fear me so much,
saying,
Wajhat?
Eunice, let him
Hold up,
finish,
listen,
man.
Eunice. Let him
listen.
finish, bro.
I still need 6 answers from you. All 6 questions that I asked
Keep
you didn't get
talking what you
answered.
were saying, watch
We'll
out.
get back to that.
If anyone
We'll get
wants to
back
see
to
the
that.
room, it's
So
in my bio, by the way.
Man,
You
this
got distracted.
control
exactly,
every time.
really,
1 second, Eunice,
really,
please,
yeah.
just Wajat, go back to what you were saying and
Eunice,
finish.
the thing is, you, irrespective of what your belief in the Prophet ﷺ is, whether you believe he could write or not, right? That doesn't matter. For the fact that you even said you can recite the Quran better than my Prophet ﷺ, now you're comparing my Prophet ﷺ's recitation skills to the Prophet ﷺ that you believe in and his recitation
Bro,
skills,
I'm not
right?
interested in your grudge with Eunice, man. You guys can take
This
care
is
of that
no,
somewhere.
yeah,
He
no.
didn't
yeah,
This
abuse
is
in
yeah,
about the
this room.
prophet. This is
yeah.
about the prophet. I'm just
He's
saying,
so
if
upset.
he doesn't
Okay, all
believe,
right,
if
listen,
his
No,
listen.
no, we are
ancestors
not gonna
existed that he
discuss
doesn't
this.
believe my
Let him
recitation
No,
let him
this
exists,
is
reply.
not
Let
gonna
him
get
then
finish.
why are you
discussed.
guys worried about us being
Ilyas,
anything?
No, this is not
Ilyas, do
gonna
I have
get
permission
Let
to
him
discussed.
speak?
reply because he
I guess
made
I'm just
accusations,
confused
by the way.
Ilyas, do
the.
Bro, if you wanna discuss the topic,
Elias, can I just
then
reply?
we can
Because
talk.
he made
No,
accusations.
yeah, if you wanna reply, make another
Bro, he made
room.
accusations. I
Ilyas,
need to reply
No,
to him.
Ilyas.
no,
Then why did
man,
you let him
no.
accuse me of this? You can't let someone accuse me of something and then let me reply.
And then he's
Okay,
gonna
give the brother
reply.
30
Ilyas,
So
seconds. And then
No,
he's going to
Ilyas,
reply, and we're stuck in it again.
no, he got
Ilyas,
his
hold up.
turn
Please,
now, and
Eunice, a
my turn
short,
on
sweet
top. So
answer. Yes, no, you didn't say it, and we can continue.
first of all, he said I didn't answer his question. By the way, you guys can go watch the replays in my bio where he got absolutely annihilated.
You can't watch them. You
Um,
can listen to
even
them.
even
But go
his
ahead.
Sunni friends were saying he shouldn't have debated me. Anyways, he's saying, "Oh, I'm
Yeah,
insulting the
that
Rasul
Sunni
Wajhat,
sallallahu
let
friend
him
that
alaihi wa
finish. He
alihi
said,
let you
wasallam."
finish.
When he's
bro, he let you finish, man. Let him finish.
he's saying I'm insulting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but when he mentions his name, he can't even send salawat probably. He properly. He says sawa sallam, sawa sallam. Like this is if you're gonna have respect for the Prophet and attack somebody for disrespecting, at least have respect yourself and send proper blessings upon the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's second of all. Third of all, I said your Prophet can't read or write. I'm better than him at reading and writing. Why are you insulted in this? This is what you believe about your Prophet. You know it's an
Did you say
insult.
something about recitation as well?
Yes,
he
yes,
said he
yes.
could
I could
recite
read. I
better.
could read. I
Yes.
could read the Quran
Okay,
better
Now,
than your
okay.
so
prophet.
No,
now,
but 1 minute, Bajad.
if
Recitation and reading
it doesn't
aren't.
matter, Ilyas.
Are,
This thing
no, no,
could
no,
be
no.
taken.
Just
Oh,
no, no. One
go
minute,
ahead.
1 minute, 1 minute. Bajad, just generally, when you said recitation, I thought you were talking about like reciting.
No, no, reading, reading. I read better than his prophet. He can't. His prophet can't read.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
write
Because
and write.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Read and write.
Even if you say read, and even if my belief was that he didn't know how to read and write prior to revelation, the fact that you said it and you said it in a positive tense, right? I don't care. We
Yes,
can
and I
go
still
into the
say it, and I'm
semantics for
proud of
this.
this. Yes.
This is about the Prophet
Alhamdulillah,
sallallahu
Muhammad
alaihi
Um,
wasallam.
Rasulullah,
no, one minute, one minute,
Rasulullah,
You
one minute,
said
one
not
minute,
you
one
Prophet
said
minute,
you could
sallam, he
recite
can
the
read
Ilyas,
and
Quran
write,
better than him.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah,
one
go ahead,
minute,
Ilyas,
Ilyas. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead.
Ilyas.
one minute, one
Go
minute.
ahead. Let's hear
So,
it.
Tafadhal.
one minute. Do you believe that the Prophet could read and write?
Prior to revelation?
Uh-huh. Or after, even after revelation?
Yeah, of
After
course after
revelation.
What's your
of
evidence
course
that
he
he could
could
read and write
afterwards.
after revelation?
What's the proof?
Although he had scribes,
Bring
yes,
proof
he
that he
had
could
the
read and
ability
write
to.
after
He
revelation.
he had the ability.
Bring
It
your
does
proof.
not matter.
Bring your
You still
proof.
made a claim
Bring your proof.
against the
You
Prophet
don't
sallallahu
have
alaihi
proof
wasallam.
because you
You
don't have
said you
proof.
can
You're
recite
making
better than
things
him,
up.
irrespective
You're
of what my
making
belief
things
in
up.
is.
Bring your
You don't
proof that
even
your
know
prophet could
what
read
my
and
belief
write.
in his
Hold
is,
up,
bro.
Eunice.
Bring proof
Anyhow,
Eunice,
that your
give
prophet
me
yes.
could
just
read
a
and write.
second.
I
Eunice.
mean, one minute. Just being, bro, like being different than the Prophet or quote unquote better than the Prophet in some worldly respect, right? If you don't consider it a perfection, obviously Shias consider it a perfection. We don't only say that Prophet can read and write, but Prophet can actually speak all the languages as well and can read all the languages as well.
Ilyas.
Yeah,
And that he
go.
created the
Sayyid.
Ilyas,
universe,
if
alhamdulillah.
I
One
This is
may,
minute.
what we
yeah,
say.
okay.
He did
Eunice.
not create the
Yeah,
universe. What
please.
are you
Look,
Eunice.
Sayyid
Yeah,
wants
saying?
to
just
say
making
Okay,
something.
things
He's
up.
Sayyid,
he's
Just
gonna
Sayyid,
say
Sayyid,
say
yeah,
something.
What are
go
you
ahead.
saying?
One second,
Man, you're
white
gonna
okay.
cloud
say that Allah
Tunis.
subhanahu wa ta'ala
One
delegated
minute. Go ahead,
everything to
and
the
then we're
Prophet?
gonna talk about the actual topic,
I know
right?
that's next. I know that's next.
Get last word,
Alright,
and then we're
Alhamdulillah Rabbil
gonna
Alameen.
talk about the actual.
Eunice. Eunice, do you mind if I ask you some questions?
What is it about, akhi?
Okay, Jimmy. Alright, so when it comes to like recitation, alright, right? When you say like their prophet, are you referring to their prophet that wants to hurl himself off of the mountain, Craig?
Yes.
Are
Yes.
you referring to the prophet that says that apparently Shaitan got in his head and made him recite the satanic verses saying
Yes.
أَفَرَأَيْتُمُ اللَّاتَ وَالْعُزَّى
Yes.
The one who had
ما,
three
ما,
heart bypasses.
أحسن,
Three
and
heart
he's
bypasses.
like and أحسنتم, and then he's like تلك الغرانيق العلا, right? Those are the high gods that you should worship,
Yes.
and
That's
it made the
illogical.
mushrikeen and the Muslimin do
أعوذ
sujood,
بالله
right?
من الشيطان الرجيم.
Right? أعوذ بالله. Right? Now, and wallah wa tallah, these are narrated with sahih chains in Tafsir al-Tabari. And if you reject this, I'll do mubahala with you on it right now. And we can curse the liar between us. Right? This is the
No,
difference
no, no.
between
One
Rasulullah
minute.
Muhammad
Wajahat,
sallallahu
wajahat.
alayhi wa alihi,
One
Khairul
minute.
Bashar,
And Sallallahu
or
Alaihi
the one
Wasallam,
that
the
wants to commit
Sahabi.
suicide, the one
Okay.
wants to throw off,
Yeah,
throw himself
just
off
one
of the
minute.
mountain.
One minute. Wajahat. Bro, why are you laughing at this? Like, do you also find them ridiculous?
He's
Wallah,
laughing
I
at
Yeah,
his
find them
religion
ridiculous.
because his religion is a
because
joke.
you like
No,
us.
guys, let's just try to get his response actually on this. Because he's a rational guy. He actually
Iman.
thinks,
But inshallah, if you guys have seen the verses in Surah Al-Najm, أَفَرَأَيْتُمُ اللَّاتَ وَالْعُزَّى وَمَنَاةُ الثَّالِثَةُ الْأُخْرى, right? They say that Iblis ألقى على لسانه تلك
yeah.
الغرانيق العلا,
Nickel,
right?
yes.
والعياذ بالله, right? آيات الغرانيق, right? This is the difference between the Shi'i prophet, the true prophet
Okay.
Muhammad خاتم
And
الأنبياء صلى
he
الله
takes
عليه
off.
وآله.
And he takes off.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
صادق الكون عليه
الفرار.
السلام.
Alhamdulillah. يفرون منا. Right? But this is in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih
السلام
James that
عليكم
is from.
جميعا.
وعليكم
Wa alaikum
السلام.
assalam wa
Alaikum
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So
assalam.
praise be to Allah, right? The true prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam, whose successor is Ali ibn Abi Talib. My prophet didn't want to hurl himself off of the mountain, Craig. My prophet didn't read ayatul gharaniq during prayer that made the mushrikeen and the Muslimin do sujood. Right? My prophet doesn't do bisharat Aisha while she's ha'il. Wal'iyadu billah.
Or he
Right?
doesn't forget the Holy Quran, right? Or he
Or he
doesn't
doesn't
get
forget the Holy
bewitched.
Quran or the
Yeah, he
wahi,
doesn't get
right?
corrected by people. People tell him he's
My
Neither,
delirious.
Sahaba.
I said
neither,
Our prophet's not delirious. Astaghfirullah.
neither did
my
he.
prophet doesn't learn from Umar.
Neither did
Okay?
he use iron rods to shove it down people's eyes. Apparently,
I said,
Alhamdulillah.
right? Nor, for example, nor what they say about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? Listen to this, right? So Quran says, don't interact with your wives in, the way that, you can only interact with your wife, right? That while they are on their period, wal'iyadu billah, right? Right? Aisha, she comes out of nowhere, says, Kana Rasulullah yubashiruni wa ana ha'il, right? Rasulullah, he would do these things with me while I was ha'il, even though the Quran says no, while he was reading the Quran. Imagine Rasulullah is reading the verse telling you to stay away from your wives while they're in such a period, while he's with Aisha on her period.
Yeah,
That's the
you
difference
live. You
between
believe. Well, no,
that.
no, no. You believe in a demigod prophet. That's what.
Neither was there a heart surgery done on him to remove
Neither
the
Ahsanti sister. Neither was the heart surgery done on him. A
You know what
clot
the
of
question is?
Iblis that isn't
That
in the heart of Rasulullah.
yeah, you know the heart surgery thing. The question becomes this, right? It's like if Jibril came and did surgery on the Prophet's heart and removed the black dot, which was Shaitan, then how is the Prophet after that still, forgetting his, not
Or
waking up
you
for
know,
salah, or how is he
Three
becoming
times, Aki,
shaitan?
3 times. Once in his childhood, once after he received revelation, and then they also say when
you
he
know one,
ascended.
Yeah,
know
like
one thing
So
after
we
there's
all
three
all
forgot.
this,
times.
after all
Hold on, brother
the
Ali wants
removal
to
of
say something real
Shaitan's
quick.
dot, then after this, all this, the Shaitan still comes and
One thing,
speaks on his tongue. A'udhu billah.
correct me if I'm wrong, any of the brothers here. But I think one thing that we forgot was Gabriel alayhi salam. Uh,
Ya akhi, they had a
squeezing.
wrestling match, right?
No,
He
not even,
literally
Yeah, that too. But I mean, squeezing him to the
Yeah,
point he couldn't breathe.
exactly, yes. I'm talking about this right here, the wrestling match.
So
Where he
what? So what?
where
They
he
were playing. So what?
Oh, so hold on, wait, you're telling me he forced the wahi upon Rasulullah? So
No,
he
Bro,
no.
took
Listen.
he
he
took
was a
Rasulullah.
womanizer.
Hold on,
No, no.
let me finish. He took Rasulullah and squeezed him to the point where he couldn't breathe. And he said, Muhammad, read! You are the prophet of God. And he has to go back to Khadija and he's like, wrap me up, wrap me up. Wal'iyadu billah, right?
Okay,
And
let
he
me
needs
answer you.
And then,
Waraqa. He needs Waraqa ibn Nawfal to tell him that he's a
Yeah,
prophet. The Christian
A
Waraqa
Christian
knows, but
guy
Muhammad
comes and
doesn't know.
tells him that you're a prophet, by the
or
way, just so you're aware.
they also say that Khadija was a Catholic. Alayhi salam. I mean, not alayhi salam.
Listen, Sayyid.
Not alayhi
What?
salam.
She was a
You know what,
Catholic?
Sayyid?
Some of them say that Khadija was a Catholic.
Listen, Sayyid, you believe in a demigod, number one. Number two, yeah, so what? Jibreel choked him. This is perfectly
No.
normal.
I believe.
This
You
is,
Majusi Rafidi.
no, you
No,
choked him, it's fine. Listen,
I
listen,
believe.
he's
I believe in
a
Imam number
fallible
one.
human.
I
He's
believe
just
in
like me,
Imam number
number
one.
you. No.
No, I believe in. I
Well,
believe in
bro, I tell
Imam
you
number
something.
one, who
If these
Rasulullah.
type of Habibi, if these type of narrations were attributed to Umar, that he became delirious or he became suicidal or he had 3 heart operations or he became bewitched or he forgot verses of the Quran or he got corrected by people, will these people be the first ones to come out in the streets and protest and call these narrations fabrications against Umar?
But against Rasulullah, no, evident,
He
right?
didn't
No,
need
to say
Omar
like
did not need
demigod one, to say demigod one and demigod two, right? Alhamdulillah, no, I believe in Imam number one, who Rasulullah said through Tawatur that he is the Khalifa of every believer after him, right? And if you reject this, then we'll bring the proof. Alhamdulillah
No,
Rabbil
he's
Alameen.
the demigod
Praise
of
be to
everybody.
Allah Azza wa Jal. Praise be to Allah Azza wa Jal, who made me a Sayyid, a descendant of Rasulullah and Ali, who made your fathers run away from battle and show their behind parts, wal'iyadu billah. Right? Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, who did not make my grandfather the Arwa or Ibn Hind Zaniya. Praise be to Allah. Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah who didn't make me send Taraddi on Ibn Hind Zaniya.
Listen, praise be to Allah, who I am a descendant of Abu Lu'lu, the one who killed the second bastard. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, walhamdul Muhammad, walhamdul Ali ibn Abi Talib.
So, anyone in this room a descendant of Abu Lu'lu, by the way?
Me.
me.
Jameen.
Yeah, Sayyid, you
Jameen,
believe in a
inshallah.
demigod. Listen, you hear me?
Inshallah. So
You hear
hold
me?
on. Do you want to do mubahala that I believe in a demigod?
Yeah, I'll do mubahala that I believe in a demigod.
No, you're claiming that I do. I don't care about what you believe.
Yeah, you do. No, you do. Don't lie, you do.
No, hold on.
No, you believe.
Okay.
You believe the Prophet was infallible.
Then
You
we'll
believe
do-
the
then
Prophet
we'll
is
do-
Nur. Okay, let's do mubahala.
Then we'll do mubahala. Then we'll do mubahala that I believe in a demigod, right? Saying that
Okay.
the Prophet is infallible does not make him a demigod.
No,
if you
yeah,
think
it
that
does.
then go to the mental doctor and get some help. That's all I can say.
Listen. Allah is the only one that's perfect, and you attributed that to a bashar. Now you're believing a demigod. You Shia. You hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I do hear you. So if you believe that a prophet is infallible, that makes them a demigod.
Yes.
Again, if you believe this, good. Go to the mental doctor and get some help. Okay?
No, listen. I need to go to Saudi Arabia.
No.
okay?
Listen. This is the advice that
No.
I'll give you. You don't need to say anything after that.
No,
Go
I
to
am
the
not
mental
allowed to
doctor
do
and get some help.
intercession. No.
So,
I'm not
so
gonna
wait,
say
was
ya
it
doctor,
Nawawi?
madad
So hold
al-shirk.
on. Was it Nawawi believing in a demigod when he said that Rasulullah was perfect?
You know what?
Answer the
Nawawi's
question.
kafir. How
Answer the
about that?
question. So
Nawawi's
Nawawi
a
is a
kafir.
kafir? No, he's a kafir.
Yeah.
And Ibn Hajar
Anybody
al-Asqalani
who...
as well. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani
Yeah,
as
they're
well.
all kuffar.
He's
Yeah, they're all
Ash'ari,
kuffar.
bro. He's Ash'ari.
Oh,
Listen.
okay. Well, Ibn Hajar is an Ash'ari. So is the Nawawi. Alhamdulillah.
Well,
Rabbil
guess
Alamin.
what?
Yeah, they're both Ash'ari. Alright, they're both kuffar for believing Rasulullah is perfect.
Anybody that believes any human is perfect is a bastard mushrik, according
Okay,
to
so
Ahl Sunnah.
that more than half of your scholars are now bastard mushriks. Read all your
Who is
tafsir
my
of the
scholars?
Quran.
Who is my scholars? Huh?
Shri هذا
My
باطل
scholar...
ملحد هذا. Someone tell me who is
No, bro, look at my bio, bro.
إن شاء الله نلقي
Bro, move
نظرة
Ali
خفيفة.
Ahmed down. You guys trolling. Move down.
Sayyid Nasser got trolled, bro.
Bro, Sayyid, you don't remember me, bro? Are you serious? Screw you, man.
حبيبي hold on.
Nah, bro, you don't remember me? We were speaking in
Abu
Ramadan a
Hassan.
while ago. You were talking about pancakes for suhoor. You forgot already?
Let me think.
Screw you, man. You're fake. You're fake.
يا أخي bro, I'm apparently ضعيف الحديث, you know, cause
Yeah, according to Sayyid, you're da'if al-hadith. Screw you.
yeah, cause you know I forget ya أخي. I'm not a perfect
Yeah,
human.
you're the... See, you believe in a demigod, yet you're not a demigod? What the hell, man? What's going on?
Ya Allah. Habibi
Ya
Ahmed,
Allah.
you really see, because here's the thing, ya أخي. So first of all, I want to apologize to you if I thought I
Nah,
you know,
Habib,
say some
barakallah
opinion
feek.
about you.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
No, but here's the thing though. It's because if you want to see the ada, if you want to see the ada of the Sunni scholar, let me put scholars in between quotation on these social media websites and how this is exactly how they talk. You've made a very good impression.
No, that was the point. I was representing them good. I didn't do anything wrong, you know? I was just playing devil's advocate, you know?
Ahsan.
Alhamdulillah, we were, let's go back to it, okay?
Allah
We're gonna
bless.
stage a debate.
But here's the thing. I just need to remind you real quick. If you want to represent them a little better, you have to add the Sallallahu after you mention the Prophet.
Okay? You believe in Nabi Sallallahu, you believe he is God, okay? You hear me? Is this true? So listen. The only issue with this is that Ali radiallahu anhu, he's the one who spreads people in heaven and hell, okay? And this is an attribute for only Allah, right? So now all the Sunnis must believe that Imam Ali is Allah, okay? Sayyid, Habibi, last night you
represent them well.
Thank you.
What did I miss, Akhi?
Last night we made a room, big room. Everybody left after 5 minutes though. We made a room saying Imam Ali is God according to the Sunni narrations. And they came in and they asked us, what's wrong with you? And then we showed them a hadith where Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, Ali is Qasim al-Nar wal-Jannah. And then we asked them who spreads people in heaven and hell. They said Allah. And I said, can this be delegated to a human? He said no. And I said, okay, therefore Ali is God.
Say listen. Do you want me to do the room about virtues of who should we do it for? That last time, do you remember?
We did. I think we did Mama Ayush last time.
So should we do Omar then? Do you want to do one for Omar?
Omar, بعد let me see. Man, Ali Ahmed, bro, you had me, bro. أحسنت أخي, you've given me a laugh. You made me happy. أحسن الله إليك.
Alhamdulillah, I get barakah from your feet. Alhamdulillah. Allah bless you.
لا يا أخي, لا حبيبي, البركة كلها منك إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله حبيبي.
إن شاء الله البركة is all from you.
But listen, I'm going to end this one.
يا أخي, حبيبي Sayyid, if you want to do a room about Umar, أهلا وسهلا. يا أخي, I'm not the owner of Clubhouse. I'm not the owner of this.
No,
club
we
right
need to do one of Fazail. Can't remember, we were supposed to continue.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do Fadail, يعني أهلا وسهلا. It's all your choice, أخي. I don't decide this.
Okay, one second, hold on.